No, 3 points there. And Kitty Killer managing also to pick up 1 point as well. Eye Candy this time for Wollongong, and she's going to be taking on Winnie Bruise. You don't see Winnie with the star too often these days, but maybe for round 5 they're warming her up for the grand final. Want to make sure they've got that option on the table come grand final time. Eye Candy, I think, picking up Lee Jammer there. Looked like she'd stepped out, but must have come back in time. Winnie Bruise gets through now for her initial pass. No, in fact, it is the track cut call on Eye Candy. I thought she'd picked up that track cut call from the outside pack ref and now relayed to the jam ref there. So Eye Candy was called Lee Jammer, but then picked up the track cut. But the lead has stayed with Eye Candy. Will relinquish now to the bench, and we have no Lee Jammer in this power jam here for Winnie Bruise. It's interesting there. I thought the initial call came from the outside pack ref before Lee Jammer was called, but according to the head referee, not so. Eye Candy back on the track now. Winnie Bruise picking up a couple of scoring passes as Bacardi Bruiser and Killer B do a nice job on Eye Candy and force her down and also force the track cut once again. And Winnie Bruise takes full advantage. Another 5 points on the board for S2D2. And Eye Candy, unluckily, was just in front of the penalty box when she picked up that penalty too. Had to skate all the way around. That's another good 20 seconds added to that penalty time. Winnie Bruise, yet another 5-point pass there. Killer B and Bacardi Bruiser both in the penalty box. Only 2 on the track for the Southside Derby Dolls. 3 in the pack for Wollongong. Winnie Bruise, though, doing a good job. AVO comes in nicely on Winnie Bruise there. Good jam, good return to jamming for Winnie Bruise. It's just like she never stopped. 38 plays 3, just 6.5 minutes into the first half here. As Lethal steps up to jam, and Kitty Killer will, Eye Candy will start in the penalty box. Eye Candy straight back onto the track though. And, well, luckily Lethal picked up Lee Jammer because the Southside pack didn't really see Eye Candy come back onto the track there. And Lethal, beautiful skating there around the outside. Skates backwards, picks up 2 points. Calls off the jam before Eye Candy can score. This jam will see Sparky up against Italy. Still 1 blocker apiece in the penalty box. And I tell you what, Bucking Beck out there has been doing a great job blocking in that front line of defence and really holds up Sparky, but allowing Italy to get through as lead jammer. Sparky is through now as well. But Bucking Beck doing a great job early in this game. Well, Italy getting the call to call it off from the bench, but mishearing it and thinking the bench manager said go, 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 not call, call, call. Something lost in translation with Italy there. Finally, the message gets through. And, well, only 1 point worth of damage done in the end. As 4 points to 3 on that last pass. Danny Hell picks up lead jammer for Southside. Kitty Killer stuck at the back of the pack and picks up the track cut now. Good work from Killer B and Impure Blonde at the back there. Only the two blockers on the track for the Southside Derby Dolls and still managing to pick up that track cut against Kitty Killer. Danny Hell now coming up against that four wall. Gets a bit of help from her friends. Gets through. Picks up the 5 points. Danny Hell comes up to that four wall again. Looking for a way through. They're bracing beautifully. She hits the arms though. Goes through. Gets taken down by Kim Ocean there. And picks up a low block for her troubles. Well, an unlucky call on Danny Hell there as she heads to the penalty box and reverses this power jam. Kitty Killer now with the chance to pick up some points. Jam ref looking for a potential call there on track cut and picks it up now. He thought it was a track cut, but it was on the outside, so he's waiting for his OPR just to confirm it, and Kitty Killer is sent to the penalty box. So another turnaround in the power jam in this jam. Kim Ocean taking on Danny Hell now. Danny Hell comes out on top in that little clash. Kim Ocean recycles though and comes back at her again. AVO does a good job though on Danny Hell and really holds her up as that jam comes to its natural conclusion. Well, we'll start as a power jam again for Lethal as she hits the centre hard and goes through beautifully. Picks up lead jammer. Good, strong skating from Lethal. Viciousness. Well, almost hitting Lethal out. Lethal up on one skate. Does well as Kitty Killer screams out of the box through the inside. Not seen by the pack. Picks up her initial pass. Lethal will get through and call it off before Kitty Killer can score. Well, fast-paced game at the moment as Sparky lines up to take on Italy. A bit frantic, a bit all over the shop as well. Some good structure out there as we see an official timeout. Some good structure to the play, especially in the blocking of Wollongong so far. It's a little bit all over the shop, and that's what Wollongong can do to teams. They really get in and mix it up, and that's what they've always done for so many years now. They really unsettle teams with some big hitting and some fast play. Where they may fall down, though, is in their stamina towards the end of each half, and that has always been the downfall of Wollongong, and I believe down to 10 skaters as well today. Good opportunity to run through the lineups. For Southside, we've got Bacardi Bruiser, Dom, Underbelly Morelli, Danny Hell, Winnie Bruise, Killer B, Lethal, Mini, Fairy Bled, Haterade, Impure Blonde, Tequila Shot, Xena Sparkles, and Clusterfrack. Now, I haven't seen Dom out there, so I'm not sure if she's actually... there she is now. She's on the track. She's just not jamming. Got the hockey helmet on there at the front. For Wollongong Illawarra, we've got AVO, Cat O' Kitty Killer, Shotgun Shelly, Eye Candy, Foxy, Ziggy Starbuster, Italy, Buck and Beck, Kim Ocean, Viciousness, and Parole Denied. Colonel Panic playing around with these lineups a bit today, not using Dom as a jammer so far. One of the main jammers of the tournament for the Southside Derby Dolls. giving her some time in the pack to get that practice up before the grand final. Well, time to get underway again, and Sparky taking on Italy. Sparky looking for a way past Buckenbeck and AVO, but doesn't find it. Buckenbeck goes down, falls small, does a good job there as Sparky gets through after that fall by Buckenbeck and picks up lead jammer. Italy stuck in the pack to kill a shot, and Dom doing a great job there. Cluster frack bracing that front wall. A 5-point pass there as well for Sparky. Italy taking a bit of a skate back, looking for a run up to get through, but doesn't do her any good. She comes up against that strong braced wall again. Dom taking Italy the long way back. Both jammers stuck in the pack at the moment. Sparky looking for a way past Buckenbeck, and Buckenbeck goes down again. Well, gave Buckenbeck a bit of a rap before, but she needs to stay on her skates right now to remain effective. We're seeing an official timeout as we see Darth Hader with the star on her helmet, and Hader, she's sometimes known, reading off the back there, up against Kitty Killer. Once again, Colonel Panic trialling some new things here in this last round of 5x5. Don't forget, if you need some skate gear, head to Sydney Derby Skates for all your skating needs. Alternatively, if you're in the north of Sydney, you could head to Roller Derby Heaven. Haterade sees an opportunity there as a down skater with a down skater, but doesn't quite come off for her. And she's off to the penalty box. Kitty Killer takes full advantage, gets through, picks up lead jammer. Kitty Killer comes up against the four wall now. Gets hit to the inside, has to come back around the back of the pack. Danny Hell was the last line of defense. Kitty Killer gets through and picks up the 5 points and calls off the jam there. Well, Haterade was only on her initial pass, so she had another pass there of a scoring opportunity gone wasted. Well, Lethal this time taking on Eye Candy. And both jammers emerging at a similar time, but it is Lethal with the advantage. And Lethal will just skate this one around for a bit, I think. Maybe try and pick up one of those lagging skaters is what I was trying to say. Maybe picks up 2 there. 2 points to 1, in fact. So 1 point advantage. Still worthwhile there for Lethal. A healthy lead, though, for S2D2 halfway through the first half. 71 plays 20. Winnie Brews jamming again. She's up against Italy this time. Winnie Brews looking to push up that pack. Good, strong jamming there from Winnie Brews. Gets through, picks up lead jammer. Push them to the outside and then scooted through on the inside. Dom this time takes Italy out. And Italy makes a strange decision. Now, Dom had gone down, but there were other skaters that she had to deal with, had to go in behind there. Probably wasn't a very smart decision there by Italy. So Winnie Brews going for the star pass here. Wollongong making it hard for her. Dom with the star now, and it's going to be a track cut called on Winnie Brews. She's still got the star as well, so that is a power jam reversal here as Italy comes back onto the track. I think Italy may have also served her 30 seconds, so a full penalty in the penalty box for Winnie Brews. Italy having a hard time with the back of this pack. It's like clusterfrack at the back there doing the job. And eventually, though, she works her way through. Not lead jammer. That was her initial pass. As Winnie Brews is off for another track cut. Well, racking up the penalties here early in the first half. A good spread, though. No one in penalty danger at the moment. 3 the most. Power jam to start off for Wollongong. And Ziggy Starbuster. First jam of the game, I believe, and she picks up lead jammer. Winnie Brews getting ready to come back on the track now. Haterade doing a solo effort on Ziggy Starbuster there. Ziggy Starbuster getting ahead eventually. And Minnie Mousicar can't hold her up either. 5-point pass there. AVO with a nice jump over Eye Candy. Winnie Brews, well, she probably could have come back in then, but referees have been pretty harsh on the track cut, so she didn't take any chances. Another 4 points on the board to Wollongong as that jam is called off. .84 now plays 34. Wollongong cutting into that lead ever so slightly. You can see that Southside are trying a few different things out there, given that I believe they're already in the grand final. But they do need to focus on the game at hand as well. You don't want to go into a grand final with a loss. Italy unable to breach this back wall. Fairy Bled going for a multiplayer block eventually, though, as Sparky picks up lead jammer for the Southside Derby Dolls. Bacardi Bruiser there doing a nice job on Italy. And Italy forced back again. Bacardi Bruiser, though, off to the penalty box now, and that takes the pack down to just the 2 skaters for the Southside Derby Dolls, up against 3 for Wollongong. And it's happened a few times so far this half where the Southside Derby Dolls have been down to 2 skaters in the pack. Wollongong also down to just the 2 now. Fairy Bled getting ready to come back on at the start of the next jam as Sparky picks up 4 points at the end of that jam. Danny Hell now up against Eye Candy. Only 2 in the pack for each team. The short stack. Eye Candy feeding Danny Hell to her blockers there. Doing a great job and gets through the 2 blockers from the Southside Derby Dolls. Beautiful skating from Eye Candy. Picking up lead jammer. It also has really held up Danny Hell as AVO and Kitty Killer now do the job. AVO especially really getting in Danny Hell's way there. A bit of a pirouette and Danny Hell is through now as Eye Candy heads off for a track cut. A lot of jammer penalties so far in this half. Mostly track cuts as well. Looking at the penalty board in the middle, and I can just see lots and lots of X's on that board. Well, Danny Hell was not lead jammer, so this jam will go the 2 minutes. We've seen a few go the 2 minutes as well. These skaters will be out of play shortly. And a penalty for out of play as well to Kitty Killer. Danny Hell picks up the 5 points. Southside put on the rush, 4-on-2 pack advantage to Southside now though. Danny Hell comes up against, I think was AVO at the front again. Far side of the track, yes it was AVO. And AVO takes herself out. Nice move from Danny Hell that time. Picks up 4 points on the inside of the track. Oh, Eye Candy gets a bump to the outside of the track. Tries to call it off, but she had gone to the penalty box, of course, so not lead jammer. Danny Hell, in the meantime, picks up another 5 points. That jam comes to an end. 6.5 minutes to go in the first half. And a solid jam there from Southside Derby Dolls. 24 points in that single jam. Takes them to 117. Wollongong Illawarra on 38. Wollongong with 6 minutes left in the first half. Call a timeout. Five by Five would like to thank some great supporters, Mink Hair and Skin. We'd also like to thank East Coast Beverages, Spa Cafe, and Nightwood Park Stadium for providing such a good venue here for us today. Roller Derby Heaven, and of course bringing you this vision and this audio today, Downunder Derby TV. Also like to thank the Valley Tavern, Sydney Derby Skates, and all the volunteers and supporters that have made this event possible. The grand final of the 5x5 will be held at Whitlam Leisure Centre at Liverpool in Sydney on Saturday, August 29. Pre-sale tickets $12, $15 at the door. Kids under 12 free. Head to 5x5gf.eventbrite.com.au. Ready to get underway again, and Lethal will be taking on Italy. Good, strong defense at the back to kill a shot. Dom and Haterade as Lethal heads to the penalty box for forearm penalty there. He can breach this pack. Having a time at the moment. That front wall being braced by Impure Blonde right now. And Italy takes a solid hit there. Dom laying the hip in. Italy eventually gets through, but that has taken its toll. Italy just making sure that helmet cover doesn't come loose. Italy being screamed at to call it, but Lethal was only on her initial pass there. The bench manager getting it wrong on that occasion, and it's some of the players' viciousness correcting his mistake there as well. But it does happen. Sometimes in the frantic nature of roller derby, you lose track of who's on an initial pass coming out of the penalty box. Ziggy Starbuster taking on Sparky. Winnie Bruce and Minnie Mousiger doing a good job on Ziggy Starbuster there. As Fairy Bled gets thrown by Underbelly Morelli. And a 5-point pass to Sparky there. You could clearly hear Colonel Panic telling Sparky that Ziggy Starbuster was on her initial, so keep going. Let's see if he's in shot. The signal there on the bench. Very important that these skaters know their bench manager signals. As we see a track cut called on Ziggy Starbuster. And a power jam to Sparky and the Southside Derby Dolls. She had been picking up the 5-point passes anyway. As Eye Candy's called out a play and lets her go. Another 5-point pass on this lap as well. Foxy doing a good job there all by herself. She had been caught as the bunny there, but managed to do a good job before being, I think, sent to the penalty box for her efforts on the whistle. No, bit of confusion. Not her, in fact. Guilty conscience as she returns back to the bench. But Danny Hell will start with a power jam. But also down one blocker. 4-3 pack disadvantage to Danny Hell, but it doesn't matter. Beautiful manoeuvring there from the pack. Killer Bee in particular there, really opening up that gap for Danny Hell. Ziggy Starbuster back on the track now. Bacardi Bruiser taking her the long way back. Bit of cat and mouse out there. And a great shot put on by Viciousness. Viciousness really holding up Danny Hell now. Danny Hell just clips Ziggy Starbuster on the way through. Takes her down, but didn't go out. She can get up and keep going. Even though that was only her initial pass. Another solid jam there for the Southside Derby Dolls. Only 1.5 minutes left in this first half. And Southside Derby Dolls have now opened up a healthy advantage. 139 plays 41. As Kitty Killer lines up to take on Lethal. Haterade doing a good job there in combination. With Clusterfracker, lost it there for a second. Haterade now off to the penalty box, and Lethal also off another track cut call as Kitty Killer picks up 5 points. A good chance to get some momentum going into the halftime break here for Wollongong. Killer Bee stuck behind AVO and Viciousness for a second there. Gets past, forms that front wall. Being braced by a cluster frack. But Kitty Killer picks up the points again as Lethal stands in the box, gets ready to come back on the track. Only 10 seconds left. This will be the last jam of the half. Another 5 points on the board for Kitty Killer. Period clock is at an end. Lethal only on her initial pass there, so no, on a scoring pass in fact, my mistake. I told you before it was easy to get confused as to whether or not the jammer was on their initial. Lethal up against Viciousness. Viciousness really enjoying that challenge. Big smile on her face there. She holds up Lethal. Lethal picking up another 4. And, well, can you believe it? On the whistle, Kitty Killer picks up a track cut and goes to the penalty box right on halftime. And that is halftime. 147 to Southside Derby Dolls plays 65 to the Wollongong Illawarra Roller Derby. You've been listening to Down Under Derby TV. We'll be back in just under 15 minutes' time, so stay tuned. And welcome back to the second half of the final round of 5x5 for 2015. As we head into the business end of the competition, 30-second whistle has just gone. Southside Derby Dolls, the Force, taking on Wollongong Illawarra Steel City Derby Dolls. It is Southside Derby Dolls with the healthy lead here. 147 plays 65. Couple of good jams in the first half there. Really blew it out for the Force, but they haven't had it all their own way with the Steel City Derby Dolls, really mixing it up and doing what they do best with some hard hitting out there. It is a power jam to start off for Danny Hell. She comes up against a four wall though. Strong defense. Gets some help from her friends now though. Still though, a refreshed Wollongong pack. Viciousness out there. Well, Viciousness takes a tumble, and that allows Danny Hell to get through. Picks up lead jammer. But Wollongong really sucked up a lot of that power jam there. There are some skaters in penalty trouble. Haterade for Southside, really looking like, looks like she's on 6 penalties there. And Eye Candy for Wollongong also on 6. So we may see some skaters removed from this game before this half is done. A 5-point jam there for Southside to start off, as Lethal now takes on Italy. Bit of cat and mouse from the jammers as Lethal stays in front of Italy there as Italy tries to scoot around. Multiplayer block called against Wollongong, against Eye Candy, I think. And I think that'll be Eye Candy out of here as Lethal picks up lead jammer. Italy had strong skating style. Gets through for her initial pass, a 4-point pass for Lethal. And Lethal will call this jam off. Well, gets told to keep going. Yeah, calls it off now. Once again, a bit of cat and mouse there. Two skaters in the penalty box for Southside. Leaves them depleted to 2 in the pack again. A familiar story this game so far. Eye Candy, well, being removed from the game, and rightly so by game over. It is game over for Eye Candy. Someone will have to take her place in the penalty box. That someone is Shotgun Shelley. 3-2 pack advantage to Wollongong as we're in an official timeout here. Comes to an end. Just give the referees a bit of time to remove Eye Candy from the game. Sparky taking on Kitty Killer. Fairy Bled by the looks of things. Also on 5 penalties. No one else really in a lot of trouble. AVO on 4. And another track cut penalty against the jammer called as Kitty Killer heads to the penalty box. And that will mean Sparky is your lead jammer. (3-2) pack advantage this time to the Force. AVO and Buck and Betty out there, but only the 2 skaters, and they pick up a multiplayer block, and it will be AVO to serve the time. Sparky picks up the 5 points as Kitty Killer comes out of the penalty box. And nice work from Sparky Buck and Beck did her best to push Sparky to the inside of the track, but Sparky was equal to it. Dom off to the penalty box as Sparky picks up, well, a bit of a conference to see if she picked up any points there. Wait for the outcome. 3 points given to Sparky there. Mini Mousica now jamming for Southside. And it is Foxy jamming for Wollongong. Neither of these skaters have jammed much, if at all, so far. As Bacardi Bruiser looks like she's taken quite a hit there, and she's down for the count in the ref lane. Clutching at her side. Gives the signal that she's okay to Colonel Panic. Looks a little winded, perhaps. Kim Ocean jamming for the first time here for Wollongong up against Lethal. So Wollongong really changing around the jammer rotation early in the second half. And Kim Ocean, all that experience, strong skating, gets through on the inside. Lethal stuck at the front. I love watching Vicious Nest skate. She's always got a smile on her face, really enjoys the time on the track, particularly when she's giving it to the jammers. Well, Kim Ocean picks up a penalty, I think it's skating out of bounds, and heads to the penalty box and argues about it on her way. Lucky not to pick up a penalty, an additional penalty for insubordination. It is, though, a power jam for Danny Hell and Southside as we see a pivot line start here. Danny Hell hits that back wall, Buck and Beck, along with, I think, Cat o' Nine Tails, I think, out there. Danny Hell picks up her initial pass and lead jammer status as Buck and Beck gets trapped at the back, allowing Southside to control the pace. Danny Hell gets around, picks up 4 points on that pass. Fairy Blade can't hold up Kim Ocean, and Kim Ocean picks up her initial there. Sorry, it was actually Ziggy Starbuster. I was struggling to see the number on the far side of the track. Big shout out to the Big Kahuna, taken ill at home, unable to make it for this round. I think, BK, this will be the first time you've probably missed a roller derby bout in a long time, but certainly first time you've missed the 5x5. And Pure Energy whispers in my ear, your presence is felt. The force is strong with you, BK. Oh, big pile up in the middle there. And it's going to be a low block called against Sparky, as Italy's also headed to the penalty box for a track cut. So we're going to see a quick turnaround for both jammers. Sparky gets a butt on the seat first, meaning she'll get out first and get just an ever so slight advantage. And Italy, well, she hesitated to sit down and pays the price as Sparky gets the half-lap track advantage. Italy, though, does well to recover. Oh, Dom needed to be careful there. Look suspiciously like she was... Well, I won't go as far as to say it, but if you saw it on camera, you know what I'm talking about. Italy picking up 5 points. Sparky finally through for her. Was that her initial pass, I believe? There's Haterade. Well, that will be her 7th penalty, and she's going to be out of this game. Italy taken down by Dom in a good legal hit from Dom this time. And Dom cops one for her trouble as she picks up the star from the star pass and gets a good hit in the meantime. Foxy and AVO teaming up there on Dom to take her out and not allow her to get through. And that was a solid jam for Wollongong there. Score now 188 to 93, a 17-point jam for Wollongong. A few more like that, and Southside will start to get a bit nervous with 20 minutes still left in this game. We'll see an official timeout, and that will be to remove Haterade from the game. Off again, and Lethal taking on Ziggy Starbuster. And Lethal picks up lead jammer. But Ziggy Starbuster gets through with the advantage on the track. Lethal getting screamed at to call it, but not hearing. No damage done though, 3 points to 0. Danny Hell this time will take on Foxy. Danny Hell thinks she sees a gap on the outside, but Viciousness, well, closes that down quickly. AVO and Viciousness team up on Danny Hell this time. Foxy at the front of the pack. Sparky doing a good job on her there. Teaming up with Killer Bee as Danny Hell picks up lead jammer. Danny Hell comes to that front four wall. And a multiplayer block called against Kitty Killer. Viciousness gets away with that one as well. Kitty Killer cops the brunt of the blame. And another 5-point pass to Southside Derby Dolls. Danny Hell almost looking despondent there as she went past and got the signal that she had to keep going. I think the hits out there from this Wollongong team starting to take their toll on the Southside Derby Dolls. Not a lot of the teams in 5x5 hit as hard as this. Danny Hell doing a good job there this time. And once again, if you pick that up on camera, showing signs of fatigue. Another scoring pass as Foxy just can't breach this four wall at the back. And Danny Hell gets hit out by ABO and calls off the jam. And Danny Hell will be glad that jam is finally over. She is exhausted after that one. Still 15 minutes to go though, and a bright red beetroot face for Danny Hell. Sparky this time up against Kim Ocean. And a clear bench, and that has not been a feature of this game. Very penalty heavy game so far. Kim Ocean picks up lead jammer for Wollongong as Sparky tries to get through on the outside. And, well, she's allowed through as Vicious Ness picks up an out-of-play penalty, still with a smile on her face, though. Italy also off to the penalty box. Kim Ocean, well, Real Madrid are in town, so Kim Ocean perhaps bit of a soccer dive there on the whistle. Lethal this time up against Ziggy Starbuster. 2:05 now plays 92. 15 minutes left in this game. And for the first time in a while, an easy pass through to pick up lead jammer. It's been some tough work out there so far for these jammers. Ziggy Starbuster taken all the way to the back of the pack by Bacardi Bruiser. Bacardi Bruiser gets her again. Underbelly Morelli comes in to help. And Winnie Bruise, well, she finishes the job. That allows lots of time for Lethal to get around and pick up the points and make the easy call off under no pressure whatsoever. Good teamwork there. Recycling one hit after another on Ziggy Starbuster. Mini Mousica now taking on Italy. As we see an official timeout called. We'd like to thank some of our stream sponsors, Sydney Derby Skates, Better Bearings, Flash Ramps and Tavish Designs. Kitty Killer has also been removed from this game, picking up her 7th. As Mini Mousica picks up lead jammer. Italy has to go the long way back. Impure Blonde and Killer B doing the work on her there. Five-point natural grand slam to Mini Mousica. Italy on a scoring pass as well now. Mini Mousica looking to hit it and quit it. Gets past a couple, I think. No, doesn't pick up any points on that pass. Well, the angle deceiving me there. Kim Ocean to jam once again. She's been good in this half when she's jammed. Up against Sparky. A pivot line start as well. So lots of room in front of those jammers. They're not used to that these days. Both jammers run into a strong back wall. Sparky with the advantage pushes through. Pushes Vicious Ness up. That's not an easy task. Good, strong skating on one skate too on the inside line. Lead jammer goes to the south side. Kim Ocean with Winnie Bruise all over her at the moment. And Kim Ocean, well, concerned about that helmet cover, but, well, if I could tell her it was on properly, there was nothing to worry about there. Maybe just sucking in some big ones. 12 minutes left in this game. These Wollongong skaters are getting tired. Only 10 to start the game, and it takes its toll. Can see that pack now, much less resistance out there for Sparky. And Kim Ocean up against old teammate in Underbelly Morelli, and Kim Ocean also picks up a high block on the whistle up against Underbelly Morelli. Just lent the arm on Underbelly Morelli's head then, and of course you can't do that as we see a bit of a track repair going on. So it will be a power jam for Southside and Jet, or Lethal. Almost a flashback for me there, calling it Jet Lethal. Lethal with that superstitious habit of hers with the one rainbow sock from her old unicorn days, when she was known as Jet Lethal. Lethal doing the job at the moment, picks up a 5-point scoring pass. Kim Ocean standing, getting ready to come back on. Another 5 points to Lethal though in the meantime. And Kim Ocean gets through for her initial pass as Lethal picks up another 4. That jam comes to an end. Exactly 10 minutes to go. As we head into a timeout called by Wollongong. 250 plays 92. Don't forget the grand final of the 5x5 tournament will be held on the 29th of August, and that will be held at the Whitlam Leisure Centre in Liverpool. You can get tickets at 5x5GF, that's 5x5gf.eventbrite.com.au. Pre-sale $12 or they'll be $15 at the door. Kids under 12 are free. That'll kick off at 1 p.m. with a 3rd-4th playoff for Battlegrounds. 3 p.m. will be the Armageddon 3rd-4th playoff. 5 p.m. the Battlegrounds final. And the big one, 7 p.m. will be the Armageddon final. Big thanks again to our sponsors, Sydney Derby Skates, Better Bearings, Flash Ramps, and Tavish Designs. Danny Hell taking on Italy. Furious thunder of skates there as jammers are pushing packs up and skates are stamping furiously on the floor. Danny Hell, though, comes out as lead jammer. Winnie Bruise off to the penalty box as Danny Hell picks up a natural grand slam. 5 points there to the Southside Derby Dolls. Italy just gets a bump from Bacardi Bruiser on the way through, and so well timed it was that it took Italy down. Bacardi Bruiser appealing for the track cut, but not forthcoming from the referees. Killer Bee and Clusterfrack teaming up on the whistle. as Italy picks up a point as she gets hit to the inside by those two mentioned skaters. Mini Mousica with that rolling start up against Foxy. And Mini Mousica picks up lead jammer, but it opens up on the outside for Foxy as well. And Foxy, jammer on jammer action, comes out on top. Doesn't quite manage to pick up the points though, as Mini Mousica calls it off just in time. You see Sparky taking on Italy now. Well, look at Italy go. She's motoring there. She's actually pushing that four wall of the south side up all by herself. Great strong stuff there, as Sparky has viciousness to deal with. AVO comes in on the action, and Italy, she deserved lead jammer in that jam, as AVO just about tackles Underbelly Morelli there. And nice work from Italy. It gets through on the inside, goes low, picks up the 4 points, calls off the jam. So much energy from Italy out there at the moment. Lethal will jam here for the Southside Derby Dolls, and she'll take on Ziggy Starbuster for the Steel City Derby Dolls. Both jammers there being forced to go back to the rear of the pack, and then Lethal recovers well, picks up lead jammer. Ziggy Starbuster still on her initial pass as Lethal comes round looking for to score some points. And Lethal getting the signal to call it from the bench now, as that was a scoring pass for Ziggy Starbuster. But another solid jam for the Force. The Force really settled into this second half. They looked a bit flustered in the first half, getting hit so hard and such a fast-paced game. But they've really matched it here with Wollongong in the second half. Mini Mousica now taking on Italy. See if Italy can come out with that level of energy again. And there she goes again. She's got them moving. Not quite as easily this time, though. They were onto her, and they really put the brakes on. A tequila shot and Fairy Bled off to the penalty box as Mini Mousica picks up lead jammer. Italy ahead on the track, though. 3-2 pack advantage to Wollongong. Mini Mousica soaks up a bit of time on the clock and calls off the jam. Well, good to see. With 4.5 minutes to go, Wollongong out on the track in a flash. They're keen to go. They want to make up this point differential. Get it as close as possible. Every point counting for this tournament and for Eastern Region placings as well. Kim Ocean picking up lead jammer. Mini Mousica stuck in the pack. Sorry, Sparky it is. Sparky picking up points against the lead here. Kim Ocean coming up against Ferry Bled and Tequila Shot, bracing well, not picking up the multiplayer, avoiding contact with that linked section. As that jam comes to an end, it was a 9-4 advantage to Southside against the lead there. Just over 3 minutes left in this game. 272 to 102. As Winnie Brews comes out to jam again, up against Italy. We do have an official timeout. Of course, the next game here up on the Central Coast will be the Northern Beaches taking on Inner West in the Battlegrounds. As we said, or as I said, given I'm the only commentator at the moment, every point counts here. So for every game, there's something on the line. Every point counting towards finals for this tournament, but also for placings in the Eastern region to get into that top echelon of teams for the Eastern region grand finals later in the year. So we've got our penalty tracker in the middle, just clarifying some penalties. Not sure if we're going to see another skater ejected or not. Other games coming up here today, we'll see Newcastle's Dockyard Dames coming up against Varsity's Dishonour Rollers. And the final game at 7 tonight will be Blue Mountains Free Sisters taking on the Central Coast Valkyries. Ready to get underway again with our 30-second whistle. Well, depleted pack from both teams. Just one skater on the track in the form of AVO. And a no pass, no penalty, as AVO does a great job on Winnie Brews there. Winnie Brews not a lead jammer. Italy is lead jammer and should call this jam off. But, well, I guess with nothing to lose, she's just going for it now, picking up the points, but it's not going to do the differential much good. Getting the call, though, from the bench manager to keep going. Well, Italy getting the signal now to call it off. Well, probably now calls it off after Winnie Brews has passed the pack. Poor timing there from the bench manager. Well, some interesting work on the bench from Wollongong late in the game, but it's not going to make a difference to the outcome of the game as Viciousness picks up lead jammer. Danny Hell gets taken down, gets recycled back into the pack. AVO now comes up against Danny Hell as Viciousness just uses her strength on the outside and make sure she doesn't get hit out. Good skating. Well, I would like to have seen Viciousness jamming earlier in this game based on that performance. With 54 seconds left on the clock, Colonel Panic calls a timeout for Southside Derby Dolls. So that gives us one more opportunity in this game to thank our sponsors, Sydney Derby Skates, Better Bearings, Flash Ramps and Tavish Designs. Southside Derby Dolls will win this game, of course, and will progress to the grand final of the 5x5 tournament here in the Armageddon category. That grand final will be held on Saturday, August 29 at the Whitlam Leisure Centre. Get your tickets at 5x5gf.eventbrite.com.au. Almost ready to get underway in what will probably be the last jam. And it will be Italy taking on Mini Mousica. And Mini gets held up initially, but scoots around the inside and picks up lead jammer. Bacardi Bruiser taking Italy to the back of the pack. Mini Mousica running into some strong defence late in the game as Bacardi Bruiser only has eyes for the jammer. Italy, though, getting away from her that time. And, well, I said it's probably the last jam of the game, but Colonel Panic had other ideas, calls another timeout, and now I see why he called that previous timeout. He wants to drag this out as long as possible. He wants all the jams. He wants all the points. He wants to make sure that ranking for Eastern Region is as high as it can possibly be. Sorry for the radio silence. Just listening to my house commentators next to me. It's with some beautiful singing. Janice Jobham, of course, with that great voice of hers. Ziggy Starbuster taking on Sparky. And Ziggy Starbuster picks up lead jammer. And with just 6 seconds left on the period clock, this will be, I'm confident to say, this will be the last jam. Ziggy Starbuster decides, gets hit to skating backwards, decides just to keep going that way for a while, elegantly so, and picks up 4 points as Sparky looking to score as well, but with a 4-2 pack disadvantage, having trouble getting through. Sparky with just Kim Ocean to beat. She gets through now, picks up 4 points. Ziggy Starbuster, she's going to pick up another 4 as well. So that jam comes to an end, and well, that tactic perhaps didn't work for Colonel Panic in the end, if it was in fact what he was aiming for. 8 point to 4 in that final jam to Wollongong. Unofficial final score, 289 to the south side, 119 to Wollongong. A solid performance, any way you look at it from south side, especially in the second half. They really got their act together. The halftime talk really must have been good there from Colonel Panic. And it is confirmed. Final score up now, 289 to 119. Southside Derby Dolls will progress to the final. Wollongong will be in the 3-4 playoff. You've been watching Down Under Derby TV. This is just game one. Don't go anywhere. We've got lots more to come. Half an hour's time will be the next game here on the Central Coast. That'll be the Battlegrounds. And that'll be Northern Beaches taking on Inner West. We'll be back in just a few minutes with some skater interviews, so don't go anywhere for now. I've been Mike Mann. You've been watching Down Under Derby TV. Welcome back, viewers at home. Here with Mini Massacre and Fairy Bled, and always a tough game against Wollongong, and that first half especially looked like they were really mixing it up with you.
Yeah, they're tough. They're big walls, so hard work for our jammers, so our walls have to work pretty tough too.
I mean, you did a fair bit of jamming out there today, and so how was it against some really strong blocking, which you don't always come up against in 5x5?
No, strong walls, that's what Wollongong are known for, so I was a little bit worried, but yeah, did my thing in the end. Yeah, just strong walls is it's their key, and it's what gets them points, so amazing job.
It looked like the first half was a little disjointed, and it seemed like you really came together and got in a groove in the second half. Was that something you talked about at half time?
Yeah, we've been trying new things, so today was the day to try new stuff, and it doesn't always work, so you don't know if you don't try, right?
Absolutely. I did notice in the first half a bit of a different jammer rotation. Winnie Brews coming back into the jammer fold. That was a planned move? I know she's been reluctant to put the star back on in the past.
She was all for it today. I think she had fun out there. She was really successful. We got Dom, who's one of our primary jammers. We got her in the wall just to mix it up a bit, and she did an amazing job.
Well, congratulations, ladies. The next stop, grand final.
Thanks, Central Coast, for hosting us. We love coming up here. We've been up here. This feels like our home ground to us. We're here so often. So, yes, next round, our home. So, come on, everyone. Come over.
Absolutely. Well, Minnie, Ferry, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
And for everyone watching at home, don't forget, we'll be back in about 20 minutes' time with the next game here. So don't go anywhere. Looks like, I was just checking, looks like we might have a couple more interviews with some Wollongong skaters. See if we can line that up for you, so don't just bear with me. I was trying to get Janice Jobham to come over and sing you a song, but you're just going to have to settle for Kim Ocean instead. Now, Kim, you jammed beautifully in that second half. Where were you in the first half?
I was there blocking. So, I don't like jamming all that much. I'll jam if I need to. But yeah, only when others get, fouled out or whatever.
So, I mean, you used to jam a fair bit back in the day. But
I also snapped 2 ACLs.
I guess that's why you don't like jamming anymore. But, well, they do miss you in the pack, though, too, and you're strong pivoting out there, too, when you're not jamming. So it's that trade-off, isn't it?
Oh, exactly. But, what do you do when your team's only small anyway? You just do what they need at the time.
Did fatigue play a part towards the end of those halves with only 10 on the bench?
Well, we had 11 when we started. A few of them have a little bit of injury and also a bit of illness. So we were already really started with probably 9. Then when 2 got fouled out, really only had 7. So yeah, it's hard when you're playing a 14 team anyway. But we held our own. I think we did really well. So I'm really proud of them all.
Yeah, it was a great performance. You really mixed it up in the first half and really got into their heads, I think. And it was some really strong blocking, something I talked about with the Southside skaters out here. It's not something you see a lot of in 5x5, but Wollongong are very well known for it. Something you train for, the really hard-hitting style?
We just trained to stay as a team together, and particularly with Vicious Nest. She's amazing, her footwork, her agility, the fact that she's taller and she can assume more of the track. She's just great for the last defence. So just working a lot with her because she's on the track quite a lot. People like AVO, they're big hitters. We've already, we've always had that sort of, big hitter attachment to our name. So I guess we've just kept that up over the years.
Absolutely. One of the highlights for me was watching Vicious Nest jam at the end there, and she did a fantastic job. And I commented on the stream that would have liked to have seen her jamming earlier as well. It would have made a bit of a difference out there, I think.
And I think that's the payoff. If you put a jammer out there, you don't have them out to block at the same time, and she can assume 2 people's jobs sometimes. So no one else was like, everyone was like, no, we don't want it, and she's like, oh, give it to me. I think when there's like less than 2 minutes to go, it's kind of like a light at the end of the tunnel, and she's brilliant at all jobs. So
she was. It was a joy to watch that game overall. Joy to watch you out there as well, and Vicious Nest as well. Always blocking out there with a big smile on her face. And something.
She giggles. She loves the game. She loves to play, and she's never out there to actually hurt anyone. She just loves the game derby, and she's so good at it.
It's great to see that attitude out on the track. Thank you, Kim Ocean. And congratulations on a great tournament and a really good effort today.
Yeah, no, thank you so much. Cheers.
Well, that's it for this game. We'll be back in about 18 minutes' time now, so I'll sign off for the 3rd time. And we'll be back for Game 2 here in the final round of 5x5 for 2015.
Better Bearings is value for money. All our bearings have an ABEX 7 rating or over, so you buy quality, and you don't have to pay a fortune for it. At Better Bearings, we're all about better service. We know what we're talking about. If you've got problems, give us a call.
Has this ever happened to you? Fumbling your marker. Your marker's not working. Trying to scrub off those pesky markers in the shower.
I have a severe sweating problem. Before I got my Spank Alley armbands, the refs were always telling me to reapply my numbers. But now, I can stay in the game.
My Spank Alley armband's second as a rope. Now I can lock up the competition. Thanks, Spank Alley.
But wait, there's more. If you order now, you'll get not just 1, but 2 armbands. That's 1 for each of your arms.
Thanks, Spank Alley.
Spank Alley armbands. Get spanked.
Easy to clean. Our complete maintenance packages have everything you need to keep your bearings clean and keep you rolling.
Bad dreams, I see them crying in the dirt. Bad dreams, well they are screaming in the dirt. Spending my money, I didn't care. I carried my friends out for a good time.
Easy to maintain. Our high-end bearings are self-healing, and all of our bearings are easy to maintain. Better Bearings is value for money. All our bearings have an ABEX 7 rating or over, so you buy quality, and you don't have to pay a fortune for it. At Better Bearings, we're all about better service. We know what we're talking about. If you've got problems, give us a call.
Has this ever happened to you? Fumbling your marker. Your marker's not.
Better Bearings is value for money. All our bearings have an ABEX 7 rating or over, so you buy quality, and you don't have to pay a fortune for it. At Better Bearings, we're all about better service. We know what we're talking about. If you've got problems, give us a call.
Has this ever happened to you? Fumbling your marker. Your marker's not working. Trying to scrub off those pesky markers in the shower.
I have a severe sweating problem. Before I got my Spank Alley armbands, the refs were always telling me to reapply my numbers. But now, I can stay in the game.
My Spank Alley armband's second as a rope. Now I can lock up the competition. Thanks, Spank Alley.
But wait, there's more. If you order now, you'll get not just one, but 2 armbands. That's one for each of your arms.
Thanks, Spank Alley.
Spank Alley armbands. Get spanked.
Easy to clean. Our complete maintenance packages have everything you need to keep your bearings clean and keep you rolling. Better Bearings are reliable and long-lasting. Spend less time mucking around with your gear and more time on the track. betterbearings.com.au.
Hi, I'm Susie from Sydney Derby Skates. We stock a wide range of products from all the best brands. Did you know that the Sydney Derby Skates website is up to date with stock levels and will only let you buy something if it's actually in stock? We pride ourselves on having awesome customer service and very quick delivery. Usually items are sent the very same day you place your order.
Easy to maintain. Our high-end bearings are self-healing, and all of our bearings are easy to maintain. Better Bearings is value for money. All our bearings have an ABEX 7 rating or over, so you buy quality, and you don't have to pay a fortune for it. At Better Bearings, we're all about better service. We know what we're talking about. If you've got problems, give us a call.
Has this ever happened to you? Fumbling your marker. Your marker's not working. Trying to scrub off those pesky markers in the shower.
I have a severe sweating problem. Before I got my Spank Alley armbands, the refs were always telling me to reapply my numbers. But now I can stay in the game.
My Spank Alley armband's second as a rope. Now I can lock up the competition. Thanks, Spank Alley.
But wait, there's more. If you order now, you'll get not just one, but 2 armbands. That's one for each of your arms.
Thanks, Spank Alley.
Spank Alley armbands. Get spanked.
Easy to clean. Our complete maintenance packages have everything you need to keep your bearings clean and keep you rolling. Better bearings are reliable and long-lasting. Spend less time mucking around with your gear and more time on the track. betterbearings.com.au.
Hi, I'm Susie from Sydney Derby Skates. We stock a wide range of products from all the best brands. Did you know that the Sydney Derby Skates website is up to date with stock levels and will only let you buy something if it's actually in stock? We pride ourselves on having awesome customer service and very quick delivery. Usually items are sent the very same day you place your order.
Easy to maintain. Our high-end bearings are self-healing, and all of our bearings are easy to maintain. Better Bearings is value for money. All our bearings have an ABEX 7 rating or over, so you buy quality and you don't have to pay a fortune for it. At Better Bearings, we're all about better service. We know what we're talking about. If you've got problems, give us a call.
Has this ever happened to you? Fumbling your marker. Your marker's not working. Trying to scrub off those pesky markers in the shower.
I have a severe sweating problem. Before I got my Spank Alley armbands, the refs were always telling me to reapply my numbers. But now I can stay in the game.
My Spank Alley armband's second as a rope. Now I can lock up the competition. Thanks, Spank Alley.
But wait, there's more. If you order now, you'll get not just one, but 2 armbands. That's one for each of your arms.
Thanks, Spank Alley.
Spank Alley armbands. Get spanked.
Easy to clean. Our complete maintenance packages have everything you need to keep your bearings clean and keep you rolling. Better bearings are reliable and long-lasting. Spend less time mucking around with your gear and more time on the track. betterbearings.com.au.
Hi, I'm Susie from Sydney Derby Skates. We stock a wide range of products from all the best brands. Did you know that the Sydney Derby Skates website is up to date with stock levels and will only let you buy something if it's actually in stock? We pride ourselves on having awesome customer service and very quick delivery. Usually items are sent the very same day you place your order.
Easy to maintain. Our high-end bearings are self-healing, and all of our bearings are easy to maintain. Better Bearings is value for money. All our bearings have an ABEX 7 rating or over, so you buy quality, and you don't have to pay a fortune for it. At Better Bearings, we're all about better service. We know what we're talking about. If you've got problems, give us a call.
Has this ever happened to you? Fumbling your marker. Your marker's not working. Trying to scrub off those pesky markers in the shower.
I have a severe sweating problem. Before I got my Spank Alley armbands, the refs were always telling me to reapply my numbers. But now, I can stay in the game.
My Spank Alley armband's second as a rope. Now I can lock up the competition. Thanks, Spank Alley.
But wait, there's more. If you order now, you'll get not just one, but 2 armbands. That's one for each of your arms.
Thanks, Spank Alley.
Spank Alley armbands. Get spanked.
Easy to clean. Our complete maintenance packages have everything you need to keep your bearings clean and keep you rolling. Better Bearings are reliable and long-lasting. Spend less time mucking around with your gear and more time on the track. betterbearings.com.au.
Hi, I'm Susie from Sydney Derby Skates. We stock a wide range of products from all the best brands. Did you know that the Sydney Derby Skates website is up to date with stock levels and will only let you buy something if it's actually in stock? We pride ourselves on having awesome customer service and very quick delivery. Usually items are sent the very same day you place your order.
Easy to maintain. Our high-end bearings are self-healing, and all of our bearings are easy to maintain.
Well, welcome back. Game 2 of this final round of the 5x5. My name is Melodrama.
And my name is Mike Mann.
How about that last minute, Mike?
Some call it doing a Sebastian.
I bet Sebastian doesn't. We're here today to see playoff for first place in a West Roller Derby League in the black uniforms up against Northern Beaches in the teal.
Skating today for Northern Beaches, we've got KP Carnage, Nasty Noodle, Get Shirty, Unsteady, Pris, Betty Rocker, Metallicez, Natural Born Killer, Ruby Whipper, Go-Go, and Bold and the Bruiser Mall.
And to all those derby skaters out there, thanks for picking easy names on behalf of commentators everywhere. From Inner West today, we have the Flying Duchess, Roxy Van Tees, Ginger Rogered, Boxy Lady, Captain Kid Kat, Chevy Chase, Copperphilia, Boss Whedon, Hellcat, Crushy Amplet, Lioness, and Penelope Pistoff. And benching for the Inner West, we have Rampage and Lee Rex. Thank you also, of course, to all of the non-skating officials taking notes on the score and making sure that all the things run smoothly. And thank you, of course, to our referees, the black and white, for making the rules happen.
I like to thank our NSOs and volunteers, even when things don't run smoothly, Mel.
Really?
Which happens sometimes in roller derby.
Should we point and laugh?
It is a volunteer-run organisation, after all.
Good point. And this round of 5x5 being held in a very, very large fridge.
Yes,
I
that's
feel
right.
That will bring on
I think
a
we're in
very
the meat
different
packing
flavour.
district.
If you can see your breath, it's a bad sign. All right. For this first jam, we have Hellcat. She is up against Ruby Whipper. Inner West playing in the black and the blue. Northern Beaches playing in the teal. The uniform makes me want to eat a cupcake.
It is very much like that, isn't it? It's
A little bit of 50s rock and roll cupcake.
a bit of icing. They should have pink helmets, I think.
In all fairness, I always want to eat a cupcake. Hellcat going for the outside line, unable to get through there, but goes up through the middle, and she is lead jammer for Inner West. Ruby Whipper only a little bit behind her, a couple of feet the difference. Lioness, the first subscriber to the penalty box.
And 0 points apiece in the first jam. A mistimed call off there.
Terrific pressure from Northern Beaches to force that error.
Yeah, Hellcat had a little bit more time that she could have got past a couple there. But anyway, 0 points apiece. Reset, start again.
We've got Natural Born Killer from the Northern Beaches. She's up against Copperphilia in the black. Cop trying to go through the outside. Killer on the inside, and Cop is through first.
Yeah, Copperphilia did well there. Ran into some trouble on the outside of the track, but was able to come back to the middle and get through a gap.
And Chevy Chase causing a lot of interference there for Killer.
Copperphilia, in the meantime, picks up 5 points with a natural grand slam.
Is that a naked grand slam? A natural grand slam.
Yes.
Without clothes. Cop coming through for another 5-point pass. She's having some difficulty, but gets on through.
And it is a power jam now. Natural Born Killer off to the penalty box for a track cut. Picking up where we left off in the last game, for those who saw it. Most of the jammer penalties in that game were for track cuts.
And those of you who saw that last game would remember that the Northern Beaches were absolutely decimated, taken down by injury and illness. Hopefully fielding a few more players today. 11 players on the roster today.
Copperphilia gets hit to the outside, does well not to pick up the track cut. Comes back in as a Natural Born Killer comes back onto the track now.
Lots of interference from Ginger Rogered. Sent off for her efforts for a multiplayer block. Cop cruising around the outside, manages to engage the pack, and she's through again. Another 5-point pass. Copperphilia absolutely hammering the score there. 25 already, an excellent way to start the game. Killer completed her initial pass, about to hit the back of the pack. Copperphilia calling that jam off.
And picking up 4 points on that pass.
It's a huge start for Inner West. 29 points on the board. This is only the third jam. Copperfilia, I think that was a multiplayer block that she got sent off for. Northern Beaches in a power jam situation. Only 3 blockers from the Inner West on the track.
And it is Ruby Whipper jamming for the Northern Beaches, coming up against that front wall now.
Boss Whidden having to leave the wall to do the bridge. Ruby is through. Ginger joining the track. Northern Beaches trying to hold their bunny. Ginger redirecting a hit to Ruby, but not effective. Northern Beaches still holding on to their bunny.
Yeah, Northern Beaches defence there doing a great job.
Copperfilia, though, back on the track. Great awareness. Avoids the track cut and keeps on skating.
In the meantime, Ruby Whipper gets through, picks up a few points there, 4 in fact, and calls off the jam. Copperfilia unable to score.
Yep, and that was an excellent jam for Northern Beaches. 9 points to that one. Penelope Pistoff jamming for Inner West in the black.
And
up against Unsteady.
And we've got an official timeout here. Good time to thank our stream sponsors here on Downunder Derby TV. Sydney Derby Skates, Better Bearings, Flash Ramps and Tavish Designs. Thank you for your ongoing support of this great initiative.
If you're out there and you've got a business, or if you work for an organisation that you think might be a good sponsor for the 5x5, there is still, of course, the finals left, and we would be happy to have you on board. So check out the information on Downunder Derby TV. All right, time back on. Inner West going straight away for the triangle.
Both teams now with 3 in the pack and setting up that braced wall.
Tough straight up the middle. Unsteady similarly in the middle of that triangle.
It's always interesting the jammers actually aim for the middle of the triangle sometimes. But both jammers getting through, but it is Penelope Pistoff who is lead jammer and calls off the jam.
It's probably a good idea to call that jam off. Inner West with an injured player.
Skaters on the track taking a knee.
And this last round, of course, will give us the information on who plays in the finals. In this division, Central Coast are a certainty. They've streaked through yet again, as they did last season. Inner West hoping to win this game, hoping to make it into the finals against the Central Coast.
Well, Central Coast are the powerhouse of this division after coming down from the higher division last year and really sweeping the pool. Yes, Rocky Von Tees over there just getting to one knee now, being helped off the track by the medics.
And Roxy, a new acquisition for this season for Inner West, formerly playing with Central Coast. Looking very tender on that right leg there.
Yeah, maybe something wrong with the knee or ankle over there. We'll try and get more information if we can later in the game. But doesn't look good for Roxy at the moment.
And with one player down, that makes it 11 for each team. We will start to see some very high rotations of the blockers.
Hellcat now jamming up against Nasty Noodle.
Nasty Noodle with the understated flair there from those black sparkly pants. Nothing too Larry, nothing silver or gaudy. I like
subtlety.
To see that.
Subtlety
It's
is
a
the
classy
key.
move. Hellcat on the outside. She streaks on past. Has to beat Ruby Whipper and does so. She's lead jammer.
Yeah, nice work from Hellcat there. Putting a nice move on Ruby Whipper to get through.
Nasty Noodle being held there by the Inner West blockers. Foxy Lady taking Hellcat down. Hellcat managing to recover. Gets on through for a 5-point pass.
In the meantime, Nasty Noodle was also taken down. Skaters going everywhere in that pack. Nasty Noodle, though, not so quick to recover. Getting stuck in the back of this Inner West pack.
Hellcat having enough, calling that jam off after scoring more points. 3 more points, I think. Bad angle. Can't quite see the fingers. 2 more points.
The referees never think of the commentators when they give the finger.
Sad world we live in. Usually, I'm used to people showing me right up front when they give me the finger.
Inner West pick up lead jammer through copper failure.
She's about a half track in front of Unsteady. Scoring the points and calling it off. 4 more points to Inner West.
Well, solid start from Inner West. That'll take them out to 40 up against Northern Beaches with 11. 7 minutes into the first half.
Inner West opting for the Texas Rainbow start. Penelope Pistoff skating for the Inner Westies.
Up against Ruby Whipper for the Northern Beaches.
I think Ruby saw a gap there, thought she was through, but it got closed up very quickly by Lioness and Chevy.
And Hellcat doing a good job on Penelope Pistoff. And that allows Northern Beaches to pick up lead jammer through Ruby Whipper.
And Ruby calling that jam off. 3 quick points, denying any points to Toff.
Good skating there from the Northern Beaches. Ruby Whipper with some smart jamming, calling it off, using that advantage. As Hellcat, that was almost...
Cut the Hellcat.
Almost wrong. Or Hellcat lining up
Against Unsteady.
Unsteady. I'm sounding a bit unsteady at the moment, Mel.
I think so. Hellcat bursting on through those blockers. She's through on the inside line, but commits a track cut on her way. This gives Northern Beaches a power jam. Unsteady will want to take advantage of this opportunity. She goes for the outside line. And she's through. That is her initial pass. And this jam will go for the full 2 minutes. That's about 1.5 minutes left.
Well, Unsteady with only one blocker out to help her on the track. Another one rejoining now.
Shirty sprinting to the front. They're joining the other blocker. Inner Westies, however, a full wall. Holding Unsteady back. That pack is nearly stationary. Inner Westies reform. They keep reforming. Ginger Roger holding Unsteady back. Captain Kid Cat holding the lot back. Hellcat having to bust past her own blockers.
Unsteady off. No, I thought it was Unsteady he'd been sent to the penalty box, but it was Chevy Chase being sent by the jam referee.
Ginger Roger joining the penalty box. Only 2 Inner West blockers up against 4 Northern Beaches blockers. Ginger Roger slipping over on her way to the penalty box. She gets to go all the way around again. That gives her more time on her penalty.
Well, Unsteady had a chance to call off that jam before that scoring pass, but wasn't sure whether or not she should, and allowed it to run on. No damage done in the end, 4 points apiece, as we get going to see an official review here.
I feel the damage that was potentially done in not calling the jam off may come at the end of the game when there's a limited amount of time left. I think both teams are going to be trying to claw back some time, but I guess we'll wait and see.
Indeed, and it is when you're down on the scoreboard too, it is, you need to preserve time on the time clock. So that is a good point, Mel.
And it's a cold day for everyone here in Niagara Park. Does anyone come to Niagara Park except to see the roller derby? There's a very big Bunnings here, I think, and a pet barn.
I mean, there is a train station, but I don't think it's there
Sorry.
just for the roller derby.
Really?
It'd be nice if...
I thought it got put in just before the 5x5 started.
That's good of Transport for New South Wales. They're doing a great job out there, supporting roller derby.
Well, I think for a while they said, as a sport, we choose you. They don't call it training for nothing, you know.
I'm electing to no longer take part in this conversation.
And that luxury is given to Mike Mann by virtue of Sydney Derby Skates. They are a proud sponsor of the 5x5 competition. Also, we have Better Bearings, Flash Ramps and Tavish Designs. I see Inner West calling for the official review. They feel that there was a back block that wasn't called. Referees are reliving their past, trying to imagine things, closing their eyes, thinking very hard. It'd be so much easier if they had like a third umpire.
A video replay, perhaps.
There's one I prepared earlier.
I wonder when we'll see roller derby move into the technological age. We're seeing more streaming at more games. When will we see the referees employ the video replay?
Sometime in the 21st century, I feel, Mike.
Big call, Mel. Big call. Well, it's always interesting when you see these official reviews trying to get a penalty called for something like a back block. It's so rare. There's so many things happen on the roller derby track all at once, and if the referee doesn't see it in that instant, it usually goes unnoticed if it happened at all. So it's often a wasted call to use your official review in this capacity.
Unless, of course, you need the opportunity to gather your thoughts, have a little break, but it's so early on, only 10 minutes down. No back block awarded, it would seem. Copperphilia jamming for Inner West. She's up against Ruby Whipper. Northern Beaches getting down low, right up against the jammer line. A full pack of 4. Only 2 blockers for Inner West.
And Copperphilia shoots through on the outside line, picks up lead jammer. Ruby Whipper a quarter lap behind at the moment.
The unrelenting bellow from the bench of Northern Beaches.
I think he might be speaking in code, though. I don't know if you can pick that up through the microphone, but I have absolutely no idea what he's calling, and he's only 20 feet from me.
I'm not sure you could understand it if there were subtitles, really. Copperphilia managing to add 4 more to the Westie score. 2 to the Northern Beaches. Scoreboard reads 29 points for the Northern Beaches, 49 points for the Inner West.
It's going to be unsteady for Northern Beaches, taking on Penelope Pistoff for the Inner West. No pack called off the line, but it soon reforms.
Big block there from Boss Weirden, taking unsteady off her feet.
Penelope Pistoff, in the meantime, picks up lead jammer. Unsteady, gets through quickly as well.
And Penelope taking some contact there from Northern Beaches, calling that jam off. 2 more points added to the Northern Beaches score. Northern Beaches move to 31 points. Four points added to Inner West. Not sure where those 2 Northern Beaches points went. I saw fingers go up.
Were they the jam referee's fingers, though?
Okay, fair call. Chevy Chase delivering a block, looking very guilty at the referee and then getting sent off.
Sometimes these skaters give themselves up. Ruby Whipper picks up lead jammer. We are in a power jam. Penelope pissed off in the penalty box here.
2 Inner West blockers in the box, 1 standing.
Penelope pissed off, comes back onto the track.
Lioness breathes a sigh of relief as she's joined by another blocker. Crushy Amphlett joining the team. Penelope taking the inside line. Gets Shirty, giving a good assist to her jammer. Four more points for Ruby Whipper, and she calls that jam off. Good jam for the Northern Beaches, 9 points added to this total. Inner West sitting on 52, Northern Beaches 38. That is 14 points the difference.
Good maths. Good maths, Mel.
Top of my head.
Is that because you ran out of fingers? You needed the top of your head?
Yeah. I actually looked at the person sitting next to me. Inner West calling a time out. Good opportunity to show you that this time out is brought to you by Sydney Derby Skates. They have all of the things that you might like to look at. You could have a little window open in the corner of your streaming so you can go shopping for Sydney Derby Skates and then watch the Derby.
And I think Susie needs that money for firewood right now too, so go shopping.
I don't think they can start fires up there because everything's so wet from the snow.
And they can't even import it because the roads are closed.
They can't do anything. What are they going to do when it's Blue Mountain's turn to play today?
I think we're going to have to helicopter the skaters in.
Lucky this is a winter sport. You can tell this is a winter sport from Boxy Lady's shorts, can't you?
Oh, she is wearing the long socks though. That makes all the difference.
Just like my dad.
Your dad wears shorts and socks like that?
Yeah, he's also got a hot ass. Hellcat on the outside. She tries to fake past those Northern Beaches blockers, unable to do so. In the meantime, streaking out in front, we have Unsteady. She's lead jammer for Northern Beaches.
And it's a back block called on Hellcat. She's off to the penalty box. Power jam for Inner West. Sorry, for Northern Beaches.
The other ones.
The other team. The
that
team
other blue
playing
team.
Inner West.
Topanali yelling at his team again, calling that jam off. That will let them start the next jam in a power jam situation, and he gives the star to Get Shirty.
It's always one of those mixed things, calling off a jam in a power jam. When you've made your initial pass already, you lose the advantage of being on a scoring pass, but you do get to potentially pick up lead jammer more easily without the other jammer on the track. Doesn't always pay off.
Shirty, one of the more experienced players in the Northern Beaches team. Perhaps that's where Topper was heading. Inner West holding that jammer back. No longer though, she is through for her initial pass. All the blockers back on the track for Inner West. Boss Whedon trying to clear a track for Hellcat.
Well, Hellcat out for her initial pass now. We're going to see this jam called off. We'll see.
Hellcat sent off again.
Seeing
That'll be
a nasty looking injury here to one of the Northern Beaches skaters, writhing in pain on the sideline. Not what you want to see at all. Medics straight over.
Northern Beaches will start this next jam in a power jam situation, with Hellcat sent to the penalty box, I believe, for a track cut.
Well, we think the skater there is Go-Go, listed as number 790, the name Go-Go on our list, but the number 36 on her arm. And unfortunately, looks like she's in a bit of trouble here.
Thank you so much to the medics at all of the games we have. We are very well looked after. I believe they are volunteers themselves, and they bring their expertise and care game after game. Thank you so much to our sponsors, Better Bearings. They make my bearings better. I haven't been lost since the 5x5 started.
I always bear better when I have better bearings.
I believe that would be true. Thank you also to Flash Ramps. Flashburn, of course, one of the skaters for the Northern Beaches. She's not here today, but she does make skateboard and skating ramps.
I hear they're quite flash.
It's been said before. Thank you also to Tavish Designs. She makes your stuff look better. Do you want me to give her a call for you, Mike?
I would, actually. This jacket's getting you on a bit.
I think you were wearing it the day we met.
I believe we were. That's why I keep wearing it. It's for the nostalgia value, Mel. It reminds me of you.
I'd have to have given you that. Innerwear sitting on 52 points. Northern Beaches on 47 points. That gap, a little harder on my maths, but I'm going to say that's 5 points. Northern Beaches clawing their way back. They looked absolutely hammered in the first couple of jams, but now only 5 points the difference. Barely a jam in it, really.
Well, just one pass of the pack in it, in fact. So halfway through the first half, we've got a very even game here. And as you said, Mel, this is the playoff for the grand final in this division.
I would have thought Northern Beaches ordinarily would have come into it as the favourite. However, injury and illness being very unkind to the Beaches.
And this is not going to help. The green whistle is out, the skates coming off. This, unfortunately, looks like a nasty injury for we think it's Go-Go.
The thing about the Northern Beaches, though, is they are a tough bunch of women, and they are a fit bunch of women. So if anyone can handle the high rotation of having a short list, it would certainly be them.
Yeah, relatively new league, and from what we know of them so far, that, as you say, they are a very fit league, and that's something they've really emphasised in their training, is a fitness regime.
Just let me know if you need my help there, Mike.
Yeah, I need you to just wrestle my mouth open at those moments when the words won't come out.
I'm not touching it. And in this weather, this sort of break is not great for players. They need to stay warm so that they don't injure themselves. I think it's about 15 degrees in here.
I think that's being generous. Well, it's quite cold, to be honest.
And to our Canadian counterparts, no, it's not snowing. We are whinging a little. But it's cold for Australia. Been a cold, cold winter.
Well, unfortunately, we have just heard the ambulance will be called for Go-Go as she leaves the track. Being helped off in less pain after the green whistle, but still, that is not what you like to see, Mel.
Definitely not. But how tough is she? Hanging in there on the side. I want to be that tough. Get Shirty on the track with the Jammer star again. Hellcat sitting in the penalty box with the Inner West star on her head. Inner West bench manager Rampage just going having a little check, asking Chev how she's going. Boxy, how you going? Making sure everyone's good. Northern Beach is trying to start with 2 pivots. 1 is enough.
And eager to get underway, Northern Beaches. 30-second whistle goes and gets Shirty was off. You see that so many times after a long break. That whistle goes, the skater just off they go. This time we're away. Gets Shirty, the only jammer on the track. Gets around the outside. And Get Shirty is your lead jammer.
Inner West very close to even slowing her down. She goes for the triangle again. Boxy Lady trying to squish her out the outside, but she gets through on the inside.
Well, that 5 points to Get Shirty evens up the scores here as Hellcat gets set to rejoin the pack.
She's got the star off, skating naked, looking for the pivot. Chevy Chase, arms are flaying. Hellcat decides to keep sneaking on through, completes her initial pass with her panty in her hand. Shirty waiting until Topper tells her yes, now call that jam off. Excellent work from the Northern Beaches, adding 10 points to their score.
It will be Natural Born Killer up against Copperphilia as Northern Beaches take the lead, 57-52.
Copperphilia bouncing off the middle of the pack there. She's through on the inside.
And it opens up for Natural Born Killer. Good work from the Northern Beaches pack there, squeezing Inner West to the outside.
Cop on her scoring pass. Natural Born Killer putting pressure on the blockers, calling that jam off just in time. 2 points added to Inner West's score. Still 3 points the difference, Mike Mann.
Yes, indeed. 57 plays 54, 12 minutes 45 in the first half.
Now, viewers at home need to also remember that teams are not just playing for a spot in the final. Those that lose would like to also have as big a point differential as they can. Any tied position will be determined by points differential. Penelope pissed off, managing to break her way through on the inside. Ruby Whipper trying to make her way through.
Well, Northern Beaches a little bit penalty heavy at the moment, and a third blocker goes to the box, or fourth blocker in fact. So 2 in the box, 2 in the queue for the box. And with skaters down, Northern Beaches, well, they need to stay clean out on the track.
Metallica's there, unaware of how far away from the pack she was, going for the block on Penelope, pissed off and given a penalty for her efforts. Off adding 5 more points to the score, putting Inner West in front by 2. It's going to be level pegging for a bit, I feel.
I feel it may be level petting as well, Mel. Hellcat will take on Unsteady, but we're going to have an official timeout first.
My prediction for the rest of this game is that it will be level pegging for quite some time, perhaps just after the halftime break, and then it will start snowing and we will all die from hypothermia. That's my prediction for this game.
I thought you meant their feet would be level in level petting or
Level petting. They all have the same number of dogs. Referees calling for this official timeout to give the Inner West an opportunity to have a little cuddle. Living up to the reputation, the team that cuddles.
is it the team that cuddles together stays together? Is that the motto?
The team that cuddles together stays a little bit warmer.
That's a good point on a day like today.
Northern Beaches, of course, they are the sports #athletes of the league. They're just over there doing squats and push-ups at the same time. Squatted push-ups are a specialty for the Northern Beaches. Possibly that's where their injuries come from.
So you think they need to reimagine their training regime?
Less squatted push-ups, I feel.
I feel like you should head
those.
up there, give them some training tips.
Look, they've asked, but I said I'm sorry. That would be a conflict of interest for me.
It would maybe in the off season.
There's plenty of opportunities.
Well, it is Hellcat. We're back underway. You can stop listening to us ramble now. Up against Unsteady. Hellcat picks up lead jammer.
The wall of blockers, Bosweden trying to use her booty. Chevy Chase managing to make contact, drives Unsteady back to the pivot line.
Metallica is off for a direction of gameplay penalty.
And in the meantime, Hellcat on her scoring pass. Her second scoring pass, I meant.
Hellcat getting a good shot from Natural Born Killer. And calls off the jam before Unsteady can pick up any points on that pass. Inner West open up a little bit of a gap again. 11 points now, 68 plays 57. Topsy-turvy game so far.
Just beware, when the scores go that far away from each other, just look upwards for the snow. It's coming.
If anyone out there is wondering, Melodrama's slightly cold today.
KP Carnage dabbing for the Northern Beaches. Held back well by the Inner West wall. That wall trying to reform. In the meantime, Copperphilia streaking out as lead jammer. She's got 2 to beat. And she is through for her scoring pass. 4 points added to the Westies. She calls that jam off. No point in wasting time. When you're in front, you want to get in and get quick.
Yeah, Inner West looking to keep this bit of momentum going. 72 now plays 57. And, well, just as I say that, Northern Beaches doing the right thing and calling a timeout to break that momentum. Timeouts will be important as well for the Northern Beaches. Given they are down a couple of skaters now, they're going to want to conserve their energy. And when you use your timeouts, really comes down to how much stamina you have left at the end of the game.
And again, that fitness becomes an issue. Those who have done the squatted push-ups will certainly be ahead of those who watch TV. Unless, of course, you watch TV while doing squatted push-ups, and the TV you were watching were the ads for the Ab Flexor Pro.
I wonder if anyone uses those infomercials as like an aerobics Oz style type instructive video and uses the machine that's being advertised with the demonstration in front of them.
I know I get my NutriBullet out when I see that ad. I think match infomercial for infomercial.
So do you have a whole garage full of infomercial products?
Yes, of course I do.
TV, shopping network,
Where else am I going to put them? Scoreboard 72 to Inner West, 57 to the Northern Beaches. Penelope Pistoff jamming up against Get Shirty. Arms in the air for Shirley. She's got to get past Chev. She gets a block from Captain Kid Kat, drives her back behind the wall. Top about to engage the blockers for her scoring pass. Fair bit of room between the two packs.
Well, get Shirley. Didn't have much help in the pack, but she manages to get through a gap on the outside, and that'll force the call off from Penelope Pistoff.
Just over 8.5 minutes left in this half. Both teams will have to intensify for the second half. Both teams want to be playing Central Coast next month. Next month, of course, being our grand final. That will be Saturday, the 29th of August.
Well, Hellcat picks up lead jammer very quickly. Ruby Whipper about half a lap behind her at the moment.
Strong arm action there from Ruby Whipper, trying to get the speed going. Hellcat calls that jam off without giving away any points, but also without adding any points.
And you saw that speed. Ruby Whipper coming around the corner after the jam was called off, actually went around the outside of the suicide seating to bring the speed off. Such a strong arm action, as you say, Mel. It's very distinctive skating style out there. Unsteady up against Copperfilia. Copperfilia bursts through the middle as we see one of the helmet covers tossed aside.
Too many pivots once again.
Well, they just got it off the track in time. You can see it's almost on the track.
Cop adding 4 points to the Inner West score. 81 playing 57. That is 24 points the difference. I did that in my head as well.
Penelope Pistoff up against Ruby Whipper.
2 full packs. Both jammers will have to be working hard. Ruby Whipper bouncing around from inside to outside, trying to get past those blockers. Penelope through as lead jammer for Inner West. However, Ruby is not far behind her. Inner West dashing to the front there. Toff scoring 2 points, calling that jam off. Ruby certainly has the speed to be able to hunt anyone down.
Yeah, it reminds me of the speed skating at the Olympics on the ice rink. That strong arm action.
The strong arm action of the people that played with Steve Bradbury?
Yes, played with Steve
Right,
Bradbury, yes.
Oh, it's a game. It's the Olympics. They don't take that seriously, do they? It's not Derby. Hellcat up against Unsteady. Unsteady trying to get down low and use her centre of gravity to get on through. She's... KP Carnage trying to give a hand, taking out Boxy Lady, but being sent off for her troubles. Unsteady finding a gap on the inside. Excellent footwork. She makes her way through. Hellcat calls that jam off. No points to the Northern Beaches. 9 points, I think it was, to Inner West.
And it looks like we've got another injured skater here. And it is another Northern Beaches player. By the looks of things, one of the Inner West skaters doing a quick first aid assessment. I think holding up the fingers, asking how many can you see? hopefully this skater, I can't quite make out who it is from here, but hopefully they're just winded by the look of it, holding around their sternum.
Yeah, neither side likes to see a player get taken off because of injury. Now looking at the scoreboard, I'm not sure if the last points were added on there.
Not unless they were 0.
I thought it was a 9-point jam.
Well, there were
in
certainly
West.
5 held up for the last pass, but they may be waiting for this injury to be dealt with before adding those points.
And that injury, let's get Shirley out there. She's certainly one of the fitter and one of the tougher women I've ever met.
And I think she just had a very quick pre-concussion assessment just to make sure she didn't need to go for a full assessment there. The medics were satisfied that she could continue by the looks of things. I don't think that jam was called off for her. So she will be available to skate straight away.
Yes, of course, otherwise she would have to wait out 3 jams. Still no adjustment to the scoreboard. Bench manager for the Inner West, Rampage, making inquiries about that. Dr. Beard Love masquerading as the referee Totorod today. All is well in the Northern Beaches camp. 2 players in the penalty box. They start 2 players down. Copperfilia jamming for Inner West up against Natural Born Killer.
Copperfilia looks to go around the outside, does so successfully. Ruby Whipper unable to stop her.
Natural Born Killer getting a lift from her blocker, and she is through for her initial pass. Ruby Whipper sent off for her block, and Cop calls that jam off after scoring 4 quick points. So no points added for that previous jam. I wonder if that's an oversight or if there's something that we've missed in the technicalities of the game.
When is a point not a point?
I feel I can't answer that. 4 minutes left in this half.
When you know the answer to that, Mel, you will know the meaning of derby.
Will you call me Grasshopper? Penelope Pistoff, 1 jammer to beat. She's lead jammer for Inner West. Chevy Chase, the single blocker for the Inner West, hunting down that jammer. Other blockers having to hold the bridge. Unsteady is through, but Toff calls that jam off.
Well, Inner West really running away with it in the latter part of this first half. 96 now plays 57. 3 minutes 20 left on the board. Natural Born Killer will take on Hellcat.
A 3-1 pack advantage to Inner West. Nasty Noodle is all of the blockers for the Northern Beaches. Manages to take Hellcat out of bounds, but Hellcat is past now, lead jammer.
Ruby Whipper back out on the track to help out Nasty Noodle. But Hellcat gets through nice and easily on that pass. 5 points on the board for the Inner West.
Hellcat going for yet another pass. Natural Born Killer about to hit the back of the pack, and Hellcat calls that jam off. Inner West going through the 100-point mark. And you know, when you go past 100, that's when we ask you to please consider adopting a rescue cat or dog.
Copperfilia up against Unsteady.
Too many players on there for Northern Beaches. Managing to fix that up before the final whistle there. Unsteady makes her way through on the inside.
And Copperfilia running straight into that wall and goes straight through them. And picks up 4 points. Calls off the jam. And that leaves a minute 30 left in this half. So probably just one more jam. But that remains to be seen.
I reckon they got 2 in them. Ruby Whipper up against Toff. Again, too many panties on for the Northern Beaches. Inner West blockers holding back Ruby Whipper. Ruby driven to the inside of the track by Chevy Chase. 2 Inner West blockers, Ginger Rogered and Boxy Lady, sent to the penalty box. Three-point pass for Toff because there was a no pass, no penalty awarded. Bench manager Rampage telling Penelope to keep skating, and that allows Ruby Whipper through on a 4-point pass. Inner West now lagging 1 behind as the net difference for this jam.
And Penelope, pissed off, calls off the jam just before any more points are scored by Northern Beaches. And that will bring an end to the first half. 114 to Inner West, plays 62 to Northern Beaches. We'll be back here in just under 15 minutes' time with the second half action.
The Sydney Dogs and Cats Home takes in over 4,000 homeless animals every year. The job of finding new owners can take up to several months, and upgrades to the pet enclosures are urgently needed. You can help by making a tax-deductible donation or adopting a pet yourself. Go to sydneydogsandcatshome.org to find out more and help give these animals what they need most, a loving home. This ad is sponsored in part by IAMS Pet Food.
Better Bearings is value for money. All our bearings have an ABEX 7 rating or over, so you buy quality and you don't have to pay a fortune for it. At Better Bearings, we're all about better service. We know what we're talking about. If you've got problems, give us a call.
Has this ever happened to you? Fumbling your marker. Your marker's not working. Trying to scrub off those pesky markers in the shower.
I have a severe sweating problem. Before I got my Spank Alley armbands, the refs were always telling me to reapply my numbers. But now, I can stay in the game.
My Spank Alley armband's second as a rope. Now I can lock up the competition. Thanks, Spank Alley.
But wait, there's more. If you order now, you'll get not just 1, but 2 armbands. That's 1 for each of your arms.
Thanks, Spank Alley.
Spank Alley armbands. Get spanked.
Easy to clean. Our complete maintenance packages have everything you need to keep your bearings clean and keep you rolling. Better bearings are reliable and long-lasting. Spend less time mucking around with your gear and more time on the track. betterbearings.com.au.
Hi, I'm Susie from Sydney Derby Skates. We stock a wide range of products from all the best brands. Did you know that the Sydney Derby Skates website is up to date with stock levels and will only let you buy something if it's actually in stock? We pride ourselves on having awesome customer service and very quick delivery. Usually items are sent the very same day you place your order.
Easy to maintain. Our high-end bearings are self-healing, and all of our bearings are easy to maintain.
The Sydney Dogs and Cats Home takes in over 4,000 homeless animals every year. The job of finding new owners can take up to several months, and upgrades to the pet enclosures are urgently needed. You can help by making a tax-deductible donation or adopting a pet yourself. Go to sydneydogsandcatshome.org to find out more and help give these animals what they need most, a loving home. This ad is sponsored in part by IAMS Pet Food.
Better Bearings is value for money. All our bearings have an ABEX 7 rating or over, so you buy quality and you don't have to pay a fortune for it. At Better Bearings, we're all about better service. We know what we're talking about. If you've got problems, give us a call.
Has this ever happened to you? Fumbling your marker. Your marker's not working. Trying to scrub off those pesky markers in the shower.
I have a severe sweating problem. Before I got my Spank Alley armbands, the refs were always telling me to reapply my numbers. But now, I can stay in the game.
My Spank Alley armband's second as a rope. Now I can lock up the competition. Thanks, Spank Alley.
But wait, there's more. If you order now, you'll get not just one, but 2 armbands. That's one for each of your arms.
Thanks, Spank Alley.
Spank Alley armbands. Get spanked.
Easy to clean. Our complete maintenance packages have everything you need to keep your bearings clean and keep you rolling. Better bearings are reliable and long-lasting. Spend less time mucking around with your gear and more time on the track. betterbearings.com.au.
Hi, I'm Susie from Sydney Derby Skates. We stock a wide range of products from all the best brands. Did you know that the Sydney Derby Skates website is up to date with stock levels and will only let you buy something if it's actually in stock? We pride ourselves on having awesome customer service and very quick delivery. Usually items are sent the very same day you place your order.
Easy to maintain. Our high-end bearings are self-healing, and all of our bearings are easy to maintain.
The Sydney Dogs and Cats Home takes in over 4,000 homeless animals every year. The job of finding new owners can take up to several months, and upgrades to the pet enclosures are urgently needed. You can help by making a tax-deductible donation or adopting a pet yourself. Go to sydneydogsandcatshome.org to find out more and help give these animals what they need most, a loving home. This ad is sponsored in part by IAMS Pet Food.
Better Bearings is value for money. All our bearings have an ABEX 7 rating or over, so you buy quality and you don't have to pay a fortune for it. At Better Bearings, we're all about better service. We know what we're talking about. If you've got problems, give us a call.
Has this ever happened to you? Fumbling your marker. Your marker's not working. Trying to scrub off those pesky markers in the shower.
I have a severe sweating problem. Before I got my Spank Alley armbands, the refs were always telling me to reapply my numbers. But now, I can stay in the game.
My Spank Alley armband's second as a rope. Now I can lock up the competition. Thanks, Spank Alley.
But wait, there's more. If you order now, you'll get not just one, but 2 armbands. That's one for each of your arms.
Thanks, Spank Alley.
Spank Alley armbands. Get spanked.
Easy to clean. Our complete maintenance packages have everything you need to keep your bearings clean and keep you rolling. Better Bearings are reliable and long-lasting. Spend less time mucking around with your gear and more time on the track. betterbearings.com.au.
Hi, I'm Susie from Sydney Derby Skates. We stock a wide range of products from all the best brands. Did you know that the Sydney Derby Skates website is up to date with stock levels and will only let you buy something if it's actually in stock? We pride ourselves on having awesome customer service and very quick delivery. Usually items are sent the very same day you place your order.
Easy to maintain. Our high-end bearings are self-healing, and all of our bearings are easy to maintain.
The Sydney Dogs and Cats Home takes in over 4,000 homeless animals every year. The job of finding new owners can take up to several months, and upgrades to the pet enclosures are urgently needed. You can help by making a tax-deductible donation or adopting a pet yourself. Go to sydneydogsandcatshome.org to find out more and help give these animals what they need most, a loving home. This ad is sponsored in part by IAMS Pet Food.
Better Bearings is value for money. All our bearings have an ABEX 7 rating or over, so you buy quality and you don't have to pay a fortune for it. At Better Bearings, we're all about better service. We know what we're talking about. If you've got problems, give us a call.
Has this ever happened to you? Fumbling your marker. Your marker's not working. Trying to scrub off those pesky markers in the shower.
I have a severe sweating problem. Before I got my Spank Alley armbands, the refs were always telling me to reapply my numbers. But now, I can stay in the game.
My Spank Alley armband's second as a rope. Now I can lock up the competition.
And we are back to the track. Inner West Roller Derby League playing the Northern Beaches Roller Girls. 114 to the Westies, 61 to Northern Beaches. My name is Melodrama, and I'm here today with Mike Mann.
I'm sort of here, and my head's sort of somewhere else as well.
Commentators, of course, are no strangers to injury and illness as well.
Yeah, absolutely. We have to look after our voice by eating chicken chips. It lubricates
like a chicken
the
chip.
vocal cords.
Chicken chips get all the food groups together. They've got the sweet, they've got the spicy, they've got the salt, the fat, and the deep fried.
My voice is feeling more lubricated with every bite I take.
And as we come into the second half, I had a little look at both teams' penalties. Northern Beaches a little bit heavier on the penalties than the Inner West. Ginger Rogers is the most penalty heavy of the Westies with, I think it was 4 penalties. I think there were 3 players with 4 or more penalties from the Northern Beaches.
And it is a healthy lead to the Inner West, 114 playing 61.
Healthy like chicken chips.
Absolutely. Protein. Healthy like protein.
Hellcat jamming up against Ruby Whipper. Ruby Whipper squeezed in the middle. She is trying to make her way past those blockers.
Hellcat picks up lead jammer, some strong jamming on the inside line. Hellcat, the pick of the jammers for both teams out there at the moment.
She's trying to complete her 4-point pass and she calls that jam off. Unsteady back on the jammer line for the Northern Beaches. Northern Beaches playing in the teal. And the teal, of course, the colour that signals rock and roll.
Northern Beaches, well known for its rock and roll scene.
Absolutely. Rock and roll, cupcakes and surfing.
And now, of course, roller derby. As Copperfilia comes out lead jammer.
Inner West making an alley for Cop to hit the middle of the blockers. She gets through, scores 3 quick points, calls the jam off before the Northern Beaches can add any points to their score. Inner West seem to be in a hurry this half.
It is Miss Priss jamming here for the Northern Beaches, perhaps for the first time, up against Penelope Pistoff. And Penelope Pistoff with a strong start. Too strong, uses the head and heads to the penalty box.
She does look fairly remorseful there, pulling a bit of her face in the penalty box, apologising to bench manager Rampage.
Well, she was in a hurry to get to the penalty box on that occasion.
Miss Priss hits the wall, loses her footing. The wall goes back to meet her. She is stuck, gives up, hands the panty to the pivot, Ruby Whipper.
This jam will now go the full 2 minutes. Star pass meaning, of course, there can be no lead jammer given.
5 points though, Ruby Whipper clocking up some much needed points for the Northern Beaches. Toff had 1 to beat, she's completed her initial pass.
Miss Priss, after giving up the star, now heads to the penalty box as Ruby Whipper hits the ground and throws her hands in the air like, how do I get past this Inner West wall?
It is all armpits out there today. 4 points apiece. Ruby Whipper, shoulder to shoulder with Toff. Toff forced out of bounds. However, KP Carnage forced out of bounds as well. Toff able to skate on through. She scores another 3 points. One player, of course, not passed, but no penalty given. Ruby Whipper stuck behind a very persistent inner west wall. And Toff through by virtue of a penalty given to the Northern Beaches blocker. 5 points added for that pass.
And another 4 to Ruby Whipper on that pass as well. 13 plays 12 on that last jam. 13 to the Northern Beaches. They need to score more points in each jam than the Inner West. But 1 point a jam is just not going to do it.
Wow, 1 point a jam, that's about 20 points for the half, and they're more than 20 behind. Hellcat forced out of bounds, but she is straight back through again, and she is lead jammer. Unsteady jamming for the Northern Beaches. Cops a big hit from Chev. Chev drives her to the inside, and she has to go back behind turn 4.
Hellcat, in the meantime, gets around on the outside, picks up a 5-point pass. Getting some communication from Rampage on the bench. And Hellcat shoots through, once again, calls off the jam, picks up another 4.
That was good awareness there from Hellcat. Calling that jam off, getting the points, but not allowing the other jammer to score any points. 9 points the difference in that jam. 142 playing 74. A 68 points, Mike.
I'll take your word for it, Mel. Miss Priss up against Copperphilia this time.
Cop trying to zigzag her way through, has to go back to the jammer line to avoid the track cut.
Really good awareness so far in the second half from the Inner West Jammers, making sure they're not picking up any penalties, resetting themselves behind the pack and still picking up lead jammer. Copperphilia, though, picks up a forearm penalty and is off to the penalty box. Looks perplexed, but she's got to sit for 30 seconds nonetheless.
Crushy Amplet goes to join her. Inner Westies like to travel in pairs. This gives all of the opportunities to Miss Priss.
Not getting any help from her pack at the moment.
No, they're hanging back and letting her mush up against the Inner West pack. That
You're going to see a star pass once again, Mel, as Miss Priss takes that helmet cover off.
That is a strong wall. Boss Weed and Chevy Chase. Was it Captain Kid Cat as well? Cop sent off again for a forearm. Crushy Amphet having to yield. KP Carnage through for a 5-point pass. Absolutely what Northern Beaches needs. Double power jam for Northern Beaches. But that blocking pack just absolutely braced.
Well, Boss Weed and Crushy Amplet really teaming up beautifully there. Boss Weed now, though. Block. Yeah, Boss Weed off for a direction of gameplay penalty. And Rampage not happy about it either. In the middle, talking to the referees.
Rampage, of course, in a former life, a referee. He knows how to speak to the referees.
What you didn't see at home was the way Mel was looking at me when at that point. If that's how you speak to referees, Mel, I'm not.
We need a desk
I
camera.
understand why they don't talk back.
In the meantime, striding all through, Northern Beaches in the lead, unsteady, with Toff hot on her heels though. She scoots on past and calls that jam off. 2 quick points to Northern Beaches, 3 quick points to Northern Beaches. Excellent effort there. Just what they need to turn the tide.
Well, Northern Beaches down on skaters, a couple of injuries, really hurting their stocks at the moment, but they need to use that fitness we've been talking about, draw on all their reserves and make a big push in this next 10 minutes of the game.
They were doing it tough when they started with just 11 players. 2 players down out of injury. Inner West starting with 12 players, 1 player down with an injury. Hellcat out in the lead for the Inner West, playing in the black singlets. Hellcat getting past and scoring 4 points for the Inner West. 20 minutes left in this game. This game is the decider for who gets to play the Central Coast next month in the finals for this division.
Looking good for Inner West at the moment, but as we saw in the first half, this game can even out very quickly.
Absolutely, and I think we've all seen the Deviants play before, Mike Mann. They could be influenced by the power of the Deviants. Copperfilia out in front. She is lead jammer for Inner West. Ruby Whipper makes her initial pass. Cop is half a track in front. Calls that jam off after scoring 4 points. Inner West trying to put as many points on the board as they possibly can in as little time as possible. Mike Mann, I'm confused. Why are they not trying to burn time up?
They're really trying to push this advantage out and trying to wear down the Northern Beaches skaters here by playing some quick derby. I think if they maintain this lead over the next five or so minutes, you'll start to see some longer jams run by the Inner West.
And of course, as players get more tired and more frustrated, that's when you start to see the penalties clock up. Penelope Pistoff sent off for a forearm block. That's 3 forearm blocks in a row for the Inner West, giving away a power jam.
And Metallica's trying to take advantage here. Looking for a way through that front wall, but once again, the Inner West just proving impenetrable.
Not so impenetrable for that particular moment. 5-point pass given to Metallica's.
Yeah, soaked up a lot of time though, and Penelope Pistoff is already back on the track, and it's a track cut against it's Metallica's.
The other one. Penelope Pistoff trying to complete her initial pass, I believe. She's got 2 to beat, and she is through. Metallica's rejected from the penalty box, went past the point of no return. She needs to skate back around, and that will give Penelope 10 extra seconds in the power jam. Toff up on the toe stops on the inside line, gets on through for a 5-point pass.
Well, the 30-second penalty has only just begun. Metallica's only just sitting down 10 seconds ago. And that will really soak up energy from this Northern Beaches team.
It'll take away their momentum, and when you're a little bit behind, I think it's the momentum that will get you through, your momentum and your fitness. And that jam coming to a conclusion. Inner West adding 10 points to their score. 15 points, in fact.
And it will be a power jam. Will be a power jam to start for Hellcat. Metallica's still in the penalty box.
Less than 10 seconds to be served though, Mike. Man, that should give Hellcat enough time to break on through on her initial pass.
But you see the importance of doing the little things right in Derby. Metallica's would have been out already had she not skated past the penalty box.
And it only needs to be a couple of inches, and she's been sent.
Oh, Metallica's nearly making a big mistake there. Almost would have copped a skating out of bounds penalty if she'd cut across the track there. Thought better of it and came to the back of the pack.
Confusion everywhere. That's what happens when it's this cold. Your synapses freeze.
This is G-rated, Mel. Don't swear, please.
Hellcat scoring 5 points for her trouble and calling that jam off. Time out called by Northern Beaches. It's a good opportunity for us to thank our sponsors. Sydney Derby Skates gives you all of the things for the Derby. Check out their website. Tell them we sent you. They might run screaming. Who knows?
So how do you talk to Sydney Derby Skates?
I use chat. Just type like a piano. We're also sponsored by Better Bearings, Flash Ramps and Tavish Designs. If you'd like us to talk about you, give us some money. We will do most things for money. Thank you to the 5x5 streaming crew. They are a top-notch bunch of folks. They are the ones that volunteer to bring you this internet telecast.
Now, Mel, the chicken chips have been completed. And I have to
smell
say,
that they're gone.
There's a lack of chicken in the chicken chips.
I think it just means that they're scared chips.
Right.
I don't think there was actually any intention of telling you that there was a meat in there.
So did they cross the road?
Unsteady jamming for the Northern Beaches. She is up against Copperphilia. Cop tries to go through the inside but is taken down. She pops back up quick as a dodo bird. And she is through for lead jammer.
Unsteady in the meantime, having a lot of trouble with this back wall.
She's through on the inside. Not the lead jammer, but she is able to put pressure on the jammers from the inner west.
Penelope, pissed off, will be jamming for the inner west up against Ruby Whipper for the Northern Beaches.
Toff calls her blockers closer to the jammer line. Jammers nowadays don't feel they need a big run-up before they smash through the pack, much like Toff just did.
Yeah,
She
more of
is lead
a
jammer.
wrestling match off the line these days than it used to be. Back in
Ruby
the days
Whipper
of
is
knee
through.
starts, etc. But yeah, it is. Ruby Whipper is through, but Penelope pissed off is around, ready to score points.
Does so. Will she call it off? Bench manager Rampage says no. Go get some more points. We want more points. All of the points.
And as predicted, Mel, after that 5 minutes, inner west still with a healthy lead, extending that lead. Now they're starting to run longer jams, really wearing down this Northern Beaches team.
Terrific trust there from the bench, telling Pissed Off to hold off. Blockers able to hold back the Northern Beaches jammer, allowing Toff to score 9 points against 4 points to the Northern Beaches.
Hellcat with the star now up against Unsteady.
Hellcat faking to the outside, going on the inside, but finding the Northern Beaches wall. Northern Beaches trying to close in around her, but unable to stop her getting through as the lead jammer.
Unsteady also comes through half a lap behind. Hellcat, a good opportunity to hit it and quit it here. And gets through beautifully. Calls off the jam. Good skating from Hellcat. And, well, she was pretty impressed with that as well.
It's good to celebrate your wins, Mike, man.
The fist pump. You don't see a lot of fist pumps in
I
Derby.
want to see more fist pumps. I want to see more fist bumps with the exploding fingers.
Jellyfish out.
Big hello to my daddy. He's an 80-year-old man, and he learned how to do that. I'm so impressed.
That is impressive. And he also wears long stockings with,
With tight
booty
hot
shorts.
pants.
That's also impressive for an 80-year-old man. In the meantime, Copperfilia gets through for lead jammer, only just ahead of Ruby Whipper. Rampage telling her to run the jam, though.
Again, seeing faith in the blockers.
And
Massive track cut.
repaid as we see a track cut on Ruby Whipper. Ruby Whipper questioning that call, but I believe she cut perhaps all 4 blockers on that occasion.
I'm generally not that bright when it comes to penalties, but that was glaringly obvious, I thought. Penelope pissed off with the power jam situation. However, an official review is being called. Thank you to all of the non-skating officials here. They volunteer all of their time. Thank you also to all of the other people here, the raffle ticket sellers, the stall holders, the people that bring me drinks. Why they don't bring me chicken chips, I don't know. Thank you also to the people who give us all of the equipment to provide this stream. I think this stream has been very successful. It's brought us into the bedrooms of many people, Mike, man.
More bedrooms than I've been into without the stream.
True story. Scoreboard, 194 to the inner west. They are playing in the black. 100 points to the northern beaches. And you know what that means.
They're playing in teal.
Yes, but 100 points. Sydney Dogs and Cats home. If you have room in your home and room in your heart, go and rescue a dog or cat. I've rescued a couple of clangers. There was one little guy, Perry. Oh my goodness. He nearly ate the face off a baby. Don't rescue Perry. Leave him right where he is. However, there are lots of other dogs and cats. My young man, Albert, for example. His full name is Sir Albert James Poodle. He's wonderful. He spends all his days looking around for his pants. Where are my pants?
Sir Albert, the non-baby eating dog.
He's very gentle when he nibbles on them. Just ngang, 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 ngang. More like cleaning his teeth than actually trying to exert harm. I hear people like cats as well. I'm not sure why. I'm not sure what aspect it is that they enjoy. Is it the smell of their urine? Is it the way that they sharpen their nails before they find your nipple? What aspect is it of cats that people like? But if you are one of those very strange people who likes cats, check out Sydney Dogs and Cats Home.
My favourite part of owning a cat has to be the wake up. The way they wake you up about 3 in the morning, just meowing for no reason at the foot of your bed. It's a beautiful thing.
Indeed. They say, open the door, let me in. Close the door. I want to stay out. Open the door.
So I just want to know you're there. They're affectionate little things, cats.
No change coming from that official review. Toff back on the jammer line. She is the only jammer on the track after that massive track cut from Ruby Whipper. Just over 11 minutes left in this game. Toff trying to go in backwards. Doesn't work. That time it did. The little pirouette grabbing 5 points. not wasting any extra time there. Inner West definitely wanting to have as big a point differential as they possibly can grab.
Well, yeah, Toff wasn't in a great position there. Did the right thing, called off the jam while Ruby Whipper was still in the penalty box. That gives Hellcat a chance here to pick up lead jammer unopposed.
Possibly less than 10 seconds, though, with Ruby standing in the penalty box.
And Hellcat,
not wasting any time, really.
She's done it so many times. She just fakes out to the right and then cuts through the middle. Tall and slender, she doesn't need much of a gap to get through, and she uses it beautifully to her advantage.
Yes, of course, and Hellcat is dedicating this game to the people of the Ubuntu Nation. She finds their courage and perseverance and inspiration to her. 5 more points added to Inner West's score.
Hellcat nursing her shoulder as she came off there. Maybe just copped a bit of a burner in the shoulder there. Ten minutes left in this game. 204 plays 100. Inner West in control.
And Inner West eclipsing that 200 mark. And again, Sydney Dogs and Cats Home. Every 100 that's scored, we want you to go and check out Sydney Dogs and Cats Home. Copperfilia through, lead jammer again.
Unsteady, a quarter lap behind, coming up against this Inner West pack. It's been formidable in this second half, that Inner West defence.
They've had their head down all game. And Inner West using the same players pack after pack. And at this point of the season, I guess this is the same with every league. Injury and illness starts to become an issue. It only takes one player to turn up with germs at training.
Natural Born Killer absolutely laid out by Boss Whedon. Massive hit there. Natural Born Killer, though, rebounds nicely as we see a penalty on Penelope, pissed off, and that is a power jam for the Northern Beaches.
Not only is it a power jam, but it's an extra long power jam. Penelope sent off, going to the penalty box, but she was actually past the point of no return. So the referee sent her around again. So this will be like a 40-second power jam.
And she gets through for 5 points on that pass. Skates hard to get round again. Natural Born Killer.
Getting all the encouragement as she goes past her own blockers.
Runs into Boss Whedon again, though. Boss Whedon doing the work on Natural Born Killer.
And Boss sent off for her troubles. She will join Toff in the penalty box, giving Northern Beaches another power jam.
Well, maybe too little too late for the Northern Beaches for 5x5 final, but of course they have to close that point differential. Every point counting towards the Eastern Region finals placings.
And Eastern Regionals will be happening on the October long weekend back here in Niagara Park, I believe.
It'll be a slightly warmer Niagara Park at that point, as Unsteady almost gets through on the inside, but gets sucked to the back of the pack as Toff comes out of the penalty box, skating hard, looking to pick up lead jammer.
Chest first, barging her way past those blockers. One to beat. She's sent back Shirty, I think.
Yeah, but called lead jammer, and both jammers now. I thought both were called on a track cut, but it was just Penelope pissed off, in fact.
Forced out of the track by Get Shirty.
Oh, nice apex jump there. Unsteady. Picks up 5 points.
This is exactly what Northern Beaches needs to bolster their motivation.
And Unsteady calling that jam to an end through injury. She's Went straight down there, signaled to the referee she can't go on.
And medics are called to the track. Thank you so much to the medics who are looking after us today. Thank you also to our sponsors, Sydney Derby Skates. Nice and cold out there in Katoomba. So thank you to Sydney Derby Skates for operating even in such vicious weather. Thank you also to Better Bearings, Flash Ramps and Tavish Designs.
Unsteady, looking like she might have copped one in the kidneys there. Just a good solid hit, part of roller derby, and just a bit winded as she comes off. She'll have to sit out 3 jams. And that may be the end of the story for Unsteady. May only get 3 or 4 more jams in this game if Inner West decide to run long jams.
Well, they haven't really yet, so we'll wait and see.
Well, they do need to keep their jammer on the track.
That is always a helpful part of Derby. Ruby Whipper trying for the inside line. A very solid blocking wall there. Hellcat, Lioness, Ginger Roger and Captain Kid Cat. Solid blocking work from the Inner Westies all game and certainly not slacking off now. 2 to beat, but it's Lioness and Captain Kid Cat, so Ruby's not going anywhere fast.
Penelope
she makes her way
off.
through.
Yeah, Penelope pissed off in the meantime, looking for the star pass to Hellcat. Don't think it came off though. So that jam comes to an end. It looks like referees calling that one off because of the track condition there. The rope was exposed on the inside track of the track, meaning it was unsafe to keep skating in that jam.
KP Carnage on the jammer line for Northern Beaches. We haven't seen much jamming action from Carnage.
No, just the one star pass earlier in the game to KP Carnage, and she actually did quite well out of that, I believe. I don't have the stats in front of me to see what points she got, but it was a solid jam after she received the star. She'll be up against Copperfilia once these track repairs are completed. Another thank you to our sponsors, Sydney Derby Skates, Better Bearings, Flash Ramps and Tavish Designs.
I'm not sure if you caught that, Mike Man, but there are a bunch of white women dancing like white women. Penalty box is clear. All players on the track. KP Carnage in the teal for Northern Beaches. She gets down low. Boss Whedon using Crushy Amplet as a battering ram. Chev braces around her. KP Carnage unable to get through in the front of the pack. Copperfilia having lots of trouble getting past those Northern Beaches blockers, but she is through now and is lead jammer. Bench manager Rampage asking Cop to score some points, then call it off. Chev having to yield to the Northern Beaches with the fakey star pass.
And Copperfilia picks up 2 points there, gets hit to the outside of the track and decides to call it off. 2:10 plays 1:20, 5 minutes left in the game. Hellcat up against Ruby Whipper. Just the one blocker for Inner West in the penalty box. Otherwise clear. Hellcat strong off the line.
She's looking for the inside line and finds it. Tiptoeing her way past Natural Born Killer to get there. In the meantime, a hop and a skip and a jump, and Ruby Whipper is through. Inner West blockers brace up the back. They try to catch up to the pack. Ruby Whipper taking a hit to the face, holding her chin as she skates off. That jam called off. 2 points added to the Northern Beaches score.
Unsteady now up against Copperphilia.
Unsteady barging her way through and makes it as lead jam. A terrific work. Great confidence, and that gives her the lead jam.
Well, Unsteady's been great in this second half. Some really strong jamming. Hits the back of that wall again. Hits it hard too.
Tries to march past those blockers, but she has control of the jam, and she calls that jam off before Inner West can put any points on the board. Ruby Whipper still with a sore jaw there, but she is back on the jammer line. Not a lot of options when you're playing in a team that only has the 9 players left.
We've got an official timeout here. Could possibly be a skater being removed from the game. Or to clarify that skater number 42, Captain Kid Cat, should just be in the penalty box.
She's in the penalty box with an ice pack on her face, though. She owns a cat. You think she'd be no stranger to that sort of injury?
They're really upping the punishment in the penalty box now. You got to take an ice pack with you. Is that after your 5th penalty, or?
They don't do that in summer.
When does the hot poker come out?
That's a 6th penalty. Unless it's egregious. That just comes out straight away. 3 minutes left in this game. The next game will see the Newcastle Dockyard Dames up against the Varsity Dishonour Rollers. And then after that, if anyone has been able to trek through the Andes of Katoomba, we will see the Blue Mountains Free Sisters playing up against the Central Coast Valkyries. Our officials here today have been Game Over, Cockless Monster, Axiom Addict, Boom Tish, Border Patrol, Bruznikov, Commando Roll, Cranky Pants, Dead Serious, Dr. Fell, Even Steven, Fisty Muff, Gory Newman, Indestructible, Jim Peckable, Major Mean Counter, Marching Orders, Miffy Pajamas, Penny Traitor, Pombat, Refanatrix, Slaybell, Sleaze Irwin, Switzerland, Totorod, Tyrannosaurus Ref, and Wayne of War. And our sponsors for today have been Sydney Derby Skates, Better Bearings, Flash Ramps, and Tavish Designs.
Inner West calling for an official review. Three minutes left on the clock. Inner West trying to extract every point they can out of this game. This game's already enough to get them to the grand final, looking for those points for the Eastern Region standings.
And Mike Mann, what I've actually noticed, I may have made an error before where I commented about Boxy Lady's hot pants looking just like my dad's. My dad actually has the red strip with the stars, Boxy Lady there with the blue strip, more in keeping with the team's colours.
So your dad's team is red, a red colour team then, is it?
With the white, yeah,
with
well,
the white,
he's unaffiliated for now.
Ah, right. So he's a free agent.
In those shorts, yes he is.
The more I learn about your dad, the more I grow to love him.
Everyone does love my dad. That is the actual truth, as opposed to all the other things we've said today. Inner West starting in a power jam situation. Unsteady, sent to the penalty box. 3 minutes left in the game. I imagine there's only 2 or 3 jams left. 23 jams already. Scoreboard reads Inner West 214 to Northern Beaches 126.
Well, one of the rare occasions where an official review actually pays off. Inner West claimed that a back block had occurred by the jammer on Captain Kid Cat, which caused Captain Kid Cat to commit a low block, which sent her to the penalty box. Captain Kid Cat's penalty has to stand for the low block, but the result is the official review is upheld, and Northern Beaches are without a jammer to start this jam.
And that jam called off. No points added to the score. Not sure what happened there. I was busy being entranced by your dulcet tones.
As was I, Mel. As was I.
So another power jam start for Inner West. Copperphilia with the honours there for the Inner West. Crushy Amplet trying to clear a path on the inside. Cop making her way through.
Well, we're seeing the tactical play now, wearing down the clock by Inner West, and this is something reminiscent of Sun State Roller Girls a few years ago up against the Sydney Assassins.
They were very popular when they did that.
They
I
were.
can remember some of the chants from the grandstand were, "We really like what you're doing. You are certainly adding value to the sport."
You're very good sports people, and we admire you
Do it some more.
and aim to be just like you.
Penelope Bistoff up on the toe stops, trying to stay on the track. Excellent blocking there by Natural Born Killer.
But this time, Inner West decide to run the jam.
I think having an opposition blocker meant that they needed to do that. Tough stuck behind a persistent Northern Beaches blocker.
It's all north, Mel.
Water, north. 4 points added to the Westies score, 218 now.
Well, inside the last minute of regular time, likely to be the last jam of the game.
Both teams, though, fighting for the first place. Both teams still very, very calm. Calm benches, calm blockers, calm jamming.
Well, there have been a lot of stoppages in this second half. Unsteady, having to go back onto the track, obviously in the penalty queue. Copperphilia up against Ruby Whipper.
Copperphilia, only 2 blockers to get past. Inner Westies feel this will be the last jam. Lining up on the sideline, ready to cheer on their teammates. Cop trying to cruise past Northern Beaches. Not quite as easily as she initially hoped, but she is through now. Ruby Whipper.
Well, she's not lead jammer though. No pass, no penalty to Copperphilia. And that honour goes to Ruby Whipper, who
Ruby
decides to call off the jam.
They want to have another go. One more jam, she says.
One more jam indeed.
That reminds me of my dad again. He chants that from cafes. They bring out his scones and he's all like, one more jam. Can't take him anywhere in those shorts. The referees are saying maybe it's full time. Maybe they've had enough.
Well, it doesn't look like a timeout was actually called. The skaters tried to get on, but there was less than 30 seconds left in the game clock. So without the timeout, it is, of course, now full time. 218 to 126, unofficial final.
Inner Westies moving it over to Roxy Von Tees so they can celebrate together as a team. Roxy injured her right ankle, I think it was, in like the third or fourth jam back in the first half. Some solid defence, I feel, Mike Band, from that effort from the Inner West.
Yeah, defence was the difference in that game. We saw a topsy-turvy first half with Northern Beaches coming back at Inner West, but in the end it was those strong walls of the Inner West that really saved the day for them. And, well, a couple of injuries as well through the game to both teams, but I think Northern Beaches suffered from that more.
Northern Beaches, of course, lots and lots of injuries in the last round as well. They'll be hoping to get a full pack ready for the finals. Finals only a month and a half away.
August 29 at the Whitlam Leisure Centre. See 5x5gf.eventbrite.com.au. That is your final score, 218 to the Inner West Roller Derby League, 126 to Northern Beaches Roller Girls.
And we'll be back on camera with an interview from each of the teams in just a few minutes. Oh, excellent. We're live and we get to dance for you like a couple of very uncoordinated women. Oh, I have here Lioness, captain of the Skate Crashers from the Inner West Roller Derby League. Congratulations today.
Thank you.
Very amazing work blocking. Apparently you've been doing some of that in training.
Yeah, we've been working on our blocking. It's actually been our main focus for the last month, actually 3 weeks since the last game. Again, we always see what we need to do in that last game and then go back and revisit the board to get it done.
Some pretty high rotations from some of your key players, yourself included, of course. What is the story with the numbers on the team?
We've just had a couple injuries, family things that are happening in life, and Derby is an amateur sport, so you have to be prepared for that. And you know what? We brought it today. We knew what we were doing. We knew how to work together.
And you meet the Central Coast now in the grand finals. You're pretty pumped about that?
Yeah, actually we are. It was a really close game against them in the first round, and we have come up against them a couple times last season as well. And you know what? We're ready to bring it. We are going to be as strong as we can be.
And are you going to be doing more of the same, or are you going to try to pull out some special tricks?
We're probably going to be just working on what we've been working on and really nailing everything, the assists, the blocking, just nailing it, getting it really tight.
Well, congratulations on an excellent game today. It was fun to watch, and we will be seeing you in about a month and a half.
Yeah, August 29th. Woo!
And that was Lioness, and we have Nasty Noodle and Ruby Whipper from Northern Beaches. Commiserations for today. I thought you had an excellent game, but it seemed that your blocking wasn't as consistent as the Westies.
Yeah, I'll accept that. Their walls were friggin' awesome. Yeah, they're really strong.
Definitely.
Yeah, we knew it was going to be tough going in because we had 9 and then we ended up with 8. So we're really happy with ourselves, to be honest. Like, we're really proud of ourselves. So.
And there are some rumours going around about your fitness regime. Someone was saying that you do squats combined with handstands. How did you come up with that combination?
We'll keep that rumour going. I will neither confirm or deny, but okay.
And where does this game put you in terms of the ladder for the competition?
Unfortunately, it does come down to Blue Mountains and CCRG, so it's kind of, it comes down to points, which is exciting. It's, keeps the group exciting, but, we'd be happy to, it does put us out of the final with CCRG if they're the ones going through. We could play hard, which we'll be really happy with that, so we'll just wait and see. Yeah.
Well, congratulations on absolutely bringing it. 9 players, then 8 players. You are definitely the hashtag athletes of this round. And good luck next month.
Thank you.
And that's all we have for this game. We will be back soon in just a few minutes with the next round of the 5x5.
Thanks, Spank Alley.
But wait, there's more. If you order now, you'll get not just 1, but 2 armbands. That's 1 for each of your arms.
Thanks, Spank Alley.
Spank Alley armbands. Get spanked.
Easy to clean. Our complete maintenance packages have everything you need to keep your bearings clean and keep you rolling. Better bearings are reliable and long-lasting. Spend less time mucking around with your gear and more time on the track. betterbearings.com.au.
Hi, I'm Susie from Sydney Derby Skates. We stock a wide range of products from all the best brands. Did you know that the Sydney Derby Skates website is up to date with stock levels and will only let you buy something if it's actually in stock? We pride ourselves on having awesome customer service and very quick delivery. Usually items are sent the very same day you place your order.
Easy to maintain. Our high-end bearings are self-healing, and all of our bearings are easy to maintain.
The Sydney Dogs and Cats Home takes in over 4,000 homeless animals every year. The job of finding new owners can take up to several months, and upgrades to the pet enclosures are urgently needed. You can help by making a tax-deductible donation or adopting a pet yourself. Go to sydneydogsandcatshome.org to find out more and help give these animals what they need most, a loving home. This ad is sponsored in part by IAMS Pet Food.
Better Bearings is value for money. All our bearings have an ABEX 7 rating or over, so you buy quality and you don't have to pay a fortune for it. At Better Bearings, we're all about better service. We know what we're talking about. If you've got problems, give us a call.
Has this ever happened to you? Fumbling your marker. Your marker's not working. Trying to scrub off those pesky markers in the shower.
I have a severe sweating problem. Before I got my Spank Alley armbands, the refs were always telling me to reapply my numbers. But now, I can stay in the game.
My Spank Alley armband's second as a rope. Now I can lock up the competition. Thanks, Spank Alley.
But wait, there's more. If you order now, you'll get not just one, but 2 armbands. That's one for each of your arms.
Thanks, Spank Alley.
Spank Alley armbands. Get spanked.
Easy to clean. Our complete maintenance packages have everything you need to keep your bearings clean and keep you rolling. Better bearings are reliable and long-lasting. Spend less time mucking around with your gear and more time on the track. betterbearings.com.au.
Hi, I'm Susie from Sydney Derby Skates. We stock a wide range of products from all the best brands. Did you know that the Sydney Derby Skates website is up to date with stock levels and will only let you buy something if it's actually in stock? We pride ourselves on having awesome customer service and very quick delivery. Usually items are sent the very same day you place your order.
Easy to maintain. Our high-end bearings are self-healing, and all of our bearings are easy to maintain.
The Sydney Dogs and Cats Home takes in over 4,000 homeless animals every year. The job of finding new owners can take up to several months, and upgrades to the pet enclosures are urgently needed. You can help by making a tax-deductible donation or adopting a pet yourself. Go to sydneydogsandcatshome.org to find out more and help give these animals what they need most, a loving home. This ad is sponsored in part by IAMS Pet Food.
Better Bearings is value for money. All our bearings have an ABEX 7 rating or over, so you buy quality and you don't have to pay a fortune for it. At Better Bearings, we're all about better service. We know what we're talking about. If you've got problems, give us a call.
Has this ever happened to you? Fumbling your marker. Your marker's not working. Trying to scrub off those pesky markers in the shower.
I have a severe sweating problem. Before I got my Spank Alley armbands, the refs were always telling me to reapply my numbers. But now, I can stay in the game.
My Spank Alley armband's second as a rope. Now I can lock up the competition. Thanks, Spank Alley.
But wait, there's more. If you order now, you'll get not just one, but 2 armbands. That's one for each of your arms.
Thanks, Spank Alley.
Spank Alley armbands. Get spanked.
Easy to clean. Our complete maintenance packages have everything you need to keep your bearings clean and keep you rolling. Better bearings are reliable and long-lasting. Spend less time mucking around with your gear and more time on the track. betterbearings.com.au.
Hi, I'm Susie from Sydney Derby Skates. We stock a wide range of products from all the best brands. Did you know that the Sydney Derby Skates website is up to date with stock levels and will only let you buy something if it's actually in stock? We pride ourselves on having awesome customer service and very quick delivery. Usually items are sent the very same day you place your order.
Easy to maintain. Our high-end bearings are self-healing, and all of our bearings are easy to maintain.
The Sydney Dogs and Cats Home takes in over 4,000 homeless animals every year. The job of finding new owners can take up to several months, and upgrades to the pet enclosures are urgently needed. You can help by making a tax-deductible donation or adopting a pet yourself. Go to sydneydogsandcatshome.org to find out more and help give these animals what they need most, a loving home. This ad is sponsored in part by IAMS Pet Food.
Okay, folks, welcome back to Niagara Park Stadium, home of Central Coast Roller Derby United. And today we are hosting 5x5 Championship Round 5. We're about to get underway in game number 3. This is the second game of the Armageddon division. We've already seen my team, the Force, defeat Wollongong Illawarra Roller Derby, the Steel City Derby Dolls. Game 2, a tough battle in the Battlegrounds division. Northern Beaches Sirens going down to Inner West Gate Crashers. That brings us to game 3. This is a much anticipated game. Newcastle Dockyard Dames, one of the founding members of the ERD, going up against a newer league who have really stomped their dominance against all comers this season other than Southside, Varsity Dishonor Rollers. This should be a great game. We have 2 minutes till game time. I'm Colonel Panic. We're going to see what these teams can do very shortly. Newcastle, a team that's really had to do some rebuilding this year. The Dockyard Dames of old is gone. This new look lineup is a mix between the veterans and last year's B squad. Today's lineup, we have number 0690 Fantastic, number 100 Caliente, number 12 Dutchy returning from injury and looking strong, number 15 Marilyn Tantrum, number 16 Booger transferring back to Newcastle after a couple of years skating in Auckland, Mojo Malicious number 26, Holly Funks number 3, she's going to be wearing the captain's C today. Case Sass, number 49. Hippie Hardass, number 7, one of the veterans. Debris, 737. Ginger Rage, number 77. Moxie Monoxide, 789. and a couple of their veterans. Number 9-2 Godzilla sold separately, and number R18 Thunder Slut. Now Varsity Dishonor Rollers, they've been showing a lot of strength this year, but they've got a slightly weakened lineup for today's game. Number 08 Joe Dirt, number 18 Spanky, number 180 Main Event, 1956 Cherry Bomb, 23 Red Hot Chili Pepper, 3108 Lady Painicorn, 375 Ginger Ale, 393 Sylvia Psychopath, 3XL The Cleaver, 666 Terra Smackdoll, number 7 Belle the Beast, number 76 Repercussion, she's wearing the C today, and number 928 Maleficent Mara. Now you'll notice a couple of names missing from that. Blocktopussy is injured. Looks like she's going to be out for a few games. And Laceration, strong point scorer normally for the Varsity Dishonor Rollers. She's sunning it up over at Rollercon this week. Tough for some being in the summer of Las Vegas.
Fortunately, it is extremely warm winter here at Central Coast.
It is a warm winter. There was only snow on the ground a few hours ago. It's not too cold.
But see, it all melted because it got so hot.
That's true.
Nearly got to double degrees.
I can tell you what, those skaters look warmed up though. It's not too cold in the venue today. This is going to be perfect derby conditions, I think. We've run through the rosters. I'm joined here by Melodrama here on Downunder Derby TV from the New South Wales Central Coast. Repercussions lining up in the Jammer Star against Holly Funk for Newcastle, and we are underway.
Holly Funk bouncing on the back there, going for the inside line and to the outside. But his Repercussions, it's through. Holly out in front by about a foot.
Jammer on Jammer here. It's going to be who's quickest. Holly Funk in control though. The team's trying to set up their points. Calling it off 0-0. Tough start, close start. Kind of what I was expecting. These teams are going to be giving it low inches today. All right, Jam 2, Joe Dirt going up against Booger.
Great deal of intensity, KP. Blockers staring each other down.
Practice formation, non-verbal communication. These teams know each other really well. Booger draws back, draws the cut on Joe Dirt. She's going to get the score unopposed with Hippie Hardass up the front, doing a bit of offense. Still active offense. She backs out now, and Booger is lead. Real powerhouse jammer. Booger developed a lot in her time over at Auckland. She's one of those real game changers for the Dockyard Dames this season. Dockyard Dames with one win in the 5x5 against Newcastle, Wollongong in round one. The Varsity Dishonor Rollers, they've only lost one game in the 5x5, and that was against Southside at the last round. So the outcome of this game will be if Newcastle can win, they'll have 2 wins, which can potentially put them in the grand final if they win by, I believe it's 500 points they need to win by.
And that, of course, doesn't seem likely, but not impossible.
Not impossible. It's been done.
And they've started well, 3 points to nothing.
3 points to nothing. I don't think at that scoring rate they'll get a 500-point win. But
do they need to win by 500?
They have to
or
win
just
by
score?
500.
Right.
That's to get in the grand final. However, if they do well in this game, they can certainly earn a place in the bronze final. Both Wollongong Snipers and Newcastle all on 1 win apiece in the 5x5 in the Armageddon division. So it's very close. Today is the bye for the Snipers. Snipers can't change that. Their 1 win was over I'm trying to remember. It was over Newcastle. No.
Ginger Ali jamming.
It was over Wollongong.
Ginger
Snipers beat
Ali in
Wollongong.
front for Varsity.
So yeah, Snipers beat Wollongong. Wollongong beat Newcastle. Newcastle beat Snipers. So
And that is all connected to the hip bone. Varsity lead jammer status.
beautiful spin and a call off by Varsity. Ginger Ale puts 2 points on the board. Debris was in hot pursuit. She had no time to score anymore. Newcastle still leading as we go into Jam 4. Number 393, Sylvia Psychopath. We're going to see a different jammer rotation from the Dishonor Rollers. As I mentioned earlier, Laceration away in Rollercon with Blocked-A-Pussy on the sideline injured. That's two of their primary jammers out for this game.
Holly Funk forced back to the pivot line.
Joe Dirt doing a beautiful job forcing Holly all the way back. That gives all the time that Sylvia needed to get lead. Holly did the star stash, hid the star, got through the pack, stuck it back on again.
Sylvia calling that jam off after scoring 1 point. Denying Holly any more points though. Adding to their score.
We're going to see Booger lining up against Repercussions. That terrifying face of Godzilla sold separately, staring right at Repercussions here on the jammer line. A strong looking wall, all four Newcastle blockers. Booger takes a hole through the wall, closed up really quickly.
Booger called out for a track cut.
Track cut for Booger. Signal on the outside. Repercussions skates away with lead jammer as she enters the pack. Signals for her pack to come up and provide some active offense. They don't really seem to do that.
She does a stumble and that causes a track cut.
That's a tough call. She got past all the hips but fell afterwards. But it's the blocker that initiates. You have to re-enter behind. She didn't do that.
And that gives just a few seconds to Booger to have the track to herself. She tries to march past but isn't able to do much. Varsity absolutely batting down the hatches. The cleaver using hard hits to stop her. Red Hot Chili Pepper finally passed. And in the meantime, Varsity managed to score another 5 points.
Booger with that powerful skating style approaches the pack. Godzilla puts that powerful blocking ass right on Repercussions. Now she faces her chest. Repercussions jukes around though. Godzilla goes for some offense. Doesn't work though. Cleaver just clearing through the pack and getting in Booger's way.
4 more points apiece added to each side.
Jam clock winding down as both jammers continue scoring. Now we have a call off. Jam total Varsity picking up 9. Newcastle almost matching with 8 points. Debris looking strong, lining up in the Jammer Star against Joe Dirt. Both of these fast, agile jammers. Debri's been really focusing on her footwork and agility. But Joe Dirt's been super effective all season long already. It's a scrappy looking pack out there. No jammers really getting a benefit, and both of them coming out side by side.
No point to continuing that. Joe Dirt calls that jam off. No time wasted. Both teams are going to be in a hurry to do as much as they can with the little time that they have.
And here we have some live penalty stats coming up on the screen for you. Just a couple so far. Joe Dirt with a track cut, Repercussions with a track cut, and Bell the Beast with an out of play. Now we have Ginger Ale lining up number 375 for varsity. The captain Holly Funk. Number 3 for the Dockyard Dames. Full defense. Now Godzilla comes in to play some O.
Ginger Ale trying to get through her initial pass. She's doing it tough, having to find the outside line.
That offense from Godzilla working perfectly to release Holly Funk onto her lead jammer.
Ginger Ale is through on her initial pass, and Godzilla, sold separately, is sent to the penalty box.
Offense generally is harder to do clean than defense.
And Holly calling that jam off, adding 3 points to the score.
Newcastle picking up another penalty right at the end there. A little tough there. Live stats not quite updating for that jam, but we have Booger on a track cut, Mojo Malicious on a legal procedure, and Hippie Hardass with that multi. I think Godzilla down the bottom of that is now updated.
Booger up against Lady Panicorn. Booger is through. Lead jammer for Newcastle in the purple.
Booger with that signature move, lead jammer, strong jammer. Kay Sass picks up an out of play penalty, trying to hold up the varsity jammer. It's done what she needed. Booger throws the hits through, calls it off, picks up all the points. Well executed jam by Newcastle. This game is anyone's. We've just had a lead change. That means have to adopt a puppy.
I feel there's going to be a lot of puppies adopted by the end of this game.
Godzilla sold separately, out of the box now and staring at Joe Dirt. She's saying, I've got your number. You're not going through me. Joe Dirt goes straight at Godzilla's chest.
But circles around to get through on the outside and lead jammer. Debris, however, caught in the back of the pack. Not much movement since the jam whistle started.
Yeah, varsity's defense is really their strength.
But Joe Dirt striding her way through.
They have some incredible three-wall formations. I've had to coach against them twice in the last couple of months. And it's just those three walls the jammers lose their soul to. Varsity calls that one off. 5 points, and I think there was another 3 just waiting to go up on the board. So we have another lead change. 7 points that jam. So it was another 2 on that last pass. A 7-point jam means another lead change. We have just passed the 10-minute mark.
2 puppies already. That's a puppy every 5 minutes. At this rate, that's like 12 puppies.
And if you add the ones from the last game, that's
a lot of litter.
I'm going to need a bigger backyard.
Holly Funk trying to make her way through for Newcastle. She's taken out of bounds there.
Oh, and we have a jam ref down. Marching orders takes the spill as Holly Funk does a quick direction change. While all that was going on at the back, though, Repercussions, a clear and strong lead jammer. The cleaver is just doing everything she can to keep Holly Funk from getting through.
Tremendous blocking there, holding that jammer back while the varsity jammer is through for yet another 5-point pass.
And we've seen a star stash and star pass Marilyn Tantrum gets out, gets it on. Repercussions managed to pick up that lap point. It did the job of forcing the call off, but 10 unopposed points. 32 points, plays 18 now. You're getting a nice replay over there on the live stream. HD action coming at you from Downunder Derby TV.
And thank you so much to Sydney Derby Skates for providing us with the sponsorship for this telecast.
These games brought to you by a bunch of volunteers, but unfortunately none of the telcos are quite that generous. We have to pay for the bandwidth, and thank you to Sydney Derby Skates. All the gear, all the action. Booger picking up a strong lead jammer for the Dockyard Dame. She is lapping while Ginger Ale forced out of bounds, made to recycle to the back of the pack. This is what the Dockyard Dames need. Godzilla directing her pack. Keeping in front, forcing Ginger Ale out of bounds again.
Tara Smackdall trying to offer some interference to Godzilla.
Godzilla's just everywhere, though. She went from the inside to the outside.
And Godzilla using Tara Smackdall to block her own teammate.
It's one of the best strategies you can use in Derby. Use the opponent's team against their own jammer. Covers more track that way, that's for sure.
The scoreboard reads 32 points for Varsity, 22 points for Newcastle. There is 16 minutes left in this first half. And this is, of course, round 5 of the 5x5 competition. I think in about 6 weeks we'll be seeing the finals. Debris from Newcastle trying to muscle her way through. Hippie Hardass trying to get her way through. Pardon me, Belle the Beast trying to make her way through for Varsity. She finds the inside line and is through as lead jammer.
That's just some strong push by the Varsity jammer. She just muscled her way through to get lead then. Newcastle Wall sets up strong, but Belle the Beast comes through with some serious speed. Just smashes them out of the way like they weren't even there. Thunderslut playing a bit of offense for Debris, but that free wall is tough. It's not helping. We got a star stash from Debris. She's taken it off. I can't even tell who's holding it. I think it's in Thunderslut's hand. Certainly, I think Varsity's now figured it out that Thunderslut is wearing it, well, holding the star in her hand.
Oh, she's got it on now.
Thunderslut's, I believe she's got tonsillitis right now, though. She was not supposed to be jamming today. She's been in bed sick the last 3 days, so a tough call there to take the star.
Holly Funk back on the jammer line up against Joe Dirt.
VDL really capitalising that last jam. 14 points on the board. We were almost level before that. Just in that one fell swoop. 46 plays 22. They more than doubled Newcastle's score.
Joe Dirt forced out of bounds, having to recycle back to behind the jam line.
Holly Funk goes up one-on-one with Tara Smackdoll, and she comes out of it with lead jammer.
Joe Dirt absolutely scrambling to get past those Newcastle blockers. One to beat, finally makes her way through backwards on a pirouette.
Case Sass and Joe Dirt, both beautiful footwork there. A banana block, not enough to get Joe Dirt out of bounds. Looks like a sneaky 1 point by Joe Dirt at the back there.
Godzilla sold separately, urging the bench to call for an official review.
And we are going to see that hamburger signal coming from the bench.
I wish you hadn't said that. Now I want a hamburger.
There are hamburgers here.
With chips.
There are hamburgers and chips here. There's also really good cake.
I bet
wish
you're
someone would bring
spewing
me
at
cake.
home, listening to us talking about all of the fun and the food that we are having here. There is still one more game, so if you are in the Central Coast District, why don't you come on down? We're out in Niagara Park.
Yeah, support your local sports team. The home team, Central Coast Roller Derby United, the Valkyries are playing next. They're going to try and secure their undefeated position going into the Battlegrounds Grand Final next month. Meanwhile, we have an official review. We get a lot of pointing and signalling from both alternates. I'm going to find out from Pure Energy, the house commentator, what the story is in a minute.
In the meantime, it is a good opportunity to say thank you to all of our sponsors, Sydney Derby Skates, Better Bearings, Flash Ramps, and of course Tavish Designs. And if you're out there and you're thinking, hey, they could be talking about my company, yes, we could. Give us some money. We've got the 5x5 finals coming up, and we would love to have you on board. So have a look on Downunder Derby TV for all of the information. Thank you so much to all of the volunteers who are here today to make this 5x5 stream happen. We have people pushing buttons on the machines that make the pictures come together pretty. We got people pointing cameras at people's faces. We've got microphony people. That's us. That's us, KP.
That is us.
And then we've got the technical nerds. The nerds with the rolls of sticky tape and the spare cords and all of the things with words that I don't understand.
Which is also us, as indicates me. I'm trying to work out Pure Energy's pantomiming happening there on the track. You can't see it there, but she is explaining to the crowd what this official review is about. If reading between the lines, I think she's saying that the Newcastle team have challenged the lack of a low block call. They think there might have been an intentional trip that wasn't called. Now, based on the rules, that would be an expulsion penalty if the refs agree. The refs are going to go and talk now to the captains. Head ref Game Over is going to come up with a decision. Pure Energy is going to run over in her cow pants. And
that's got something to see, really. Pure Energy running in cow pants.
It's a funny sight. It certainly helps. And here we have the outcome. All right, so the outcome of that official review, the no call stands. No low block penalty will be called. Newcastle lose their official review of the first period. And we are going to get back underway with Booger lining up against Ginger Ale. Penalty box is clean. 47 points, plays 24.
Booger trying to find a space on the outside line and back through to the inside line. She is at least a half a lap behind.
Booger with a star stash and a back block. She doesn't look happy about that.
Ginger Ale with all of the opportunities here for varsity now. She will want to make that gap a little bigger, but she is now sent. Oh no, pardon me, the blocker was sent off.
Yeah, Marilyn Tantrum picking up the out of play penalty. You might have seen Booger skating to the box. She is the jammer still. She was holding the star in her hand. Ginger Ale's going to go unopposed on the track. Caliente tries to slow her down.
And varsity calling that jam off with Booger standing in the penalty box. Less than 10 seconds for varsity to have that advantage of being the only jammer on the track.
Now you'll see a couple more penalties added to the board there on our live stats. Booger with that back block there, and Madeline Tantrum with an out of play. No one still in penalty trouble just yet. The board looking pretty clean, actually. clean and strong is the way to win these sort of games, and both teams are being effective at it.
Booger is bracing as she comes back onto the track. Slides on the panty as she hits the wall of varsity blockers. Her leg going astray there, but no one hurt, so no penalty called. She takes the star off again. She likes the naked helmet. She has to carry it with her, puts it back on.
Sylvia Psychopath really having Booger's number there.
And Booger losing her footing, being forced out. She has to recycle back.
Chili Pepper dragging Booger back a good 30 feet there. Booger stashes the star again. She wants to have options. Moxie Monoxide wearing the pivot stripe for Newcastle. She's standing there. She can take that star. Is it Moxie?
The repercussions rounds again.
Booger's now out. Ooh.
That looked like a trip to me.
That was an out of play block. Booger not happy though. That looked like a hard fall.
And a timeout called for Newcastle.
Godzilla just having a chat to her bench staff there. Not too happy with the play in that last jam. They're going to have a quick chat. They've used their official review already, but that doesn't mean they can't get in the ref's ears.
And thank you, of course, to all of our referees. Everyone here is a volunteer today, and the referees bring a lot of style and a lot of class to the 5x5 tournaments.
All of these officials, volunteers today. 5x5 Derby would not be possible without them. Most of them doing back-to-back games all day.
And of course, from before, just a reminder, if you are interested in advertising with us or sponsoring a round of the 5x5, we still have the finals left. Send an email to advertise@downunderderby.tv. Advertise@downunderderby.tv. Joe Dirt on the jammer line, up against Holly Funk. Joe Dirt is through without too much ado on the outside line. Holly Funk half a track behind her. Newcastle trying to put some pace on.
Joe Dirt picks up 2 points and calls it. Nickel and diming it here. Nickel and dime's going to be all they need. Varsity don't need to smash Newcastle here to maintain their position in the grand final next month. All they need is the win.
Varsity, of course, have been incredibly consistent during the whole tournament.
Currently ranked number 2 in 5x5 competition. Also, number 1 and 2 in 5x5 are currently ranked number 1 and 2 in the whole of Eastern Region. Eastern Region competition looking a little different this year. The only previous winners of the SmackDown tournament, the Canberra Varsity Rollers and the Sydney Roller Derby League Assassins, neither of them have qualified for SmackDown this year. They haven't earned a ranking in the region. They're both focusing on WOOFTA rankings only. And by that, they're basically only playing interstate teams. So by not playing local teams, you don't earn a ranking in the local area. But that just means exciting things for Eastern Region, because it means, well, the rankings are a lot closer now.
More opportunities for more of the other leagues.
It means we will see a new team holding the SmackDown trophy up in October, which is going to be held right here in Niagara Park Stadium on the Central Coast. We'll be running 2 tracks side by side, back to back, all weekend long in October.
Repercussions called out for a track cut there. Power jam given to Newcastle. Holly Funk holding one eye as she skates around, looking like she had copped a bit of a hand to the eye.
Yeah, that didn't look comfortable for her, but she's still going, and she's just picked up 5 points. She kind of looks okay, but definitely looked uncomfortable. You can see why a lot of jammers now wearing that face shield. Cops to the face and not comfortable.
It doesn't seem to have slowed down Holly at all. Varsity jammer back on the track as well. And Holly forced behind the blockers, so she calls that jam off. Varsity certainly opening up the lead. Newcastle trying to chase that down.
5 points, 9 points added to Newcastle. That brings them to 34. They're now only 28 points behind. My maths is terrible. I am really sick too. I think about half the skaters here are. I know I brought my box of tissues with me today, and I had skaters in the last game coming over and borrowing them mid-game.
They were a mucusy bunch. Skaters, of course, their generosity, sharing the germs with the commentators. Thank you, skaters. Speaking of illness, Booger out there using all that she's got to make her way through as lead jammer.
Booger, a nice strong lead jammer status. Marilyn Tantrum tries to hold up Ginger Ale. Booger knocked down a bound. She calls it off. I don't know that she got any points. I know she got the 3. She did get her hips in front before she went out of bounds.
There's a fairly psychedelic pants there. Belle the Beast. Probably causing a little bit of interference to your viewing at home. Belle the Beast jamming for Varsity today, up against Debris from Newcastle. Varsity in the grey.
Look
Belle
at that
having to
wall.
cycle backwards and forwards time and time again, get through for lead jammer, while Debris is off to the penalty box for a track cut.
That was a tough wall. Debris going up against all 4 Varsity blockers in a strong box formation. They really forced her into that penalty situation. The formation setting up. They're trying to get a bunny at the back. All 4 Varsity blockers are pretty aggressive. Holding Mojo Malicious back there. Did the job. 5 points with Debris still in the box. I don't know about that strategy. Leaving a jammer in the box. Personally, I would prefer to have my team out there capitalizing on that scoring pass opportunity. Now they have to go and do their initial pass all over. All right, this power jam start. Joe Dirt going up against a big wall of Newcastle.
Joe Dirt, though, light on the feet, manages to skip her way through, getting the lead jammer position.
Hop, skip, and a jump. She just cleared that last blocker in midair.
She's got legs that are like 3 feet long, though.
They're pretty long. There's not much to her, but she makes use of every ounce of it. Up against a strong wall. Godzilla sold separately, taking it all the way to the outside. Oh, and a track cut straight out of the box for Debris. That's a tough call.
And Joe Dirt adding another 5 to Varsity's score.
Joe Dirt with just some really aware jamming. She let Godzilla take her all the way out of bounds. You can't push Godzilla back when she's got you engaged. She let her draw her all the way to the edge, calmly went out of bounds, re-entered and kept going. certainly smart and aware. You can't just push 100%. You have to use your brain as well as your brawn in this game. Godzilla, one of the most imposing skaters on the track. She's got moves, but these jammers have got agility, and they're using it to their advantage today. Fantastic Caliente lining up in the middle of the track to see if they can shut down Ginger Ale. Thunder Slut bracing from the side.
Ginger Ale, though, nothing if not persistent. She loses her footing, gets back up and tries for the outside line again. Managing to get past by virtue of the stationary pack.
It was a good execution of the 20-foot smack there by the Dockyard Dames. They've been practicing that, you can tell from their clear communication and formations.
Debris looking for the star pass. Takes the panty off, trying to find her pivot.
And she's done so. Nice, clean star pass. Fantastic now putting the star on. She's going to put some power down, force that call off.
Ginger Ale unperturbed, really. Little tap on the hips there to call that jam off.
It's good execution by Newcastle, keeping it to only 5 points despite all that work by Varsity. 84 points, now plays 37. Newcastle definitely still in this game. We've got 1 minute 15 left in the first period. We've seen Newcastle really turn the game around in the second period before, sometimes for the better, sometimes for the worse.
They do have a very big powerhouse in amongst all of those blockers. They are solid players.
They are solid, but if you have a look on the track, Varsity not slight themselves. They have some very strong lane covering bodies, I would describe it as.
Lane covering bodies.
Red Hot Chili Pepper showing exactly what that means to Holly Funk there. Holding her up.
Pepper. A bit of a joust with Godzilla.
I know certainly when Southside are preparing for a game against Varsity, there's a couple of names that always come up in the discussions. Red Hot Chili Pepper, Terra Smackdoll, the Cleaver, Main Event. They are pivotal players in their packs. They cover the track. They shut our jammers down, and they're doing a pretty good job out there today against Newcastle.
And halftime being called. Scoreboard reads Varsity 93, Newcastle 37. And we will be back here with the game in just a few short moments.
Before we go to the ads, I'm just going to bring up the penalty boards. Here we can see pretty clean for Newcastle. No one on more than 2 penalties. Certainly nothing to worry about there. Over on the Varsity side, again, we're looking pretty clean. No one on more than 2 penalties. So that basically means we're going to be set up in the next period for some full contact derby as no one holds back. We're going to cut to some ads now. Thank you to our wonderful sponsors making this possible. We have 15 minutes of halftime. We're going to come back for the second period. Varsity Derby League, the Dishonor Rollers going up against Newcastle Dockyard Dames.
Better Bearings is value for money. All our bearings have an ABEX 7 rating or over, so you buy quality and you don't have to pay a fortune for it. At Better Bearings, we're all about better service. We know what we're talking about. If you've got problems, give us a call.
Has this ever happened to you? Fumbling your marker. Your marker's not working. Trying trying to scrub off those pesky markers in the shower.
I have a severe sweating problem. Before I got my Spank Alley armbands, the refs were always telling me to reapply my numbers. But now, I can stay in the game.
My Spank Alley armband's second as a rope. Now I can lock up the competition. Thanks, Spank Alley.
But wait, there's more. If you order now, you'll get not just one, but 2 armbands. That's one for each of your arms.
Thanks, Spank Alley.
Spank Alley armbands. Get spanked.
Easy to clean. Our complete maintenance packages have everything you need to keep your bearings clean and keep you rolling. Better bearings are reliable and long-lasting. Spend less time mucking around with your gear and more time on the track. betterbearings.com.au.
Hi, I'm Susie from Sydney Derby Skates. We stock a wide range of products from all the best brands. Did you know that the Sydney Derby Skates website is up to date with stock levels and will only let you buy something if it's actually in stock? We pride ourselves on having awesome customer service and very quick delivery. Usually items are sent the very same day you place your order.
Easy to maintain. Our high-end bearings are self-healing, and all of our bearings are easy to maintain.
The Sydney Dogs and Cats Home takes in over 4,000 homeless animals every year. The job of finding new owners can take up to several months, and upgrades to the pet enclosures are urgently needed. You can help by making a tax-deductible donation or adopting a pet yourself. Go to sydneydogsandcatshome.org to find out more and help give these animals what they need most, a loving home. This ad is sponsored in part by IAMS Pet Food.
Better Bearings is value for money. All our bearings have an ABEX 7 rating or over, so you buy quality and you don't have to pay a fortune for it. At Better Bearings, we're all about better service. We know what we're talking about. If you've got problems, give us a call.
Has this ever happened to you? Fumbling your marker. Your marker's not working. Trying to scrub off those pesky markers in the shower.
I have a severe sweating problem. Before I got my Spank Alley armbands, the refs were always telling me to reapply my numbers. But now, I can stay in the game.
My Spank Alley armband's second as a rope. Now I can lock up the competition. Thanks, Spank Alley.
But wait, there's more. If you order now, you'll get not just one, but 2 armbands. That's one for each of your arms.
Thanks, Spank Alley.
Spank Alley armbands. Get spanked.
Easy to clean. Our complete maintenance packages have everything you need to keep your bearings clean and keep you rolling. Better bearings are reliable and long-lasting. Spend less time mucking around with your gear and more time on the track. betterbearings.com.au.
Hi, I'm Susie from Sydney Derby Skates. We stock a wide range of products from all the best brands. Did you know that the Sydney Derby Skates website is up to date with stock levels and will only let you buy something if it's actually in stock? We pride ourselves on having awesome customer service and very quick delivery. Usually items are sent the very same day you place your order.
Easy to maintain. Our high-end bearings are self-healing, and all of our bearings are easy to maintain.
The Sydney Dogs and Cats Home takes in over 4,000 homeless animals every year. The job of finding new owners can take up to several months, and upgrades to the pet enclosures are urgently needed. You can help by making a tax-deductible donation or adopting a pet yourself. Go to sydneydogsandcatshome.org to find out more and help give these animals what they need most, a loving home. This ad is sponsored in part by IAMS Pet Food.
Better Bearings is value for money. All our bearings have an ABEX 7 rating or over, so you buy quality and you don't have to pay a fortune for it. At Better Bearings, we're all about better service. We know what we're talking about. If you've got problems, give us a call.
Has this ever happened to you? Fumbling your marker. Your marker's not working. Trying to scrub off those pesky markers in the shower.
I have a severe sweating problem. Before I got my Spank Alley armbands, the refs were always telling me to reapply my numbers. But now, I can stay in the game.
My Spank Alley armband's second as a rope. Now I can lock up the competition. Thanks, Spank Alley.
But wait, there's more. If you order now, you'll get not just one, but 2 armbands. That's one for each of your arms.
Thanks, Spank Alley.
Spank Alley armbands. Get spanked.
Easy to clean. Our complete maintenance packages have everything you need to keep your bearings clean and keep you rolling. Better bearings are reliable and long-lasting. Spend less time mucking around with your gear and more time on the track. betterbearings.com.au.
Hi, I'm Susie from Sydney Derby Skates. We stock a wide range of products from all the best brands. Did you know that the Sydney Derby Skates website is up to date with stock levels and will only let you buy something if it's actually in stock? We pride ourselves on having awesome customer service and very quick delivery. Usually items are sent the very same day you place your order.
Easy to maintain. Our high-end bearings are self-healing, and all of our bearings are easy to maintain.
The The Sydney Dogs and Cats Home takes in over 4,000 homeless animals every year. The job of finding new owners can take up to several months, and upgrades to the pet enclosures are urgently needed. You can help by making a tax-deductible donation or adopting a pet yourself. Go to sydneydogsandcatshome.org to find out more and help give these animals what they need most, a loving home. This ad is sponsored in part by IAMS Pet Food.
Better Bearings is value for money. All our bearings have an ABEX 7 rating or over, so you buy quality and you don't have to pay a fortune for it. At Better Bearings, we're all about better service. We know what we're talking about. If you've got problems, give us a call.
Has this ever happened to you? Fumbling your marker. Your marker's not working. Trying to scrub off those pesky markers in the shower.
I have a severe sweating problem. Before I got my Spank Alley armbands, the refs were always telling me to reapply my numbers. But now, I can stay in the game.
My Spank Alley armband's second as a rope. Now I can lock up the competition. Thanks, Spank Alley.
But wait, there's more. If you order now, you'll get not just one, but 2 armbands. That's one for each of your arms.
Thanks, Spank Alley.
Spank Alley armbands. Get spanked.
Easy to clean. Our complete maintenance packages have everything you need to keep your bearings clean and keep you rolling.
Welcome back. This is the second half of Varsity Derby League, the Dishonour Rollers versus Newcastle Roller Derby League, the Dockyard Dames. Scoreboard leading heavily in favour of Varsity, 93 points up against Newcastle 37. My name is Melodrama and I am here with Colonel Panic.
Welcome back, sports fans. Some exciting derby here today. 93 plays 37 really doesn't tell you just how close it is. I think the telling thing is the clean penalties. So here we have Varsity, only 2 skaters, Bell the Beast and Repercussions with 2 penalties, 2 more with 1 and the rest of the team clean. And why isn't it switching? Switch. Newcastle. A couple more skaters on 2, but no one in any sign of penalty drama.
And Booger is back on the jam line. We saw her jamming quite a lot in the first half for Newcastle.
Booger with a really powerful jamming style. It's been quite successful for her so far.
She's up against Lady Painicorn. Only saw her once on the jam line in the first half. Fresh legs.
Varsity really dazzling us with some booty shorts.
Yes.
Thunderslut picking up a back block there. Forearms even. Forcing Lady Painicorn out of bounds, destroying the track tape in the process. But it was long enough to allow Booger to get lead jammer. Varsity calling to speed the pack up there. It kind of seemed to work. Booger picking up just that solitary point for all of that work. That's going to be tough. That was a good call from the varsity pack. They're very clear verbal to speed it up. Thunder sitting in the box, looking on hopefully. But a big strong wall up in front for the Dockyard Dames. Going to try and stop Joe Dirt. Meanwhile, Jilly Pepper and the Cleaver bookending a strong wall of Dishonor Rollers.
Joe Dirt bouncing past Godzilla with one to beat. She goes through on one leg and she's lead jammer.
Footwork and slide there. Really good control by Joe Dirt to get that lead jammer, but it's a strong wall of purple. Going for a bit of points denial. Joe Dirt only picking up one there. Both teams really aware of where their hips are on the track at all times, keeping these points low.
Newcastle captain Holly Funk back on the jammer line against Ginger Ale. Both packs getting down low. Jammer's really not getting much of an opportunity to get on through. Both packs of blockers giving a very hard time, very solid defence.
Yeah, these walls have been very strong. Both jammers getting through pretty quickly there. Agile and smart. Ginger Ale just right behind Holly Funk. But Ginger Ale with the lead jammer calls it off.
Good pressure there by Holly Funk. Ginger Ale, of course, all of the luxury of being in front, able to call it off whenever she wanted to. Varsity not in a hurry. They are 56 points in front.
Booger trying something a little different. She's going to get a 30-foot run-up. Going to try and time that whistle. I guess with the current false start rules, as long as at least one skate's behind the line, the worst that's going to happen is you have to stop and go again. Hippie Hardass picks up a penalty while trying to stop that varsity jammer. Bella the Beast rubbing her nose. Looks like she took a bit of a cop to the face. The pack in disarray there. J-Peps forcing Thunder out of bounds, trying to get the bunny. Now Booger and Thunder both trapped at the back of the pack.
Booger, though, with the long reaching arms, executing a star pass.
It was well orchestrated. Booger and Thunder both side by side. Neither of them with a star on their helmet. Playing a bit of distraction.
Yes, indeed. Not giving Sass any opportunity, though. Varsity calling that jam off after scoring 8 points. Varsity eclipsing the 100-point mark. And that is when we ask you to go to Sydney Dogs and Cats home webpage and think about adopting a cat or dog.
Yeah, 100 points equals 100 cats. Is that the way it works?
I'm not sure how many you need for a good soup, but repercussions jamming for Varsity in the grey. Up on the toes, trying to stay in bounds. Forced out by Godzilla. Who is then forced off for a multiplayer block.
Godzilla with some strong blocking on repercussions there. She had it contained, but it was that last little hit over the line that got her the penalty. Jilly Pepper, though, all over the Dockyard Dames jammer. She sent Fantastic flying all the way to the suicide seats. Gave repercussions plenty of time to get out. And with that hip awareness, not a single point earned by Fantastic, despite all that work getting lead.
With 24 minutes left in this game. 24 minutes left in the normal games for the 5x5. This is the last of the opportunities for both of these teams to make an impression on the leaderboard.
One blocker each in the box, but Godzilla sold separately is standing. Holly Funk. Duke's left, Duke's right, Duke's back to the left, and gets a strong lead jammer. Some big hits going on in the pack. Mojo Malicious just slamming number 375 Ginger Ale all over the track. She knocked her out of bounds on the inside. She knocked her out of bounds on the outside.
Ginger Ale still trying to make her way through. Multiplayer block called on one of her blockers.
Newcastle Dockyard Dames having a bit of a race to the penalty box here. Case Sass and Thunderslut both serving time. 5 points picked up by Newcastle. Holly Funk skates back to the bench. She looks a little out of breath. That was a tough jam. Taking Newcastle's total to 43. 22 minutes 58. They can turn this around. It's going to be an uphill battle from here.
Booger will be trying to make the scores flip over. Sylvia Psychopath jamming for Varsity in the grey. Only 2 Newcastle blockers for Sylvia to beat though. A full pack of 4 for Varsity. Varsity cycling around, holding Booger back. The pack is still moving though.
Oh, and Booger going for blocking with the head penalty. You can see, well, the star has even just fallen off her head. No, it's just vaguely dangling on there.
Sylvia Psychopath sent off as well for a track cut.
Double jammer down. It's a bit of a weird situation in Derby. We're going to see both jammers seated for just a moment. Booger now back on the track, but no one with lead. 1 minute 18 left in this jam.
Sylvia standing in the penalty box. She will be out in a few seconds. Newcastle unable to take advantage of being the only jammer on the track.
Joe Dirt draws Booger all the way back 20 feet.
Sylvia through for a 5-point pass. Just the quick left foot there on the inside line gets her through.
Hippie Hardass makes strong contact with an outside pack ref there. I think it was just...
she bounced off his chest.
Yeah, it wasn't an intentional contact.
Another 5-point pass for Varsity.
Joe Dirt picking up a penalty, wearing the pivot stripe.
And Sass with the star pass for Newcastle.
Marilyn Tantrum, not sure what the penalty was, but I'm pretty sure she managed to incidentally contact the Varsity jammer in the head with her forearm. Whatever it was a little naughty. Oh, that's good. All right, a bit of calm before the storm. They're occupying the pivot line here. They're going old school. Joe Dirt's wearing the pivot stripe for Varsity, though, so they can't be right on the line. Godzilla and Thunderslut backs up the pack.
Fantastic trying to push away past Varsity. Ginger Ale.
Nice work by Godzilla, using a bit of a bullet technique to push Ginger Ale out of bounds.
Sent off for her troubles, though.
Tough call. It's hard to play defense that strong, but that clean. Fantastic lead jammer for the Dockyard Dames. She's looking comfortable out there in the jammer star the last couple of outings. Thunderslut bridging there as Caliente tries to hold up Ginger Ale. Only for a moment though. Fantastic. Squeezes the hips pass for 2 and calls it. Nickel and diming is helpful, but it's not what they need at this point. They're going to need
It's
to
not a
pull
game
something
winner,
out.
is it?
No, they're going to have to pull out some big jams to get back in this.
There's still enough time, though. There's 19 minutes left in this game. Newcastle certainly are capable of pulling back from this sort of gap.
Yeah, Newcastle do have more skaters on their bench, so they can go deeper, but penalty trouble's not something that Varsity has to worry about. If I count correctly, they have a total of 9 penalties across the whole team. That's nothing.
Holly Funk held behind the wall of Varsity.
Repercussions with a strong lead. Pushing, pushing, pushing. 5 points in the sky. Single by Jamref marching orders. Debris picking up a penalty. She's going to serve 30 seconds. Now Holly Funk is out. She doesn't have lead jammer though. Repercussions just picks up some clean points and calls it off. 4 more. Bringing in the jam total to 9. And the game total to 129.
At this point of the game, I would like to say thank you to Sydney Derby Skates. Sydney Derby Skates, a proud sponsor of the 5x5 tournament. Thank you also to Better Bearings, Flash Ramps and Tavish Designs. If you're interested in advertising for the 5x5 finals, send an email to advertise@downunderderby.tv.
Fantastic pushing against a strong wall there. Draws a multiplayer block and that tweet from the jam ref to signal lead jammer. It's what they need at this point. Booger doing a good job at shutting down number 7.
Bell the Beast.
Bell the Beast.
In those unforgettable shorts.
They are quite hypnotic.
Varsity blockers trying to help their jammer out. Bell the Beast trying to make her way through the inside line. I thought I saw a gap as well, but it closed up awfully quickly.
Fantastic. Some really smart jamming there. I saw her just taking a breather. She directed her pack where she wanted, and then she put the gas on right when the hole opened up. She didn't waste time bashing against a hole that wasn't there.
She also offered enough interference to hold Bell the Beast back. Just long enough for the pack to close back around her. Excellent jamming there for Newcastle.
I think the jam total was only 5. Really good points awareness by the Varsity blockers, keeping their hips in front of Fantastic there. Only 5 points for all that effort, and we now have a team timeout from the Dockyard Dames.
75 points the gap. 16 minutes left in this game. Is it possible that Newcastle could pull this one out of the bag?
I think it's possible. You got to say it's unlikely at this point, especially with the penalty board as clean as it is. All Varsity have to do from here on out is play clean, calm derby. And they've been doing it all season long. I don't think I've seen them rattled yet this year.
They are a very calm team. Starts with the Zen benching from Sheriff.
Yeah, boy, it is. He's always so calm. He's quiet. He's very polite to the officials. He's polite to the opposing team.
Demolicious quietly working away behind him as well.
Varsity certainly run a strong bench every time I've gone up against them. They've been a tough opponent. They've been a polite opponent, but they hit hard. There's no denying how hard the hits are.
And Holly Funk is back for Newcastle in the purple, up against Joe Dirt for Varsity.
Joe Dirt, she looks like she's got a plan. In lane 4, she's looking across, going diagonal.
Varsity with that 3-4 pack advantage. Joe Dirt through as lead jammer.
That look in her eyes, you knew she knew where she was going, and she just executed that beautifully. Fake to the outside, Duke to the inside. Lee Jammer in about 3 seconds. Holly Fun Count, though, on a scoring pass herself.
Joe Dirt losing her feet. High fives to opposition Godzilla.
Godzilla putting a big hit. Joe Dirt ending up in the laps of a bunch of Newcastle supporters out there on the entrance to turn 3, but it's smiles and high fives all around.
Thunder jamming, I think, for the first time tonight.
It is. She did say just a couple of hours ago she would not be jamming with that tonsillitis, but...
Star passes don't count. But she's jamming for reals at the start.
I guess they got nothing to lose at this point. Their jammers are getting a little bit tired. She's got some strength on her. She's got a powerful jamming technique, and that's going to work against a wall like that.
Debris comes in and tries to help.
Main event and repercussions. Thunder's pushing, and she has Lee Jammer. She looks pretty happy about that. Debris and Booger.
Out of play block called on Debris. She obviously didn't hear the warnings of the referees, and she's sent to the penalty box.
It was a
Not
nice
in
double
a hurry,
team
though.
effort. Double team effort. Thunder hits that wall, scores 3 points, and calls good, clean points. Bringing their total to 57. That's just what the Dames need. Debris had a couple of penalties tonight. That's unlike her. I guess she's blocking a little more than I'm used to seeing her.
That last penalty just seemed to me that she just wasn't paying any attention to the referee. She was busy focusing on the other players, didn't hear that she was out of play, and blocked anyway.
J-Peps doing what she does best, forcing Fantastic out of bounds, drawing her back 40 feet, but hangs out the back just that beat too long and picks up the failure to return penalty from head ref. Game over. Out first is Fantastic, but she picked up the no pass, no penalty because she never passed J-Peps. That makes Ginger Ale eligible for lead. She picks it up and calls it off. 5 unopposed points for Fantastic, though. And we have a hamburger call from the Dockyard Dames bench. They're going to review that. I'm not sure what they're going to review there. Normally the rules on official review is you would review it if your jammer's in the box, you want to get them out. If the opposing jammer did something questionable and you think you can get them in, or if you can change your point score.
Unlikely that they would be using this official review as a bogus timeout. Still 12, nearly 13 minutes left in this game.
Well, they are stating their concerns to the referees. In-house commentator Pure Energy in her cow pants is going to find out what happened. We'll just listen in.
It's not just pants, you know. It's a whole suit. She's just popped a singlet over the top. Sydney Derby Skates proud to bring you Pure Energy. She's doing the house call.
Okay, if I'm interpreting this correctly, the official review is challenging the lead jammer status. I think what they're saying is because J-Peps went to the box, Newcastle should have earned lead, and thus Varsity couldn't have been lead. Yeah. Yeah, so they're saying the challenge is about the lead status, and thus I think that they want the varsity jammer in the box for illegally calling off a jam when not lead. Refs disagree with all of that. Anyway, they lose their review. No extra penalties will be assessed. And we're going to see 2 jammers starting on the track.
And those 2 jammers, Holly Funk from Newcastle up against Joe Dirt for Varsity in the grey. Joe Dirt having some trouble getting past the Newcastle wall. Holly Funk driven back behind Lady Panicorn. Little nudge of Panicorn as she goes past. Knocked out of bounds there.
Lady Panicorn very calm on the track. She just tipped Holly Funk out of bounds, skated back 20 feet, made her re-enter legally, and then just did it again straight afterwards. 2 in a row. And third time lucky. No?
I thought it was going to get called as a track cut, Colonel Panic.
The jam refs were definitely conferring with the OPRs. It did look like it was going to be a track cut. Lady Panicorn's hands were in the air, indicating where she was on the track and that she was had superior position, but
sometimes, of course, that is a bit of a con, isn't it? Blockers throw up their hands. It was me. She was behind me.
I would like to say I've never done that, but I would be lying.
You have. I've seen you.
If you think you're close, you throw your hands up like you're forcing your card. It's, benefit of the doubt and all that. You don't know where your own hips are sometimes.
Another official review sees those cow pants kicking the feet up, skipping on over. I was sure she was going to fall.
I kind of want cow pants myself right now.
And here's a bit of an opportunity to show you how the penalty board is looking. Nothing much going on for Varsity.
Things heating up a little bit on the Newcastle side. Debris, the last couple of jams, has picked up 5. Marilyn Tantrum, you can see sitting there in the box right now. She's on her 4th.
And a full penalty reenactment happening there. Solo by Pure Energy. I can't actually understand a word she's saying, so I don't really know what she is saying. All the same, those pants are hypnotic.
Varsity are looking for a track cut on the Newcastle jammer for something that happened on the entrance to turn 3, but other than that, I'm not really sure what Energy's talking about.
Perhaps that was the track cut that we called earlier.
I think she's saying it happened over there on the pivot line, but she's just reenacting it over on turn 3. So yes, that is exactly the one we were discussing earlier. That is what is being reviewed.
You know the difference.
The referees are having a chat about it. That was a valid review. I would be challenging that. It looked like a review from here, and I've got a terrible angle. The bench has definitely got a better angle of that stuff.
And they are closer as well.
And the refs, there was clearly some confusion and discussion with the refs. Whenever that happens, it's often a good sign for a review because it's possibly a miscommunication.
This review, of course, brought to you by Sydney Derby Skates.
Oh, okay, and that
Successful.
review is successful.
Holly Funk sent to the penalty box now, giving a power jam to repercussions from Varsity. Newcastle, 3 blockers only, 1 blocker in the penalty box.
So that's our second official review successful of the night.
I feel that's a statistical anomaly.
That is. I think one of the tricks is the enunciation and clarity from the captain and alternate providing the challenge. I know Sheriff's technique is quite skillful at that. He knows the rules inside out. He knows the correct verbiage so that the refs have no question about what he's reviewing and what the outcome he would like.
He doesn't do the reenactment, though, that Pure Energy did. Perhaps
think
if he had different pants.
It could be the pants.
He needs cow pants.
He doesn't do the pantomime either. Rampage in the last game very much did a pantomime of acting out the...
That's how Rampage rolls, though.
It is how he rolls. He acts out.
It's a pantomime for Rampage every day.
That is true.
He brings energy to the track.
Anyway, the end result is a Power Jam start for Repercussions in the Varsity Derby League.
She sneaks on through on the inside line, beating Godzilla and gets lead jammer. She asks her blockers to give her a hand, though, so she can sneak on through the outside line, chest to chest with Godzilla, but through on her 5-point pass.
Some good strong edges. She looks like she's got those green monster morph wheels. They're clearly giving her some grip on this track. As
She probably has better bearings.
I imagine she does have better bearings. She's got some speed on her. Better bearings, I know, give you speed.
5 more points added to Varsity. This is a 10-point jam for them so far. Holly Funk hoping to apply pressure to her. And Sheriff acknowledges the pressure, asks his jammer to call the jam off. And she does so as she beats Godzilla. Scoreboard looking very healthy in Varsity's favour. 142, 145, playing 62.
13 points unopposed for Repercussions, really taking advantage of that successful official review there. 10 minutes, 18 left on the game clock. Jam number 16 about to start. Fantastic. Wearing the star for the Dames.
Up against Sylvia Psychopath.
Definitely not one of the regular jammers for Varsity, but she's been showing some good form. Clean jamming, low penalty counts is such an important thing for a jammer starting out. It gives you confidence to push harder and score more points.
Fantastic, swinging left and right like a pendulum, trying to make her way past. She's sent to the penalty box for a track cut.
Tough call there for Fantastic. It was quite a minor track cut, but there's no such thing as minors in the rules these days. It's either a track cut or it's not.
And Sylvia takes full advantage of that. She is now the lead jammer and rounds the corner for her first scoring pass.
J-Pep's beautiful break up of the wall there. She just steps through, puts her hips between the Newcastle blockers and just basically took the strength away of the wall. Sylvia Psychopath calls off the jam with direction from the Varsity bench, and they're going to send out those hypnotic pants for a power jam start, leaving Fantastic still in the box.
Ginger Ale standing on the jammer line as well, but she has the pivot panty on.
Just 8 minutes 38. Big thank you to our sponsors. Sydney Derby Skates, Better Bearings, Flash Ramps, Tavish Designs. Without them, we wouldn't have the bandwidth to bring you this in glorious high definition. Jam is underway. We have a full passive offense from the Varsity wall as they set up to contain Fantastic. Main event though, she picked up a low block there trying to contain Fanny.
Varsity pulling lead jammer status.
Belle of the Beast draws that penalty on Godzilla, sold separately, and she earned lead. She's now fighting in a tough wall. So is Fantastic. Oh!
Nearly making it through, ballet style. Belle the Beast finding the floor though, but she is past now.
Belle of the Beast stays in bounds but goes down and got recycled. She's looking tired.
I'd say she winded herself just then, gasping for air as she calls that jam off.
This floor might be sprung, but it sure hurts when you land on your back like that. Good awareness, though. Sheriff signaling the call off. 5 points unopposed for Varsity, extending to 155. They are now 9-0, 90 points in the lead.
We do appreciate when the teams are spaced in such a way that we can do the maths.
Yes, these cold and flu tablets probably shouldn't be combining them with alcohol at this point, but it makes for more fun commentary.
Holly Funk jamming for Newcastle, stuck behind a stationary wall of Varsity blockers, needing some help from the Newcastle blockers, while Joe Dirt rounds the corner for her scoring pass. Thrusting the hips backwards, making it 5 more points for Varsity. Another pirouette, another 5 points. And the star stashed in the hand, Holly Funk putting the star back on. Her initial pass is completed and she hits the blockers, marches her way past. Back against the Cleaver. Cleaver having to relent. 4 points added to Newcastle's score. Thank you to all of our non-skating officials here today. There is a small army of them, and that's what we need to make Derby work. So if you're watching at home and you think, can't really skate, but I want to be a part of this Derby, get in contact with your local league and see if they are recruiting for non-skating officials. Only 5 and a bit minutes left for this game.
Both teams really looking in good spirits here. We're seeing high fives on and off the track. Big hits coming from both teams, but they're safe hits. We're not seeing any jams called off for injury this game. I'm going to touch wood on that. But everyone seems to be really enjoying themselves. Newcastle were not expecting to win this one. But I really think with the performance they put on, 65 points and keeping Varsity to just 168 so far, you've got to say they're a favourite for third in the 5x5 at this point.
You would expect so, yes.
I'm really looking forward to seeing the finals hosted by Southside Derby Dolls in August.
That's right, August the 29th.
If things finish the way they are, we're going to see a grand final of the Force versus Varsity Derby League's Dishonour Rollers. And then third and fourth, well, I have no idea who's going to be fourth. It looks like Newcastle's going to finish third, I think.
Marilyn Tantrum for Newcastle, starting off with a star pass right on the jam line.
A little bit of confusion there. Skaters so focused they did not hear that call off.
Just a reminder to everyone watching at home, we still have one more game left. Blue Mountains Free Sisters plays our hosts today, Central Coast Valkyries.
And lead jammer for the Dockyard Danes. Big cheer from the crowd. Kay Sass
nearly putting on too much sass and celebration. Nearly losing a footing there. Manages to pull it back in time though.
There's a big Newcastle crowd sitting on turn 3, cheering their girls on. 3 points to nothing. A good points haul there for the Dockyard Dames. An experienced wall on the track now. Marilyn Tantrum, Thunderslut, Debris, and Godzilla. Captain Holly Funk lining up to jam against Repercussions. They have a blocker advantage, but 666 Terra Smackdoll is already out of the box and she's coming up. Marilyn Tantrum though, nice, just hip thrust. Oh, she thought she had the cut, but she was out of play. That beat too long. Repercussion, she ended up in the NSO's laps over there on turn 1. That was a big hit out. Varsity says, well, if you can do that, we can do it better. And they knock Holly Funk out and draw her back on turn 1. Neither jam are out of the pack still. Holly Funk closest, but a whistle blown there. Someone's going to the box. It's not Repercussions. It's Godzilla. She's going to join Marilyn Tantrum in the box, setting up a big blocker advantage for Varsity going into Jam 22.
Marilyn Tantrum standing in the penalty box though. She only has a few more seconds. Just enough time though for Bell to break on past, I would imagine.
It's getting a little chilly here in the Niagara Park Stadium on the Central Coast. Seeing beanies all over the crowd, but on the track it's definitely still hot action. Those shorts, number 7, Bella the Beast, certainly appear to be doing their job of distracting Newcastle enough to earn her lead jammer status. And a star pass, or a star stash at least, for Kay Sass.
Bench manager Sheriff urging Bell to call that jam off. Another 4 quick points for Varsity as they build on their already significant lead.
And we are now within the final 2 minutes of this game. Both teams have timeouts left.
And just a reminder of who played today. Varsity Derby League, Joe Dirt, Spanky, main event, Cherry Bomb, Red Hot Chili Pepper, Lady Painicorn, Ginger Ale, Sylvia Psychopath, The Cleaver, Terra Smackdoll, Bell the Beast, Repercussions, and Maleficent Mara.
Another strong lead jammer for Ginger Ale. These teams, even though there's a minute 45 left and the winner's pretty much secured by Varsity, points still matter. These games go to Eastern Region rankings. The points percentage is what they play for in these games. Points percentage, certainly the more strategic way to play a game. Means racking up your own score is not really relevant if the other team is scoring at the same rate. So Varsity, they really want to play some defense, keep Newcastle's score low.
Ginger Ale putting another 4 on the board for Varsity. It's 9 in total for this jam. This jam, the last for this game. And just a reminder of who played today for Newcastle. Fantastic, Caliente, Dutchy, Marilyn Tantrum, Booger, Mojo, Malicious, Holly Funk, Sass, Queen Slander, Hippie, Hardass, Debris, Ginger Rage, Moxie Monoxide, Godzilla sold separately, and Thunderslut.
And there is your final score. The jam ref's just doing a quick total check, but the rule change nearly 12 months ago, meaning they can only update the last jam score. So we should really quickly see the final score. There it is. Wait for the scoreboard to kick over, but the head ref has signaled final score 184 to the Dishonor Rollers, 83 to the Newcastle Dockyard Dames.
And a very clean game here today.
Marilyn Tantrum and Debris both finishing on 5. But I think the really telling sign is how clean Varsity played. Really
Very
impressive
clean,
stuff.
very calm.
Especially turning around from their last game against Southside where they had a couple of foul outs. Brilliant stuff. Really solidifying their second place ranking. Newcastle will have to wait for the final mass. I'm going to need a spreadsheet for that, but I'm pretty sure that's going to be good enough to earn them a third place seed. Third or fourth for sure.
And as the players have their celebration going around and meeting the crowd, we will leave you with these images, but we will be back in a few short minutes as Colonel Panic interviews a player from each of those teams. Stay tuned.
All right, and we're here with the winners of Game 3 for the night, Varsity Dishonour Rollers. It's kind of cold here in the stadium, but that was a hot game to watch. How was it out on the track? Really different to the last game you guys played.
It was. Every game's a challenge, but it was a lot of fun.
I saw a lot of high fives out there between the teams. Good sports out there. You guys had to change jam rotation for this game. How did you adopt? Like, your penalty board was so clean.
I think that's the cleanest.
I think that's about the cleanest game yet this season. But no, it's good. We've got a really talented B team in the Rogue Scholars, and a lot of really great players who are coming up through that. So we gave a lot of them a shot today, and they were outstanding on track. They really had a great game. So good to see them out there.
It was certainly impressive to watch. How are you going to adapt this game going into the final next month?
We can't tell you that.
I feel like this is the wrong conversation to be having with you.
Maybe. Certainly the clean play, I think, is what really had it. There was a couple of lead changes early on, and both teams were on the same sort of penalties. They started racking them up. You guys started scoring the points. It always seems to be the way in Derby.
Yeah, we were really focusing on staying calm and playing lockdown defence, and I think that's really helped us a lot for this game to try and pull back some of those crazy penalties that we get and had in previous games. So, yeah.
Well, it's very good to watch. We'll see you on the track in Liverpool in a month's time. I'll be on the other side for that game. Good luck, and we'll see you then.
Fantastic. Look forward to it.
See ya.
See ya.
Hiya.
Alright, and I'm joined here by Godzilla and Booger of the Dockyard Dames. That looked like a really fun game to play. There was high fives all around.
It was. It's the first time we've played varsity, so we got a really good opportunity to play with these guys. They have a good reputation of being hard but fun and fair, and I think that's exactly what it was.
Yeah, it was a bit of a shock to my system to have someone block me as hard as I like to jam.
True.
Well, we did see some lead changes early on. The first period penalty board was so clean.
Yeah.
I was shocked, and it was keeping the game clean. How was that first period? You guys were on fire.
I think that was because we were just playing really calm, hoping for the best. Are we all sharing microphones now?
No, we're good.
Okay. But yeah, we didn't know what to expect, so we just sort of were tapping it out. We had a Happy Gilmore first half. Just tap it out, tap it out.
I think we decided to definitely play like our game and not worry about how they played.
It really showed. And then the second period, we saw a bit more old school derby. I saw a lot of jammers in the suicide seats. I think I even saw some under the NSO table. Looked like a bit of fun.
Maybe. Got to remind people not to pass you every now and then.
Yeah,
no comment.
There was a few revenge hits going on.
We don't revenge hit because we can't remember. So it can't be revenge. Just opportunistic. Yeah.
Well, I think certainly that adage that if you go to the box, you don't score the points, applied in the second period.
Yeah.
I think that means you guys qualify for the third, fourth place at the finals. I haven't run the maths, but I think it does.
We hope so. We just want to have another game, keep going away. We've had a very developing team this year, so we were just hoping and seeing what we want to do and keep chipping away at our goals. So that was a whole lot of nonsense, but stuff and things. Hi.
Well, I was really happy that we came away with only 101 points in it. I think it shows our progression.
Yeah, if you guys can bring that first period game to the finals, I think it's going to be really, really exciting
We're
stuff.
probably going to go away and chase some people thinking that the zombies are after us, and then find heavy stuff and then pick it up and then put it back down again and then look at it and then pick it up again.
Yeah.
And then put it back down again
And
then
then-
repeat.
And
then
then
the
run
zombies.
from zombies, a bit of cardio, zombie cardio.
Zombie cardio. I think that's going to be for our next game.
I like that.
Well, thank you for putting on such an entertaining game. We're going to sign off and come back for the final game of the night, the host league, Central Coast, the Valkyries going up against Blue Mountains.
Yeah,
You going to stick around?
Look, I'm at least going to stretch. And
Stretching's
hopefully
good.
that stretching will let me see some game.
Excellent. Thank you, guys. We'll see you on the track.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Better bearings are reliable and long-lasting. Spend less time mucking around with your gear and more time on the track. betterbearings.com.au.
Hi, I'm Susie from Sydney Derby Skates. We stock a wide range of products from all the best brands. Did you know that the Sydney Derby Skates website is up to date with stock levels and will only let you buy something if it's actually in stock? We pride ourselves on having awesome customer service and very quick delivery. Usually items are sent the very same day you place your order.
Easy to maintain. Our high-end bearings are self-healing, and all of our bearings are easy to maintain.
The Sydney Dogs and Cats Home takes in over 4,000 homeless animals every year. The job of finding new owners can take up to several months, and upgrades to the pet enclosures are urgently needed. You can help by making a tax-deductible donation or adopting a pet yourself. Go to sydneydogsandcatshome.org to find out more and help give these animals what they need most, a loving home. This ad is sponsored in part by IAMS Pet Food.
Better Bearings is value for money. All our bearings have an ABEX 7 rating or over, so you buy quality and you don't have to pay a fortune for it. At Better Bearings, we're all about better service. We know what we're talking about. If you've got problems, give us a call.
Has this ever happened to you? Fumbling your marker. Your marker's not working. Trying to scrub off those pesky markers in the shower.
I have a severe sweating problem. Before I got my Spank Alley armbands, the refs were always telling me to reapply my numbers. But now, I can stay in the game.
My Spank Alley armband's second as a rope. Now I can lock up the competition. Thanks, Spank Alley!
But wait, there's more. If you order now, you'll get not just one, but 2 armbands. That's one for each of your arms.
Thanks, Spank Alley!
Spank Alley armbands. Get spanked.
Easy to clean. Our complete maintenance packages have everything you need to keep your bearings clean and keep you rolling. Better bearings are reliable and long-lasting. Spend less time mucking around with your gear and more time on the track. betterbearings.com.au.
Hi, I'm Susie from Sydney Derby Skates. We stock a wide range of products from all the best brands. Did you know that the Sydney Derby Skates website is up to date with stock levels and will only let you buy something if it's actually in stock? We pride ourselves on having awesome customer service and very quick delivery. Usually items are sent the very same day you place your order.
Easy to maintain. Our high-end bearings are self-healing, and all of our bearings are easy to maintain.
The Sydney Dogs and Cats Home takes in over 4,000 homeless animals every year. The job of finding new owners can take up to several months, and upgrades to the pet enclosures are urgently needed. You can help by making a tax-deductible donation or adopting a pet yourself. Go to sydneydogsandcatshome.org to find out more and help give these animals what they need most, a loving home. This ad is sponsored in part by IAMS Pet Food.
Better Bearings is value for money. All our bearings have an ABEX 7 rating or over, so you buy quality and you don't have to pay a fortune for it. At Better Bearings, we're all about better service. We know what we're talking about. If you've got problems, give us a call.
Has this ever happened to you? Fumbling your marker. Your marker's not working. Trying to scrub off those pesky markers in the shower.
I have a severe sweating problem. Before I got my Spank Alley armbands, the refs were always telling me to reapply my numbers. But now, I can stay in the game.
My Spank Alley armband's second as a rope. Now I can lock up the competition. Thanks, Spank Alley!
But wait, there's more. If you order now, you'll get not just one, but 2 armbands. That's one for each of your arms.
Thanks, Spank Alley!
Spank Alley armbands. Get spanked.
Easy to clean. Our complete maintenance packages have everything you need to keep your bearings clean and keep you rolling. Better bearings are reliable and long-lasting. Spend less time mucking around with your gear and more time on the track. betterbearings.com.au.
Hi, I'm Susie from Sydney Derby Skates. We stock a wide range of products from all the best brands. Did you know that the Sydney Derby Skates website is up to date with stock levels and will only let you buy something if it's actually in stock? We pride ourselves on having awesome customer service and very quick delivery. Usually items are sent the very same day you place your order.
Easy to maintain. Our high-end bearings are self-healing, and all of our bearings are easy to maintain.
The Sydney Dogs and Cats Home takes in over 4,000 homeless animals every year. The job of finding new owners can take up to several months, and upgrades to the pet enclosures are urgently needed. You can help by making a tax-deductible donation or adopting a pet yourself. Go to sydneydogsandcatshome.org to find out more and help give these animals what they need most, a loving home. This ad is sponsored in part by IAMS Pet Food.
Better Bearings is value for money. All our bearings have an ABEX 7 rating or over, so you buy quality and you don't have to pay a fortune for it. At Better Bearings, we're all about better service. We know what we're talking about. If you've got problems, give us a call.
Has this ever happened to you? Fumbling your marker. Your marker's not working. Trying to scrub off those pesky markers in the shower.
I have a severe sweating problem. Before I got my Spank Alley armbands, the refs were always telling me to reapply my numbers. But now, I can stay in the game.
My Spank Alley armband's second as a rope. Now I can lock up the competition. Thanks, Spank Alley.
But wait, there's more. If you order now, you'll get not just one, but 2 armbands. That's one for each of your arms.
Thanks, Spank Alley.
Spank Alley armbands. Get spanked.
All right, we are back. We are here on the New South Wales Central Coast for the final game of the night, 5x5, round 5. It's your host league, Central Coast Roller Derby United, the Valkyries, going up against the Blue Mountains Free Sisters. The Valkyries are undefeated in Battlegrounds competition. Blue Mountains are going to do everything in their power to change that stat. Teams have just completed their gear check. They're getting ready to start. Lining up in this combined Central Coast Derby United team. 078 Short Stack, 101 Battle Smurf, 1111 the Copper Flogging, 18 Ratbag, 202 Hannibal Dector, 22 Rogue Bludger, 26 Madame Mischief. Your captain, number 42 Belter Goodrum, 44 is Ball Blaker, number 6 Mini Mayhem, number 93 Medusa, and SG1 Bamfidium. Your bench staff, Hans Offerback and Suggestive. Slightly smaller roster lining up for the Free Sisters. 99 Ninja Roger. Number 375, the captain, Victoria Hitter. 1832, Blood Red Penny. Number 00, Chick Dastardly. Number 118, Vicious Delicious. 911, An Emergency. 485, Kitty Carnage. 707, Dame of Destruction. 11, Dr. Hoo Hoo. and the bench mischief managed, and Vixen Bones were already underway. Dame of Destruction with lead jammer for the Blue Mountains Free Sisters, and Copper Flogging already in the penalty box for the host team, the Valkyries. For those that weren't tuned in the last game, I'm Colonel Panic. Right now, I'm here by myself. I'm going to keep you up to date with all the happenings of this final game of the final round of the 5x5. Dame of Destruction puts some more points on the board, bringing up a total of 5 for this first jam. By more points, I mean the first points. No, that is 2 scoring passes. That's 10 points total for Jam 1. Victoria Hitter, the captain for the Free Sisters. She's lining up with Copper Floggin still in the penalty box. Jam 2 underway. It's a strong wall of Valkyries. But lead jammer, nice and quick. That's exactly what Blue Mountains need. They're going out hard and fast here. Copper Flogging released from the box and out on her scoring pass. And a quick call off before Central Coast can score anything. That's 14-0. A perfect start with Vicious Delicious now lining up in number 118 for the Free Sisters. 93 Medusa lining up for the Valkyries. Black versus white. Medusa with lead jammer. Strong pass. Doesn't get a single blocker, holding up her pass through to 5 points. Beautiful offense from the Valkyries. This combined roster from the 2 Central Coast leagues that have formed, Central Coast Roller Derby United, coming together to make the new look Valkyries this season. And CCRDU putting 8 points on the board to 4 from the Blue Mountains. All right, jam number 4 about to get underway. Number 2-2. That's Rogue Bludger lining up against 707 Dame of Destruction. Lead jammer to Rogue Bludger. But Dame of Destruction is hot on her heels. And the emergency hits Rogue Bludger out of bounds. Chick Bastardly bridges back, keeps her in play. Central Coast look like they're going to be playing the long jams tonight. It's a good strategy to employ if you really want to maximize your points on the board. Hands off her back. Clearly he's been watching that. Doesn't help when all your blockers are in the box. Belter Gundram signaled back onto the track due to the box being full. It's leaving just Hannibal Dector on the track unpenalized. Central Coast calls it off. Points against, though. 4 points to 8. No sorting it out on the scoreboard. 7 points to 8. Still an advantage to Blue Mountains. As I mentioned earlier, in this coverage. CCRDU are undefeated in 5x5 so far. They're coming in ranked number 1. Blue Mountains currently ranked number 4th. CCRDU will be playing in the grand final regardless of the results here. Blue Mountains need a win, and depending on the results of the Inner West Northern Beaches game, if they want to make it into the grand final. I don't think that's possible now unless there's a really strong win here. They need to make sure that they, even if they lose this, they need to stay close, because if they lose by too much, that will seed them 5th, which means no place in the finals. Blue Mountains have one of the Sydney Leagues that has a junior team attached to them. And we see here tonight, Chick Dastardly is the first of their juniors to make her way onto the senior team here, the Free Sisters. So not a debut tonight, but a debut in an adults derby. I think that is a first for certainly Eastern Region Derby. We've not seen any juniors graduate before now. Certainly an exciting time in Australian Derby that we're going to see these juniors coming through the ranks. With the World Cup just a week ago in Seattle, Australia placing 4th. Copper flogging with a big hit to Victoria Hitter. I'm not sure you got that on camera, but Victoria Hitter hit the wall with some speed on the outside of turn 3. She went clean through the ref lane and out the other side. $26 points to Blue Mountains, plays 16 for CCRDU. This is what Blue Mountains need if they want to earn that 2nd place ranking. I think it's going to be a little unlikely with the Inner West result earlier tonight. But they're going to try their darndest. Vicious Delicious, though, getting nailed by Madam Mischief for the Valkyries. Now she's through. Dusa with Lee Jammer, though, and in control. She's just going to pick up those last points. Call it off for 4 unopposed. Some good defensive work by the Valkyries pack. Madame Mischief really putting the stomp down. It's going to bring us to 26 still for Blue Mountains. CCRDU catching up on 20. Dame of Destruction laning up against Copper Flogging. Blue Mountains forcing Copper out of bounds, but she's got some agility on her. She jukes left, jukes right, and gets Lee Jammer status. Copper with lead and in control. Ratbag trying to hold up Victoria Hitter. A call off there with just 2 more points earned by CCRDU. Victoria Hitter, one of the main point scorers for the Free Sisters, lining up with the star against Rogue Bludger. A strong 4-wall of black. It's going to help Victoria Hitter out. Sorry, a 3-wall of black because Dame of Destruction is in the box. But Rogue Bludger, Lee Jammer, she's got a big smile on her face as she picks up 4 points. Hans doing the long jam thing. He's winding points out, blockers out of the box. The long jam strategy in play here. Takes good execution from both jammers and blockers to pay off. In this case, 8 points to 4. It cleaned the box out. It didn't really help them on the penalty board, on the scoreboard though. We have a team timeout called by the Free Sisters. They're just going to have a chat. They do have a much shorter roster than the Valkyries here tonight. They're going to have to manage these timeouts effectively. Showing this as their second team timeout on the scoreboard. Don't have a lot of penalties on the whiteboards yet. You see our live stats thanks to the crew at Downunder Derby TV. Copper flogging, Hannibal Dector have got some. On the, I don't think the Blue Mountains one is quite up to date yet. It's showing Dr. Hoo with 2, but I know that more skaters have gone to the box. 10 minutes is about the spot on time to take a timeout. We are exactly 30 points apiece, both teams. Been working hard. Blue Mountains with the early lead. Central Coast have sucked it back. It's like we're starting all over again, but with only 50 minutes left to play. And lead jammer to Vicious Delicious. Medusa is hot on her heels though. Central Coast with control of the front of the pack. Vicious Delicious, Duke's left, Duke's right. Passes a bunch of hips. How many do the jam refs say? It's 3. All right, the penalty board has been updated. Dr. Who is on 2 out of plays. Damon Destruction's on 1. Ninja Rogers is on 1. So no one in penalty trouble yet. But 10 minutes into this game, anything can happen. Damon Destruction lining up against Copper Flogging. Both with the sparkly blue shorts. And it's black versus white. Both jammers through the pack really quickly. But Damon Destruction has lead and is in control. Copper Flogging, those long legs, she's catching up quickly. What are we going to see? Beautifully done by Damon Destruction. She picks up 3 points to nothing. The timing was impeccable. Exactly what they need. 36 points to 30. I think Central Coast were a little confident going into this game. You can't see it on the live stream here, but we're getting some beautiful hand signals, gesticulations. Not sure how you describe it, but Hans Offerback looking sharp as ever on the bench for the Central Coast. He's directing his team. At this point, there's not much he can direct. Victoria Hitter with a strong lead jammer, about quarter of a lap lead over number 2, Rogue Bludger. He's running, he's pointing, he's trying to signal something. The refs don't seem to care. 3 points to Blue Mountains, no points to the Valkyries. Oh, but Hounds has called the hamburger timeout. I think he wants some more. Is it he's asking for coleslaw or Maybe he wants some beetroot. Pure Energy is going to run in and find out what it is. In the meantime, I want to thank Sydney Derby Skates, Better Bearings, Flash Ramps, and Tavish Designs. Without them, this coverage would not be possible. Down on Down Under Derby TV, bringing you this coverage of 5x5. Big thank you to all the first aiders, the volunteers, the officials that have been working all afternoon long, the tech crew behind the cameras, behind the vision switching and the replay systems, to the house callers, to all the fans here. It's a chilly night here in the Central Coast. So Hans Offenbach has stated his concern to the refs. He's pointed very passionately at the track of where he thinks the penalty should have been called. The referees are discussing. We have seen 2 successful official reviews already tonight. Are we about to see a third? Victoria Hitter, this is helping their team out. Short roster tonight. She's there in the center of the track using the opportunity to get some water. Results are in. Head ref Team Pombat looking very monochrome and non-expressive. I think I saw a sorry, not sorry from him. No penalty stands. We're going to get back underway with Vicious Delicious lining up for the Free Sisters. That Valkyrie's jammer is so low I can't see who it is. It's Copper Flogging. So the details of that review. Hans Offenbach wanted a track cut call on the Blue Mountains jammer. He thought right as the 4th whistle was about to blow, she ran to the track. Refs disagreed. They believe the 4th whistle had blown and thus no cut stands. Belcher Goodrum is on her way to the box while Copper Flogging picks up 4 points. She's going to keep going. No, she's going to get the call-off signal. Hans just winding a bit of time trying to get Belter back out of the box. $39 points apiece. 9 points out at Central Coast, just tying it up in that last jam. This is in favour of the Blue Mountains. CCRDU have locked in their spot in the grand final in August. Currently, Blue Mountains seated 4th. They're looking to make it 3rd or even 2nd. Lead jammer to Medusa though. Damon Destruction is in front of her on the track. Ninja Rogers going for another penalty. She's going to be in penalty trouble soon. That's her 3rd. We're only 14 minutes in. And points against lead there. Medusa had the lead. Called it off just a little bit too late. Damon Destruction picking up 2 points there to take Blue Mountains back into the lead. Victoria Hitter tries for some jammer defense. Forces Rogue Bludger to where she wanted her blockers to hold her. It seemed to work as Victoria Hitter gets lead jammer. Rogue Bludger though puts the gas on, outruns the Free Sisters blockers. Victoria Hitter with a hop, skip, and a fall. Doesn't get that apex jump. And points against lead picked up. It's now 4 points each. What is Victoria Hitter going to do? Is she going to call it off? She does, just in time. Rogue Bludger was pretty close to scoring those points. 4 all. Not quite a win, but not a loss either. Blue Mountains maintain their lead as we go into the second quarter of this game. Hans Opper back, pacing around in his bench area. Things looking a little bit calmer. Mischief managed, wearing the A there for Blue Mountains. She's just got her hands behind her back. Using her voice calm and clear with some big hand signals from Hans Offerback. Not quite sure what he's trying to signal. Regardless, Vicious Delicious has lead by about 5 feet. She calls it too late though. Points against lead. 1 point. This game is tight. This is exciting. Hans is calling for 2 points. I don't think the referees agree. He's calling quite... Oh, they do agree. Axiomatics picking up, I guess that's the not on the track point because she clearly only passed 1 on the track. 45 points apiece. We have a tied game once again. That seems to be the story of this one. Medusa jamming for the Valkyries. She's round the outside and down. But while all that was happening, Dame of Destruction, she's just cruising along with lead jammer and a half lap head start over Medusa. Dame of Destruction, did she get past any hips before going about? She got past all 4. Good awareness, good footwork. The angle here on the commentary box is a little hard to see those track boundaries. In fact, there's 2 roller derby tracks laid diagonally opposing each other here. Also, just that little bit confusing. Blue Mountains now with a slim lead, 49 points to 45, 12 minutes left. Copper flogging, Victoria Hitter, both very successful jammers for their teams. Victoria Hitter just barges past in lane 4, picks up lead. Hannibal Dector tries to slow Victoria Hitter down. Unsuccessful at it. Copper flogging now out, but not lead jammer. Victoria Hitter just powers up lane 1, picks up her 4 points, calls it off easy as she can be. I think the scorekeepers just put the wrong points on the board. There they go, they've undone them. 44 plays, 53 after 3 jams in favour of Blue Mountains. Vicious Delicious, Rogue Bludger, penalty box clean, 5 on 5, both jammers fighting in the pack. Dr. Hoo picks up another penalty. But both jammers are racing. It's jammer on jammer, star on star. Valkyries with the lead jammer though and in control. They decide to call it off and try again another jam. Being treated thanks to our tech crew to a nice replay there on Downunder Derby TV. Whether you're watching this live or on replay, this is a darn exciting game. For those watching on replay, I'm not going to tell you who wins. You'll just have to wait and find out. We have a timeout being called by Mischief managed there on the Blue Mountains bench. They're only playing with 9 skaters tonight. As you can see on the penalty board, 9 skaters means more penalties each. Ninja Rogers on 3, Damon Destruction on 2, Dr. Hoo-Hoo's on 2. CCRDU slightly cleaner, but mainly due to the fact they have more skaters. Only Madam Mischief on 2 and Belter Goodrum on 2. All out of plays for those guys. They're going to have to listen to the refs a little more closely. So Blue Mountains are using their official review here as a timeout. They're entitled to do so. They get a 60-second timeout. They lose their official review. The officials have generally been calling a pretty tight game here. Team Pombat and Team All Volunteers, all very experienced. They work together regularly. A big thank you to them. I think that was a smart use of a timeout by the Free Sisters. They're in control of this game. They have been for most of this period. A win for them is a big deal to their standings and their rankings in the Eastern region. Damon Destruction looking for another lead, and she's got it. Hannibal Dector went down hard. She's holding her hip. Hopefully she's okay. She's back into the pack now. Meanwhile, Medusa now through on her scoring pass, but that just means all the Free Sisters can concentrate on offense. Ninja Rogers, unfortunately, picking up a 4th penalty there. And a stylish call-off by the Dame of Destruction. Doing the seal call-off. It's a little uncomfortable. It's worse when the floor's dirty, though. It tastes bad. This floor's not too bad. Oh, but looks like she picked up the penalty on that call-off. I didn't see what the signal is, but we're going to start with a power jam. Jam is on, a big cheer coming from the home crowd. They're going to cheer on Copper Flogging. Her team giving her passive offense here, but only one to beat. It's Dr. Hoo-Hoo, and she's done it. Lead jammer. I don't know if you can hear. I bet there is a big roar from the crowd as she comes through with lead jammer. 5 in the sky, signaled by Axiomatic, with more cheers coming from the Valkyries cheer squad. Big crunch in the pack as Damon's Destruction re-enters. And she's straight back off. That is a track cut. Not what the blue... No, it's a back block. Sorry, it was a track cut on Madam Mischief. Back block on Damon Destruction. 5 more points to Copper Flogging. We're going to see a lead change. For those of you need to go to Sydney Cats and Dogs Home. Copper Flogging with a back block herself. Both jammers in the box for back blocks. Damon Destruction gets released. There's 37 seconds left in this jam. Will that be enough to get an initial pass and get some points? Strong defense by Belter Goodrum and Amphibian. Belter goes down hard with a hit to the throat. She's back up, but that didn't look fun. Damon Destruction, she's got 10 seconds left to get points. Copper Flogging has the same time. She gets points, 4 each. Neither able to pick up more before the end of the jam. Unfortunately, Ninja Rogers skates past the commentary box. She's in it. I think that's her 5th penalty for the game. It's not what you need with 7 minutes left in the first period. Penalty box looking like the cool place to be. Madam Mischief hanging out with Ninja Rogers and someone else. I can't see from this angle. Victoria Hitter draws the penalty on number 2-2, Rogue Bludger. She's through for lead. She's been consistent and strong tonight, scoring a lot of those points to the Blue Mountains, and she's about to set herself up to get another lead change. Boop, there it is. 5 points. 65 plays 64. She calls it off, leaving Rogue Bludger in the penalty box, wearing the star. Vicious Delicious covers up those little cat ears with the Jammer Star. She's going to go unopposed. Chick Dastardly going to join the blocking formation in her first game for the Free Sisters. First game in Adult Derby. Making your presence felt already tonight as Vicious Delicious gets an easy lead jammer with a good assist from her pack. Rogue Bludger back on the track. Knocked out of bounds by Victoria Hitter. That 9 skater rotation, meaning skaters doing a lot of back-to-back jams, but with veterans like Victoria Hitter, it's working for them. Belter Goodrum picks up a multiplayer block. That's going to help Vicious Delicious's cause. She picks up the points, calls it clean. That's going to be 9-0 as Rogue Bludger forces the call off. 4 minutes 35 left in period 1. Final game here at the Central Coast. Big shout out to Central Coast Roller Derby United for hosting today. They always put on a quality event. They're in preparation now for the Smackdown happening here in October. 2 tracks, 2 days back to back. We're going to see 12 hours a day of Derby right here. But right now, Victoria Hitter switches the pivot hat for a Jammer Star. Goes up against... that's Hannibal Dector. I don't think we've seen her jamming yet tonight. Victoria Hitter, strong lead jammer. They're already 11 points out in front. Ninja Rogers slows down Hannibal a little bit. Not enough though. Victoria Hitter points and calls, 4-0 unopposed. Beautiful stuff by the Free Sisters. They look like they're having fun out there. For a team with only 9 skaters going in the underdog, they're making the most of this. 79 points, plays 64. Just Belter Goodrum in the box right now. Once again, a shout out to Sydney Derby Skates. Without them, the coverage of 5x5 wouldn't be possible. Better Bearings, Flash Ramps, and Tavish Designs. Get onto the Downunder Derby TV Facebook page for links to all of these amazing sponsors. They're real Derby owned. All of them part of the Australian Derby community and supporting us, bringing this coverage to you. Meanwhile, Medusa has picked up lead jammer, but only now has just cleared the pack as she makes her way past Chick Dastardly. Star pass, well executed, does the job to get Vicious Delicious out. Now putting the star on. Medusa not yet able to get that lap point. Vicious Delicious entering the pack. The no call signal from Hans Offerback. They're going to go long. Long jams can be super successful if your pack is strong. Hans clearly trusting the pack, and it's paid off. Vicious Delicious goes to the box for a track cut by not calling it off. Medusa picks up 5 more and the power jam to boot. Smart stuff by the Valkyries. That's going to give them a lead change. 5 more in the sky. This is really extending it out. And now got 9 points extra. Number 185. I don't have her on my list. No, 485. That's why I don't have her on the list. Kitty Carnage forcing the Valkyries jammer out of bounds. Forcing that call off there. Blue Mountains had picked up 4 points before Vicious Delicious went to the box. 88 plays 83, but a 24-point jam there by the Central Coast. That's really turned the crowd on. You can hear them cheering. Vicious Delicious now back on the track, but not soon enough. Copper flogging lead jammer. Whoa. Vicious Delicious just did a backflip over Battle Smurf. Battle Smurf goes for the low block, funnily enough. And then the same thing happens at the front of the pack with Ratbag now going. Copper flogging low. 4 points. Hans Offerback giving her the signal to keep going. Matching points at this point is probably a smart thing because they have a blocker disadvantage. 4 each so far. 4 more for Copper flogging. Still the keep going signal from Hans. He's going to try and clear this penalty box and take us through to halftime. It's a little disheartening starting a period with skaters not on the track. All right, now the penalty box is cleared. Copper flogging with a good 3/4 of a lap lead over Vicious Delicious. And a beautiful pass. 5 in the sky. Vicious Delicious getting the lap point on her. She looks exhausted. She's already wearing the pivot stripe. I'm not sure. That was from the last period. Double grand slam by Copper flogging. Period clock's expired. 14 seconds left on the jam clock. Vicious Delicious now picks up her 4. Copper flogging. She's still after a few more. She says that's enough. 1 minute 57's all I got in the tank. 28-point jam to the home side. Gives us a big cheer and a big point change. In that, 30-point jam. That, ladies and gentlemen, is how you execute a long jam strategy. 30 points to 8. They could have called it at any point. They made it work. Stretched out their lead with some smart strategy use. We are now on halftime. You're watching a replay of just some of the action. There was a lot happening in that jam. Before you go and get your halftime beverages, big final shout out, Sydney Derby Skates, Better Bearings, Flash Rams, and Tavish Designs sponsoring us, making this coverage possible, without whom we couldn't afford the bandwidth to stream this to you in full HD. If you want to get involved in sponsoring the grand final happening next month, advertise at downunderderby.tv as the email address to contact. We're going to go into halftime here, and we're going to show you some words from these sponsors.
Easy to clean. Our complete maintenance packages have everything you need to keep your bearings clean and keep you rolling. Better bearings are reliable and long-lasting. Spend less time mucking around with your gear and more time on the track. betterbearings.com.au.
Hi, I'm Susie from Sydney Derby Skates. We stock a wide range of products from all the best brands. Did you know that the Sydney Derby Skates website is up to date with stock levels and will only let you buy something if it's actually in stock? We pride ourselves on having awesome customer service and very quick delivery. Usually items are sent the very same day you place your order.
Easy to maintain. Our high-end bearings are self-healing, and all of our bearings are easy to maintain.
The Sydney Dogs and Cats Home takes in over 4,000 homeless animals every year. The job of finding new owners can take up to several months, and upgrades to the pet enclosures are urgently needed. You can help by making a tax-deductible donation or adopting a pet yourself. Go to sydneydogsandcatshome.org to find out more and help give these animals what they need most, a loving home. This ad is sponsored in part by IAMS Pet Food.
Better Bearings is value for money. All our bearings have an ABEX 7 rating or over, so you buy quality and you don't have to pay a fortune for it. At Better Bearings, we're all about better service. We know what we're talking about. If you've got problems, give us a call.
Has this ever happened to you? Fumbling your marker. Your marker's not working. Trying to scrub off those pesky markers in the shower.
I have a severe sweating problem. Before I got my Spank Alley armbands, the refs were always telling me to reapply my numbers. But now, I can stay in the game.
My Spank Alley armband's second as a rope. Now I can lock up the competition. Thanks, Spank Alley.
But wait, there's more. If you order now, you'll get not just one, but 2 armbands. That's one for each of your arms.
Thanks, Spank Alley.
Spank Alley armbands. Get spanked.
Easy to clean. Our complete maintenance packages have everything you need to keep your bearings clean and keep you rolling.
Alrighty. Welcome back to Niagara Stadium here on the Central Coast. It's the final game of the final round of 5x5. Host League Central Coast Roller Derby United, the Valkyries, are in control with 118. Blue Mountains, the Free Sisters, trailing on 91. But as you can see from those points from the very last jam of the last period, one jam ago it was a different story. 30 points to 8 got us a lead change. Blue Mountains in control for most of the first period. The 30-second signal coming from our NSOs. And with that, we're underway. Copper flogging lining up against Dame of Destruction. some crashes, some crunches, and a lead jammer to Copper Flogging, picking up where she left off in the end of the first period. Dame of Destruction, she's been really effective. Not a lot of flair, just a lot of points. Copper Flogging with, looked like one point before getting forced out of bounds and calling it off. Hans Offerback gesturing, discussing, stating his concerns. He backs away slowly. Team Pombat, too much control, too much calm for that amount of... I don't even know what that amount was. And continuing on from that last jam, Central Coast still well in control, lead jammer, and about a half a lap lead over Victoria Hitter. Medusa threads a needle around the outside for 4, but Victoria Hitter follows her straight through the pack, 4 each. Hans Offerbeck going the long jam, using that scoring strategy that works so well for them at the end of the first period. Doesn't quite work there. Victoria Hitter passes and earns points against lead. Looks like that's going to be 8 points to 9. So a 1 point against lead for Blue Mountains. That's the danger of running a long jam strategy. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Your pack has to be so good at holding back the opposing jammer that you can trust them for multiple scoring passes. So Blue Mountains about to crack that 100 mark. Low scoring game so far. Bang, Vicious Delicious just slams number 078. Who's... short stack. Slams into the ground, earns lead jammer. Rogue Bludger looks a little sore from that jammer. A couple of big hits in there. Blue Mountains putting on a bit of old school derby. Valkyries undefeated so far in 5x5 competition. This new look team combining the old Central Coast Roller Girls and Coastal Knockouts allows them to pick the best skaters from the two squads. Showing here is definitely in control of the second period. Copper Flogging with lead at about half a lap advantage. Belcher Gooderum looking. There's not much you can say other than pissed off going to the box there. Hans Offerback again having a chat with Team Pombat. No change, no points on the board. That was a 0-0 jam. Good defense by the Free Sisters, keeping it close, keeping it tight, and now going old school. Occupy the pivot line. Victoria Hitter goes jammer on jammer. She knocks Medusa out of bounds. She earns lead jammer. She draws a multiplayer block. She's doing all the things right for that Free Sisters advantage. Seeing a revolving door of blockers to the box. Hans Offerback with some very articulated hand signals. Finally, Medusa breaks the pack. She makes eye contact with the bench, checks in, but not before Blue Mountains add another 4 points to their total. That's going to be a 9-0, bringing it 126-108. That's the 100-point mark for Blue Mountains. That means they have to go to Sydney Cats and Dogs home, check them out, help them out, take home a puppy. Dame of Destruction now lining up against Rogue Bludger. Just 2 blockers from each team left on the track. Rogue Bludger steps left, steps right, gets a lead jammer and a good, strong advantage for the Valkyries. Dame of Destruction now out, not lead. Oh, Ninja Rogers picks up another penalty. Gets told to return on track, but she still earned the penalty. I think that's going to be her 6th of the game. Five points earned by Rogue Bludger. 4 points to Dame of Destruction. Once again, the long jam strategy being employed. Ninja Rogers finally serves her penalty. And a good execution of the long jam there. 9 points to 4. Belter Goodrum. She's on 5 for the Valkyries. Madam Mischief and Ratbag both on 4. Blue Mountains are going to be slightly more troubled by their penalty board. Ninja Rogers, as you can see there, on 6. Dame of Destruction on 4 and Vicious Delicious on 4. Chick Dastardly in her debut game in Adults Derby, clean on the penalty board. Doing what it takes to stay on the track. It's an important thing for a blocker. And that edge work by Victoria Hitter. And a wild signal from Hans Offerback. The refs have no idea what he's doing. The commentators are falling off their seats laughing. I think Pure Energy might have exploded a spleen or something here. Copper flogging, unfazed by it all. She skates possibly off the track. No. Blue Mountains come in to have a chat with the refs. I wonder if that's what it was about. It did look like she skated off the track before calling it off. Regardless, Central Coast got 8 more on the board. 146 to 116. The long jam strategy not quite working for them there. 8 to 4. Burned some clock time, but only So we're seeing some more hand signals from Hans Offerback. He's using the WFTDA official hand signals to the refs. Team Bob Hombat seems like he may be pretending to care. I'm not sure. I have head refed a few games in my time, and a lot of the time the benches walk in and I don't know what the right way of saying it is. You humour them. You listen to them, but yeah, I'm not really sure what you do in those situations. The end result is absolutely nothing changed. Funny that. We're going to see Medusa going up against Vicious Delicious, is it? Oh, and a bit of a pile up there on the outside of track 1. Lee Jammer to Vicious Delicious. Medusa is maybe 2 inches behind her though. We got some jammer on jammer there. Vicious Delicious calls it off, but not before Medusa sneaks points against lead. It's jams like that which show why Central Coast are undefeated in 5x5 competition. Something going on in the penalty box there. I'm not sure what it is. I think, is that Belter Goodrum fouling out possibly? It is. Belter Goodrum has fouled out of the game here. Not happy about it. It looks like there was possibly an in-sub on that last penalty because she was on 5 last time I looked. They're going to have to sit a replacement for Belter in the box. That's a big loss to the Valkyries. Belter Goodrum really one of the pivotal blockers. She holds walls together. She braces and communicates really effectively. Hans Offerback not thrilled by that foul out. He's trying to show his friendly side to the rest, see if he can win that one back. Again, funnily enough, no change. We're going to see Rogue Bludger going up against Dame of Destruction. We've seen this match up a couple of times tonight. The Valkyries with 2 blockers in the box, though. And Rogue Bludger forced out and back by Victoria Hitter. Just one to beat. Dame of Destruction with lead jammer and a strong back advantage. Another skater going to the box for the Valkyries. But Rogue Bludger, she makes her way through that pack of 4 Free Sisters. Dame of Destruction, well, she had just Madam Mischief to beat, who was being well contained by her team. Ninja Rogers sitting there on 6 penalties for Free Sisters. Dame of Destruction on 4. Kitty Carnage on 3. Vicious Delicious is on 4. And Doctor Who's on 3. There you can see it. Belter Goodrum fouling out with an insubordination and a multiplayer block at the end there. Ratbag and Madam Mischief on 4. Everyone else is pretty safe though. We're underway here. 18 minutes 56 on the clock. Victoria Hitter busts up the outside for lead jammer. Cuts to the inside. Copper Flogging right on her tail. There's nothing in it. Copper Flogging lines up a hit. You can see it in her eyes. Victoria Hitter's like, nope. I'm going to call that off. Safe derby is smart derby. Reset and win another day. Blue Mountain still have a big blocker advantage with 2 Valkyries in the box. Vicious Delicious is going to trust Chick Dastardly. I can't see the other skaters. That's Kitty Carnage holding her up, but no avail. Medusa is out in front. Mischief Managed looking very innocent there as she goes to the box. We still have, it's going to be micro pack. There is going to be 1 Valkyrie on the track. A clean penalty box for the Free Sisters. Kitty Carnage is going to back up. Ninja Rogers, she's still going on 6. Doctor Who and Victoria Hitter. Copper Flogging, seeing nothing but black. Meanwhile, Dame of Destruction, just Ratbag to beat. Oh, tough call, and she gets the back block. She just managed to push Ratbag out of the way in the middle of the back. That really negates the advantage that the Free Sisters had right there. Power jam and lead to Copper Flogging. Battle Smurf returns to the track, as does Bamphibian. Mischief Managers now back. They're winding that penalty count down. Meanwhile, winding that scoreboard up. Copper Flogging picks up 5 points unopposed, calls it off, and keeps the Blue Mountains Jammer in the box. So 154 plays 120. This is still anyone's game. Regardless of the outcome, Central Coast will go to the grand final game at the 5x5 finals. The only thing that'll matter is whether they go seeded first or second. Blue Mountains, this game means a lot to them. If they can win this, they could be seeded second or third. If they lose by too much, they could be seeded fifth and miss out on a spot at the finals. Rogue Bludger tries to stay in bounds, loses her balance, goes out of bounds and calls it. 3 points though, just chipping it away. We're about to hit the 15-minute mark. That means 3/4 of the game has elapsed, and it's crunch time for the Free Sisters. Victoria Hitter, she's been super effective, and she just nails Battle Smurf for lead jammer. Big hand signals from the Central Coast bench. They disagree with the lack of call there. Victoria Hitter, though, she picks up a point. She picks up 2 points. Medusa sneaks one herself. Hans off the back. He's going to come and have his team combat time. Vicious Delicious up against Copper Flogging. Both have been very successful tonight. Copper Flogging's up the front though with just 2 to beat. They get the out of play signal and the lead jammer goes to Copper Flogging while Vicious Delicious goes to the box for a low block. Not what Blue Mountains needed as we cross into the final 15 minutes of this game. Looks like we have some Power Jam mirrors here in the commentary box. Just signaling the Power Jam status to Copper Flogging. Hannibal Dector picking up a back block there. It looked a little subtle, but what it did was pushed Ninja Rogers out of her wall. Didn't take much pressure, but by the rules, that's relative position gain. Penalty stands. Vicious Delicious returns to the box, quickly gets her initial pass out of the way, and enters her scoring pass. Copper Flogging calls it. Team Combat issues Ratbag with a pack destruction penalty. Box is looking a little full. Dr. Hoo sitting on her lonesome. Ratbag and Hannibal Dector. Ratbag has fouled out. She's off to the change rooms. Central Coast are going to have to hold their proverbial stuff together if they're going to keep in charge of this game. 173 plays, 122, 12 minutes left. That last jam, a 15-point advantage to the home team. There you see the penalty boards looking messy. Ratbag not showing her last penalty, but she has now fouled out and left the building. Madame Mischief not far behind on 5. Medusa been jamming a lot, and she's clean tonight, so that's a nice work. The rest of the team should follow her example. Blue Mountains, you can see they're pretty tough. Ninja Rogers, she's been on 6 for a while, being really effective out there. Dame of Destruction not far behind on 5, and Vicious Delicious with that last jammer penalty, she's caught up on 5. Blue Mountains, they're playing their own game though. They're not letting Central Coast decide what they do. It seems to be working for them. This is one of the better games I've seen from them this season. They're really showing that they've earned a spot in the finals. I think the results from earlier tonight in the West have earned that second place berth though. Looks like our 5x5 finals will be in the Armageddon division. Southside versus Varsity. And I think we're going to see Wollongong versus Newcastle, I think. We need to see the final maths on those points differentials. Here in the battlegrounds, looks like the final's going to be the home team here tonight. Central Coast Valkyries against the Inner West Skate Crashers. It's going to be between Hard, Northern Beaches and Blue Mountains for that final spot. Team Pombat kind of acting like he's a jammer there, skating along the track next to the Blue Mountains jammer. But what he was actually doing is fouling out. Mischief managed. So that's 3 foul outs for the Central Coast Valkyries in the last couple of minutes. Rogue Bludger has lead. And Rogue Bludger, she went to call it off, but she earned herself a back block right before. Short Stacks just got a pack destruction penalty because she left the track thinking the jam was over. And Amphibians picked up a failure reform, both of whom were standing in the ref lane thinking the jam was over. Chick Darcenley picks up her first penalty of the game. Not quite sure what that was. I got to imagine it's going to be out of play because no one knew what was happening. So half the skaters on the track, including the bench, thought that jam was called off. The ref's pretty clear, though, that the Central Coast jammer had earned a back block. 2 minutes elapses. I'm pretty sure we're going to see a timeout here. You know, I might be psychic about it. The refs don't seem fussed, though. They're like, yeah, we knew what was happening. Not many other people did. Pure Energy is going to run into the middle. We're still on lineup clock here, though. Everyone wants to talk to Pombat. He's the man of the minute. You should be seeing a replay, I think, of possibly that back block. Well, Pombat's not keen to call a timeout. He finally does as the lineup clock hits 30 seconds. Hans Offerback's not getting off the track, though. Pombat seems done with him. He's just going to follow him around and point. Pombat's going to continue to not care. Well, Blue Mountains really capitalized on that confusion. 19 points to 9. That's a 10-point advantage. Backblock penalties don't require a lot of physical force. They just require that gain or loss of relative position. That's what happened there. That's why Rogue Bludger got sent to the box. Team Pombat. Okay, so we are on timeout here because the Valkyries captain has fouled out. So they're having to do a quick vote for a new one. Rogue Bludger has now been awarded the captaincy. She's going to play the last 9.5 minutes with that extra responsibility. You can see a growing collection of Valkyries out on turn 3, cheering their team on without their skates. Both teams with 2 each in the box. Got a little hectic there with all those out of plays. Big hit on Vicious Delicious, but she is gone for a penalty. Low block. Medusa, she has no penalties today. Vicious Delicious, that's her 6th, I believe. She's in penalty trouble. Medusa's the exact opposite. She's just scoring. She has lead. She has 5 points. She has control of this jam. Victoria Hitter, she picks up a fatal reform. Medusa calls it off. Nice and clean. Undoes the damage of that last jam. 10-0. 8 minutes 30 left in this game. Stretching it out to a 51-point lead. Central Coast managing to get points on the board despite the foul-out trouble. 3 skaters now cheering on from the sidelines. They're still in control despite their craziness 2 jams ago. They're doing a bit of passive offense for Hannibal Dector. That's all she needed, though. As lead jammer is awarded, Vicious Delicious crunches into that wall. Hannibal Dector, she's going to try for some more points. Vicious Delicious with that power jamming style. Chick Dastardly really making a presence felt in her first game for the Free Sisters. Forces Hannibal Dector out of bounds and makes that call off. Only 3 points for the Valkyries, despite that jammer advantage at the start. Blue Mountains just staying calm and composed. Ninja Rogers still on the track. She's been on 6 for about 20 minutes now. Being effective out there and being clean. Rogue Bludger. Duke's left, Duke's right. She falls to her knees. Blue Mountains recycle her. But she manages to get that lead jammer status. Hards off her back. Calling some penalties from the box and the team bench here. Doesn't work for the ones he was calling, but Axiomatic signals a track cut on Dame of Destruction. Rogue Bludger calls it off. Sets her team up for a big power jam start. 6 minutes 31. Here you see the penalty board. It's looking pretty bad for Blue Mountains. Starting with only 9 skaters, they've currently got 3 of them on 6. Vicious Delicious, Dame of Destruction, and Ninja Rogers. Looking worse, though, for the Valkyries. 3 already fouled out. Everyone else is pretty clean, though, so that's kind of helped them with a reset. Medusa jamming on high rotation and not a single penalty. Doing her coaches proud there. She's out there with the only jammer star on the track. Again, passive offense from the Valkyries. They trust their jammers to get the job done without their help. Medusa getting a big cheer on from her team on turn 3. 200 points on the board. She makes it 205. 200 points means get to that Sydney Cats and Dogs home and get yourself a puppy. Vicious, delicious. Slams Medusa out of bounds for that call off. Hans Offerback running and gesturing. He wants something to happen. I don't know what. Mischief Managed is in there just with the face of calm saying, nope. We're all good. Shrug of the shoulders. The rest continue not to care. We're in the final 5 minutes of game 4 here. Hans Offerback, he calls the timeout now. He's excited. I'm excited here. I've had a lot of caffeine. I've had a lot of cold medicine. I don't know what I'm saying. Both teams, though, seem to be really enjoying this game. I don't know if you can pick it up on the live stream, but there's a lot of laughs. There's some hugs. Short stack there, having a chat. The Valkyrie's going to try and find their zen. They have a pretty solid lead going into these final 5 minutes. But the points on the board, I think, will be enough to secure that third, fourth, final berth for the Free Sisters. Strong wall of black facing Hannibal Dector. Looks pretty imposing. She has heads and backs and all sorts of things. But now she just got Ninja Rogers to beat, and she does so. Copper Flogging tries to take down Vicious Delicious. Unsuccessful at it. Vicious Delicious just a quarter of a lap behind Hannibal Dector. The pack going hell for leather, trying to speed things up. Amphibian picks up the skating out of bounds from Team Pombat. Ninja Rogers single-handedly drives Hannibal Dector out of bounds and down. Keeps it clean. Forces the call off. Team timeout called by the Free Sisters. In the midst of that beautiful sweep to the outside by Ninja Rogers, Vicious Delicious snuck 4 points of her own, making that a tied jam. 4 all, 3 minutes, 55 on the clock. CCRDU leads 213 to Blue Mountains 145. We have a dance-off happening. Rogue Bludger pulling some moves, short stack, no Battle Smurf. Gonna join in with her. Unfortunately, none of the officials joining in on the dance-off. They are spoil sports. If we ask really nicely, we might get Team Pombat to dance, but the best way to make him dance is to trip him over. He dances pretty well then. I've never done that, just saying. Maybe once. All right, Dame of Destruction lining up in the Jammer Star for the Free Sisters. Rogue Bludger in the Jammer Star for the Valkyries. Amphibian sitting in the box. That makes it a 3 versus 4 pack advantage to the Free Sisters. Dame of Destruction contains Rogue Bludger. But that 3 wall of white at the front is containing the Blue Mountains Jammer. Dame of Destruction Fighting. Victoria Hitter picks up a cutting penalty. And Ninja Rogers, she picks up penalty number 7. She's out of here. Copper Flogging picks up a cut while she's at it. Oh, did Damon Destruction get points? No. Just called off in time by Rogue Bludger. Making a 4-0 jam. Winding the clock down. Less than 3 minutes left here. We might not have another opportunity, so I'd like to thank our sponsors here. Sydney Derby Skates, Better Bearings, Flash Ramps, and Tavish Designs, without whom we would not be able to bring you this HD live stream. The event sponsors, Big Hair and Skin, East Coast Beverages, Spa Cafe, Niagara Park Stadium, Roller Derby Heaven, Downunder Derby TV, the Valley Tavern, Sydney Derby Skates, and everyone that's made this event possible. Vicious Delicious with control of this jam. Points on the board, calls it off. But the Valkyries pick up points against. Oh, we're getting like the Roboto happening from the Central Coast bench here. There's some swagger happening on his suggestions to the referee crew. 1 minute 43 left. CCRDU matching point for point on Blue Mountains there. 2:20 plays, 1:48. Hannibal Dector jamming against Victoria Hitter. Victoria Hitter, strong lead jammer, but Hannibal Dector not far behind. Chick Darcenley picks up her second penalty with a back block. She has made her presence felt tonight. A quick call off there. Victoria Hitter picking up 3 points to 0 to the Valkyries. 148-220 as the clock ticks over into the final minute of this game. .151 plays, 2:20. Rogue Bludger, Damon Destruction, both have been pretty successful in their Jammer Stars tonight. Strong licking wall of black though, right in front of Rogue Bludger. Damon Destruction goes through the middle of it, and it closes again, but it opens for Rogue Bludger. Damon Destruction follows around, but it's a half-lap lead to the Valkyries jammer. Copper Flogging, she's on her way to the box. Period clock is winding down. 15 seconds to go. Rogue Bludger, she calls it. Are we going to see a timeout? We do. Timeout. 4 seconds on the clock. It's one more jam. Say it with me, folks. One more jam. So a big thank you, Central Coast, looking like they're going to be victorious here. They put on another great event at this wonderful stadium. Big thank you to all our officials, the tournament heads, Game Over and Cockless Monster. Backing them up, a huge crew making everything possible today. Axiomatics, Boom Tish, Border Patrol, Bruznikov, Cockless Monster, Commando Roll, Cranky Pants, Dead Serious, Dr. Fell, Even Steven, Fisty Muff, Game Over, Gory Newman, Indestructible Bell, Jim Peckable, Major Mean Counter Skate Holder, Marching Orders, Miffy Pajamas, Petty Trader, Team Combat, Refinatrix, Slaybell, Sleazo, and Switzerland, Totteron, T-Ref, and Wayne War. For those of you watching on the archive, I'm still not going to tell you what the outcome is. You'll just have to watch this final jam. Medusa going up against Vicious Delicious. Vicious Delicious with a big, strong lead jammer. Medusa now 3/4 of a lap behind on her scoring pass. A duck and a spin, 4 points, doesn't touch a single blocker. Vicious Delicious calls it off and brings up full time. 4 points to 1 here in that final jam. That's the full time whistle. Central Coast Roller Derby United are victorious in the final game of the rounds of 5x5. Final score signaled. Final penalty board is up. 3 foul outs for Central Coast Roller Derby and a bunch of other penalties. They're going to need to work on that before the final. Penalties like that don't win games. Blue Mountains Roller Derby, though they had a lot of penalties themselves. Ninja Rogers the only foul out though. Everyone with big smiles on their faces. That was a great game played by everyone. Central Coast remains undefeated going into the finals. Blue Mountains though, they've got to be happy. I think that's the best game I've seen them play this season. Well earned 157 points against a tough opponent. Come on down to your screen, stick your hand through the monitor and give these skaters a high five. High fives to Ninja Rogers, Victoria Hitter, Blood Red Penny, Chick Dastardly, Vicious Delicious, Eddie Emergency, Kitty Carnage, Dame of Destruction, Dr. Hoo Hoo, and their bench staff, Mischief Manager and Vixen Bones. But your winners tonight, Short Stack, Battle Smurf, Copper Flogging, Rat Bag, Hannibal Dector, Rogue Bludger, Madam Mischief, Belter Goodrum, Ball Blaker, Mini Mayhem, Medusa, and Bambibian with Sir Jesttive and Hans Offerback keeping things entertaining on the bench. Stand by, and I'm going to try and find the captains or representatives from these teams to tell you how it all went. We'll be back shortly. I love him.
Yeah, I love it. Do I have to hold that too?
Stand around, keep it close, it sounds a lot better.
Karaoke.
Alrighty, I'm joined here with representatives from both the teams. A very exciting game, lots of lead changes. Cheers from the crowd for both of you guys. How's everyone feeling?
Tired.
I would concur with the Tide. I think I'm going to go home and die quietly.
There was a lot of penalties in this game. Kind of looked like it was going to go either way in the first half. Second half penalties kind of spiked up and Central Coast took a bit of a lead. What did you guys do in the second period that got you there?
This game for us, we were just trying a few new things as well. I think that we've been working on at training and we just wanted to try and put them into play in a game situation. Not everything was smooth sailing, so occasionally we got to go back to that 4-point and call thing just to settle things down, and I think that got us through. And these poor guys only having 7 skaters probably helped us too.
You had 7 at the end, didn't you?
I don't even know.
The Blue Mountains girls after making it all this way.
Through Snowmageddon.
Period 1 was neck and neck. There was so many jams where it ended with the score tied. This was an amazing game for you guys. What did you do differently?
My girls just pulled it out of the hat, and we brought everything we had to that track, and we had nothing to lose, so we just gave it our everything, and I'm so proud. My team, they were just freaking amazing. And they really stepped up, and considering we were almost ready to bow out at the beginning and just call it quits, but we gave it everything, and we showed them we can play, so it was good.
Hells yeah.
Kept it tight. Yeah, we gave you a run for your money.
Well, thank you guys for putting on the most entertaining game of the night. It was close. It was exciting. The foul outs at the end really could have gone either way.
A special mention to Ninja Rogers, her first ever foul out tonight. She's very proud of herself.
There should be a hallmark card for that situation, I think.
I think Medusa was the only skater with no penalties.
Clean sheet, and she's coming off the back of 2 foul outs in the last 2 scrimmages as well, so yeah, done good.
Anyway, thank you guys. We'll see you on the track in Liverpool in 4 weeks' time.
Thanks again, Downunder Derby TV.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thanks, man.
Thank you everyone for watching. I've been Colonel Panic for Downunder Derby TV. We're signing off. Good night.